Queen City News starts now.
Here we go, 6 o'clock. Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Guys, meteorologist Ted Faden talking about a cooler start today.
Yeah.
I mean,
it feels good.
Right?
Yeah.
It feels
It's cool and crisp.
It feels good, but I almost went back in the house and got a jacket.
Oh, it's
I turned the
June.
seat warmers on, Ted.
What?
Me too.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
I'm not alone.
Oh, boy.
We are looking at cooler start to your morning. Temperatures in the 50s, dew points even lower. It's even on the chilly side in our mountain counties, guys. We're talking 40 degrees for some of our higher elevations. So yes, one of those mornings you might need to light jackets as those winds come out of the north. Temperatures in the low 50s, dew points in the low 50s as well. We'll have some of that fog develop in our mountain counties right now, though, looking at a difference of 7 to 11 to 13, even 15 and 16 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. That's giving us mid-50s, Gastonia into Charlotte and Monroe. We're looking at low to mid-40s, Boone and Jefferson. Day planner will host mostly sunny skies all day with those 70s on tap for lunchtime. Highs land in the low 80s, peak heating hours of the day, which is just going to be about maybe 3 to 4 degrees shy of normal for this time of year. Northeast winds will come into play anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. I'll detail more of our overall setup with a look at your forecast here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Charlotte's first responders are getting a pay bump. City council members are adjusting the city's budget plans to allow for firefighters and police officers to get 10% raises. The original budget called for firefighters to only get 7%.
It showed that we were valued across the city.
The decision was a relief for leaders within the Charlotte Firefighters Association, like Jordan Hood. They've been in talks with city leaders since December, fighting for pay parity. The city will have to reallocate $4.4 million to make up for the cost. Council members will hold their final budget vote next Monday.
A Concord father is dead and his teenage daughter is now in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. Police say that the father was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he was shot and killed at a home on Bedlington Drive Northwest. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to a neighbor who heard the gunshots.
It was the sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in and to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
2 people's lives were, more than 2 people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say DeGraffenreid was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
An attempt to serve a warrant ending in a shootout in York County. It happened shortly before noon yesterday. Investigators say several agencies were at the Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway to serve a warrant for a suspect accused of internet crimes against children. Authorities say when they went to serve the warrant, the suspect shot at the York County Sheriff deputies. They returned fire, hitting the suspect, who was then taken to the hospital. No officers were hurt. We're still waiting to hear how that suspect is doing. The State Law Enforcement Division is now investigating. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing the woman at the center of a viral arrest in Shelby. He and Sherry Moore's family gathered yesterday to address the arrest that has led to Officer Carson Hyder being fired and charged. Video shows Hyder taking Moore to the ground and repeatedly punching her in the head. This all stemmed from Moore allegedly breaking into a home. Hyder has been charged with misdemeanor assault, but Crump and Moore's family are calling for more accountability.
We wanted to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Sheree Moore.
Hyder is out on bond and appeared in court yesterday. His next hearing is set for next month. The State Bureau of Investigation is overseeing that case.
The Trump administration is investigating Cabarrus County schools. Officials with the Department of Education are accusing district leaders of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, it all stems from a local debate over allowing transgender students to use the girls' restroom.
In a release put out Monday, the U.S. Department of Ed said it was celebrating Title IX month with an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. The department accusing the district of violating Title IX protections by allowing males in girls-only intimate facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. According to the release, multiple female students have reported being required to dress and undress in the presence of males.
There's nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
That investigation likely links to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. In April, all 5 county commissioners agreed the district should require students to use a bathroom that matches their biological sex.
We see you. We hear you, we support you, and we will stand for you.
In a statement to Queen City News, Cabarrus County schools said they are limited about what they could say in reference to specific allegations, but plan to fully cooperate with this Department of Education investigation.
It is a violation of Title IX for a school board to have a policy requiring a transgender student to use the bathroom consistent with their biological sex. To do so, according to the Fourth Circuit, constitutes sex-based discrimination.
And while the investigation is ongoing, staff for the district's Board of Education argue recent rulings prevent them from requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex.
Individuals have the right under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to peacefully petition their elected officials to change laws they disagree with. What neither side has the right to do is to expect or require elected officials to violate the law.
No word yet on how long the investigation will last. In Cabarrus County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Mallard Creek High School's track team won its appeal of a controversial disqualification that cost them a state title. Nyan Brown was issued a DQ for holding up his hand at the end of the race right there. Some say he was showboating, others say he was simply celebrating. State athletics leaders discussed the team's appeal of the decision yesterday, and they overturned it, naming Brown the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champions.
Charlotte city leaders are considering a new rule that would criminalize street vending for repeat violators. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has details on the proposal as complaints continue to come in.
6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA came with mixed feelings. After ending in February, the Charlotte Safety Committee has been trying to figure out how to implement the program citywide.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And we are receiving, the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
While the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas, it didn't come without any problems. Officials say despite issuing fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble and no one is paying up.
Here in Charlotte, we're struggling with the perception and the reality of petty nuances impacting quality of life. Throughout the city, and I think a wide variety of our ordinance need stronger teeth to them.
Ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and collect data on numbers of citations and rule breakers, plus who's paying the fines.
Without data, it's hard to evaluate whether our implementation, whether this citywide regulation works or not. We need data.
This goes before a full council before anything becomes official. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Coming up on 6:09 here, keeping an eye on our dense fog advisory up for Ashe County this morning. Haven't seen an abundant amount of dense fog, but holding on to temperatures, dew points so close to each other that fog is possible to develop. 8 miles visibility for Statesville. We're down to 5 miles for Rock Hill, 6 miles Lancaster. Everywhere else, though, mostly clear, not seeing any major impacts when it comes to limited visibility as high pressure continues to grow and dominate over parts of the Midwest. That pulls into the Ohio Valley region, giving us winds out of the north-northeast. Water vapor satellite imagery still showing the lack of moisture here over the Carolinas from Tennessee into parts of North and South Carolina. Drought conditions continue. We'll get an update here on Thursday as to the level 3, level 4 out of 5. We still combat the dry conditions here around the Carolinas, while our tropical outlook looks nice and quiet, not seeing anything developing out over the Atlantic or in the Caribbean Sea as of right now. Radar is dry and quiet to start this Wednesday morning. Looking at low-end rain chances ramping up second half of the weekend into early next week. We'll break down our full forecast for the second half of the work week coming up in the next 10 minutes. For now, though, just after 6 a.m., let's get you out there on the roadways. Jason?
Let's get out there, and you might need a light little jacket or the seat heaters on like Annie and Ted did. No judgment here. You do whatever you want to do. All right, we're looking at shots here. This is I-85 Sam Wilson outside our studios in West Charlotte. A lot of construction going on, but Joan and I were just looking at, we got some nice sunrise shots happening from around the Crown, courtesy of NCDOT. As we look at our pinpoint traffic map, this is crazy. Look at this. I hope it stays this way. Don't want to jinx it, but we are an hour away from rush hour officially starting. But 485 inner and outer loop, 85 Interstate 77 north and south, inbound Independence, all looking good this morning. Let's start up north near Lake Norman. Boy, it's going to be a gorgeous sunrise going across the water this morning, coming down out of Iredell County between Mooresville and Davidson. Up further down, we've got 77 at 485 in the south part of the city, watching that sunrise there. Good looking shot. 85 at Billy Graham, a lot of traffic moving along and exiting off the freeway there to maybe get near the airport off Billy Graham. A little bit of a stuttery shot there. We'll go past that one. Here is the state line, South Carolina state line down near Carowinds. Look at that sunrise and the Queen City skyline, the silhouette right at the top of the screen. That is beautiful. Let's go east to inbound Independence at the sun starting to bounce off those buildings in the top left corner. Love it. If you're headed to the airport this morning, great time to get out there now. Just go early, right? Find a place, sit down, read a book, drink some coffee. You don't want to be rushed on the way there. Every direction is under half an hour, whether you're coming up from Rock Hill, down from Lake Norman, or right in the heart of Uptown. We'll give you another snapshot of your pinpoint traffic coming up at 6:30. Annie?
Food banks are feeling the pinch as rising gas prices impact their next deliveries. The difficult decisions organizations are making to help feed families. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. Beautiful sunrise over Charlotte Motor Speedway.
President Trump is naming federal housing finance director Bill Pulte to be the acting director of national intelligence. Pulte will replace Tulsi Gabbard, who resigned last month. The president made the announcement on Truth Social, saying that he understands, quote, sensitive matters in America. Over the past year, he helped lead the administration's campaign against Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. He's also pushed for criminal investigations into several of the president's political adversaries. There is mixed reaction to the choice on Capitol Hill, with some Republicans even expressing reservations, while Democrats voiced their concerns.
Your nomination will be considered on the merits. I will examine his qualifications.
A guy who can file such baseless, political, and outrageous charges against political office holders he doesn't like can't be entrusted to protect our national security.
If Pulte is nominated to replace Gabbard, he would need to be confirmed by the Senate.
Food banks are feeling the strain of higher prices as they look to help people unable to pay for their meals. Organizers say the strain is coming from the higher gas and diesel prices that impact how they get the things they need. That's forcing some of them to make the difficult decision of either limiting the quality of food they get or cutting the amount they give away. According to Feeding America, 1 in 7 people in North Carolina face food insecurity. That statistic is the same in South Carolina. Federally, 10% of households report having problems getting enough food to feed their family. That's up 6% since 2020. Our reporting partners at News Nation spoke with food economists to get a better idea of what these numbers mean for the long run.
I mean, these are very concerning numbers, and it's really reflecting the affordability pressures that many households are experiencing, especially when it comes to food. Food prices today are 3.2% higher than they were a year ago. That's from the government's data. But when we look more longer term, since before the pandemic, food prices have increased more than 30%. And that's a pretty significant increase. And that's really what consumers are reacting to.
Experts warn while the conflict in Iran worsens problems, they likely won't end until the war does. The market will still need time to rebound even after the fighting ends.
2026 is already a landmark year for meteor sightings.
Yeah, the weekend explosion of a space rock over New England has some people looking for possible fragments.
But as Kate McNeil reports, an experienced meteorite hunter says it will not be easy.
With a meteor this large, the explosion we heard on Saturday would have likely dropped meteorite fragments as a result of the powerful breakup of the space rock. The trouble is, if you're looking for them, they're at least 100 feet underwater. NASA released updated information Monday evening, refining some of the statistics regarding Saturday's fireball. The meteor is now estimated to be about 5 feet in diameter with a weight of 5.6 metric tons, or approximately 12,300 pounds. This would be around the same weight as an African elephant. The meteor traveled through the atmosphere northwest to southeast for 26 miles before exploding 31 miles above the Cape Cod Bay, with a force of 220 tons of TNT producing a meteorite fall. Robert Lunsford from the American Meteor Society said if you did happen to have the equipment to search the bottom of the bay, there are some features you should look out for.
Most meteorites are found because they look totally different from any of their normal rocks. It looked like a lump of charcoal because it's been singed as it came through the atmosphere. And if you take that black away from it, then you can see the inners of be it metal, be it stone.
Meteorite hunter Roberto Vargas, based out of Bristol, Connecticut, has a vast collection of meteorite specimens and said he was disappointed that the falling from this event was over the ocean, since it was a larger meteor. He said finding any stones would require a very careful and potentially lengthy process.
I think the best chances of success would be some kind of ROV that could, a submersible drone that could go down there, scan, find something, and then have a diver go down and retrieve it.
And Vargas says if you see a fireball, to report it to the American Meteor Society right away, which may help enthusiasts or meteorite hunters pinpoint potential meteorite locations a lot quicker.
I mean, that's crazy. We were just talking to one of our executive producers saying that felt a similar blast, maybe even the same day in South Carolina. Ted, is that something that large coming from space can be felt from New England all the way down to the Carolinas?
I don't doubt it. I just don't want to glaze over the fact that the guy's job title is meteorite hunter. Like, what?
Meteorite hunter?
That's a career?
It is.
Maybe a hobby.
You can
Yeah.
you can hunt anything if you try hard
That's
enough.
it.
You can look for anything, Ted.
Doesn't mean you'll find it.
Yes.
It
That's what I
doesn't
wanna
mean you'll
hunt
find it. There's that part too. But for today, yeah, we have clear skies for any impacts that might stretch from the northeast into the south. We aren't going to have anything that's going to get in the way of some stargazing this evening as well, with north winds coming into play 3 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 50s, just 1 degree off the dew points as we have a good vantage point of the Queen City from our Independence Boulevard camera. Low to mid 50s, Rock Hill into Charlotte. We're looking at upper 40s, low 50s, I-40 corridor, 40s, Boone and Jefferson. Today's highs land in the low 80s with mid 80s Albemarle, Rockingham, low 70s Boone and Jefferson for our mountain counties. That warmth, that heat stretches out west. The deep south looking at low 90s Dallas, low 80s Little Rock. We're at 90 degrees for your afternoon highs. Salt Lake City with triple digits, Las Vegas and Phoenix heading into this afternoon. So warm and above normal temperatures out west towards the west coast into our central plains through the Rockies. High pressure gives us those below normal temperatures for the southeast and the eastern United States through the mid-Atlantic. Clear skies dominating with that moisture well off to our south along our Gulf states heading into Florida, while we have that sunshine to our north. So clear for this Wednesday. Not going to see much even in the way of cloud cover for your afternoon and evening. Overnight we'll get chilly again, dropping down into the 50s, rebounding into the mid 80s Thursday afternoon as we keep sunshine dominating heading into the end of the work week. Our overnight lows settle into the mid 50s heading into your early morning hours, low 50s mountain counties. So another cool start to your day on Thursday. We'll still rebound to just above normal, getting in the mid 80s Thursday. Sunshine dominates. I'm looking at near 90 degrees for the end of the work week, start of the weekend. Rain chances roll back in heading into your early next week. We'll keep a close eye on that here as that weekend approaches. Annie?
Well, the man known for several hit Disney songs has passed away. Peabo Bryson was not only known for songs for animated movies like Aladdin right there, the Grammy-winning tenor was also known for songs like Feel the Fire and Can You Stop the Rain. No cause of death was given yet, but Bryson's family announced Sunday that he had suffered a stroke. The entertainer had suffered a heart attack back in 2019 as well. Bryson was 75 years old. Welcome back. It is summer music festival time, and they are, of course, big business. And construction of data centers in the U.S. is falling behind expectations. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Annie. Good morning. Futures are pointing lower this morning, but then again, we were yesterday at this time too. We ended up closing higher. In fact, the S&P 500 closed above 7,600 for the first time ever. Dow added more than 200 points. Well, America's data center build-out is falling behind schedule. Supply chain backlogs, permitting fights, and availability of power supplies are among the issues that have caused the construction of data centers to fall behind the targeted timelines, with the gap growing wider in the past few months. Now, analysts and power industry experts tell the Wall Street Journal that Google's strategy of securing its own sources of generation and investing in the ability to shift computing loads to follow power supply could allow it to get its data centers connected to the grid faster. And music festivals are booming globally. The industry was worth an estimated $3.8 billion last year and is forecast to hit $30 billion by 2035, according to Global Growth Insights. Now, festivals also huge economic boost for the host cities. They generate all kinds of revenue for hotels and restaurants and bars. Summerfest in Milwaukee is the largest multi-day music festival in the world. It runs 9 days and attracts 800,000 visitors.
Who would have thought, Jane? And you know what? New York has the Governor's Ball coming up this weekend.
That's right.
In case you want to go with the kids. You know, I know that's your scene.
I know.
So.
I know. Well, the kids have wanted to go to that in the past. I don't think they've ever gone. I haven't heard them talk about it yet. So
all right.
Maybe
Well,
I'll keep it on
this
the
year
down
might
low.
be the year. That runs Friday through Sunday. So get your, I don't know, what do kids wear to festivals? Boots. I don't know. It might get muddy out there.
Yeah.
All right, Jane, thank you so much. Before I date myself here, we'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. We're heading to a break. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Temperatures cooler to kick off this Wednesday morning, but we have a warmer finish on the way. Clear skies as well. We'll break down your forecast on this crisp, cool and refreshing morning coming up.
Pushing back against data centers at the local and the state level. How North Carolina lawmakers are working to make sure that neighbors don't have to pay the price of the controversial facility's high utility bills.
And the Secretary of State facing questions from Congress for the first time since the start of the war in Iran. What he had to say on Capitol Hill about the conflict.
6:30 on your Wednesday. Good morning, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is meteorologist Ted Payton that says when you walk outside, you can choose to get a jacket if you want, turn on the seat heaters. It is cool, and I don't think we're going to have too many mornings left.
No.
Yeah.
The rest of the summer that are going to be like this.
Yeah, soak it up. This that other side of the pillow type.
Oh,
forecast.
now we're talking.
That extra 2 ice cubes in your lemonade type forecast.
Oh, okay. What else? One more. You got one more?
That's like a nice fresh breeze at 3 o'clock in the afternoon with sunshine on
There
your
it is.
face.
Okay.
There it is.
Sign me up.
Yeah, we're going to enjoy today. We're going to stay mostly clear, mostly sunny, and even heading out the door today, as long as you're dressed appropriately, a nice, pleasant morning. North winds coming in at 3 miles per hour. Temperatures 53 degrees, low 50s dew points. So we still have those temperatures and dew points butted up close to each other, but haven't seen that abundant amount of fog, at least around the Queen City. We do have a dense fog advisory for Ashe County lasting until 9 a.m. Sunshine dominating now as we still sit anywhere from 7 to 11 to even 13, 14 to 16 degrees cooler than where we were yesterday. All through our Carolinas, looking at those low to mid 50s, more in the way of the upper 40s, low 50s, I-40 corridor, low 40s in our mountain counties. Wouldn't be surprised to see Boone dip into the upper 30s briefly before turning things around heading into this afternoon. Sunshine gets us in the upper 60s, even low 70s, late morning hours, lunchtime in the mid 70s. Highs land in the low 80s, slightly below normal for this time of year, but still warm by any stretch. A nice, pleasant, mostly sunny day with north-northeast winds 3 to 8 miles per hour. We'll drop down into the 50s overnight into your early morning hours, so another cool start to your Thursday. We'll have those mid 80s closer to normal for the afternoon, upper 80s near 90 degrees settle in through the weekend. That's where the heat comes into play for your Saturday and Sunday. Rain chances arrive Monday of next week. Our pollen count will stubbornly hold strong at that medium range. Grasses, walnut, oak, those are the top allergens to watch out for. Mountain counties follow the same pattern, warming up after a foggy start. Looking at upper 70s near 80 degrees as we approach the weekend. I'll break down more of our overall setup and what to expect with another check of your forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. But for now, 6:33, let's get you out there on the roadways. Jason.
All right, Ted, listen, we're going to tag team on that sunshine that you're talking about. Cool, crisp morning. It's a cool start if you're out there on the roads this morning. Listen, if you're coming in from the west side of town, you're going to need those sunglasses. That sun will come up and blind you if you're working your way into uptown. This is 85, Sam Wilson in the west part of the city, looking good this morning. We like it. Overall, this is also looking good. We're not having any traffic problems. You can see a little bit of a slowdown out west on 85 North. That's typical. But 485 inner and outer loop, 85, 77 inbound Independence, looking good so far. Here's those drive times. If you are coming in from Gaston County, 20 minutes, that's typical for this time of day. They're always the early starters, getting out there to get the worm before anyone else. Coming out from Lake Norman this morning, look at that sun's right at the very top of the screen, underneath our tidal bar. It'll start inching its way down the interstate over Lake Norman. Man, what just a glorious start to the day. 77 at 485 in the south part of the city, north and south traffic, looking good right there. 85 Billy Graham, a lot of traffic getting off at the Billy Graham exit there near the airport, but all 10 lanes across I-85 looking good. Down at the state line, look at this. Northbound traffic's on the right, headed up from South Carolina into uptown. Look at the top of the screen there. It's like you got to rise in the interstate and then boom, there's the city right at the top. Inbound Independence also looking good on the east side of the city this morning. All 3 lanes. Just don't be distracted by the cell phone. We will give you another traffic update in 30 minutes at 7 o'clock.
The inside lanes of I-277 will be closed for the next 4 months while crews build a new pedestrian bridge in uptown Charlotte. It's being built alongside the Cats Blue Line rail bridge between South Boulevard and South College Street. A 280-foot-long, 16-foot-wide bridge will connect uptown to South End and allow for safe access for bicyclists and pedestrians. Last year, city leaders emphasized the need for a project like this.
We are behind in infrastructure here, and in particularly the infrastructure that allows people to move around our city without a vehicle. And so a bridge like this, which connects two communities together, allows for kids, families to connect with other kids and families on the other side of the bridge to bring a vitality of activity and connectivity.
The entire project is set to be done by 2028.
Charlotte's first responders are getting a pay bump. City council members are adjusting the city's budget plans to allow for firefighters and police officers to get 10% raises. The original budget called for firefighters to only get 7%.
It showed that we were valued across the city.
The decision was a relief for leaders with the Charlotte Firefighters Association like Jordan Hood. They had been in talks with city leaders since December, fighting for pay parity. The city will have to reallocate $4.4 million to make up for the cost. Council members will hold their final budget vote next Monday. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are still working to improve safety in the city. The department released the results of its recent Queen City Safe operation, focusing on areas of Uptown and South End. Officials say they conducted 238 traffic stops, issued 86 citations, and made 18 arrests. Hundreds of grams of drugs and dozens of guns were seized. This is all part of a monthly initiative where different agencies in the city identify hotspot crime locations and collaborate to help make the area safer.
Data centers are bringing billions of dollars in investment to North Carolina, but as the industry grows, so do concerns about its impact on communities' water use and electric bills. As our Shabnam Dinesh tells us, there's a new bill lawmakers say will address those very concerns.
We're not saying don't come. We're putting guardrails on the development of these in response to the consumer, outrage.
As AI drives growth in data centers across North Carolina, state lawmakers say they want to make sure customers aren't left footing the bill. The Ratepayer Protection Act targets large data centers with power demands exceeding 100 megawatts. To put that amount of energy consumption into perspective, that's about the same amount of electricity as a mid-sized city of 100,000 households.
Data centers must contractually cover all new infrastructure and energy costs so they don't shift them to ratepayers. The bill also blocks foreign adversary ownership, prohibits eminent domain, and ends new local taxpayer incentives.
The bill would also require environmental reviews, noise studies, and restrict certain water-intensive cooling systems.
A large data center uses somewhere between 1 million and 5 million gallons a day of fresh water.
Trade groups warn the bill could make North Carolina less attractive for future investment.
Electricity costs are among the top 3 concerns in industry, considering whether they locate or relocate in a state.
And that many smaller communities view data center projects as opportunities, not problems.
These investments often occur in rural communities seeking jobs, tax-based growth, and infrastructure investment.
That was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. The bill passed the Rules Committee yesterday. It now heads to the House for a vote next.
New this morning, 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pentley was fired on Tuesday, just one day after recent comments about the new editor-in-chief, Barry Weiss. Pentley said Weiss was, quote, murdering the show and accused its new producer of having slender qualifications for the job. He also took aim at the show's management and new executive producer, Nick Bilton, who was handpicked by Weiss despite having no traditional broadcast news experience. Pentley said in a statement that 60 Minutes has, quote, lost its DNA under new management. He accused them of asking him to inject falsehoods and bias into his work. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is facing tough questions from lawmakers for the first time since the war in Iran began. Senate Democrats are sharing their concerns about the conflict and its cost and presidential authority. As Rashad Hudson reports, Rubio is focusing on America's edge in the war.
4 months into the war, the administration is defending its strategy. It comes as lawmakers here on Capitol Hill are demanding answers about the cost and Congress's role in this conflict. Protesters greeted Secretary of State Marco Rubio outside of a Senate hearing Tuesday. Rubio lies! But inside, Rubio delivered the administration's most extensive defense yet of the war with Iran.
was highly successful in achieving its military objectives.
Democrats challenged Rubio on whether President Trump should have sought congressional approval before ordering military action.
Let's face it, Mr. Secretary, the Trump foreign policy has become a dumpster fire.
Rubio pushed back, saying the administration is keeping pressure on Iran while pursuing diplomatic options.
We are in talks, and I say talks because talks with Iran are not like talks with Switzerland, okay? They're very different.
As the war enters its 4th month, lawmakers also raised concerns about the economic toll at home.
Why is gas up $1.50?
Democrats argue the conflict is diverting resources from other priorities.
In just 14 weeks, President Trump will have blown through as much, if not more, money in Iran than he thinks Congress should spend on U.S. diplomacy for the entirety of the next fiscal year.
Republicans countered that the war has left Iran in a weaker position.
Iran is weaker, poorer, and more isolated than it's been in decades.
And today's hearing highlights just how deeply divided Congress is on this war with Iran. Meanwhile, the administration insists its strategy is working. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
The Canes are Stanley Cup Finals run on their back foot. We'll have a recap of last night's game and what the team needs to do to move forward. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. All right, the Carolina Hurricanes are starting the Stanley Cup Finals behind.
That's right, and the Panthers are trying to manage their workload.
Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis is following those stories and more in your morning sports.
Well, heading into Tuesday night's Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, the Carolina Hurricanes had not yet trailed at any point throughout the postseason in any series, but they will now be facing a bit of an uphill battle after a backbreaking 5-4 loss at their place. Let's just show you how Vegas stole one in Game 1. Lenovo Center was on full tilt for this one. It's a long time coming for this crowd. They did not have to wait a long time at all, though, for the game's first goal. Jalen Chatfield puts it off the boards to Nikolai Ehlers, who wins the foot race and puts home his 5th of the playoffs just 25 seconds in. Take another look. What a way to start there. Raleigh was absolutely jumping. And then just 12 minutes later, I should say, Canes back to it off a Vegas turnover. What a feed from Chatfield. Ehlers again, 2 goals in the period. Canes were up 2-0. Raleigh was on fire, but Vegas, pretty good job not getting ran out of the building. Shea Theodore, Freddie Anderson never even saw it. The Canes were protecting a 2-1 lead after 20. Second period, Ivan Barbachev tied it 30 seconds in. William Karlsson gave his team his first lead of the Stanley Cup Finals, second on the postseason on a butte from Mitch Marner. All of a sudden, the air was out of the building, and Canes got it back, though, a short time later. Jordan Staal won a cup with Pittsburgh in 09, looking for his second. That's his third on the postseason. But Vegas regained the lead early in the third period. Brett Howden's been having a monster playoffs. 11th of the postseason there. Back and forth we went. It's 4-3 Knights. But just a few minutes later now, under 9 to go. It's an offensive zone face-off for the Canes. Puck's just going to find Shane Gostisbehere, and he just does the rest, blasts home the tying goal. It's the third of the playoffs. Tied at 4, looking like we might have overtime until Vegas would strike back. Tomas Hertl, just a hell of a pass from Colton Sissons. It's the 4th of the playoffs. That's your game winner, a backbreaker in Raleigh in Game 1. Vegas steals Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals on the road, 5-4. In a heck of a ball game. But shifting gears now to the NFL, where if you've been following Panthers OTAs through social media or here at Queen City News, no need to be alarmed about some of the absences or precautionary measures that we've been seeing. And for the second viewable practice to media on Tuesday, no Tedero McMillan, Robert Hunt, and Pat Jones were seen working off to the side. Jalen Phillips, the newly acquired edge, was the newest Panther, doing some bike work most of the day. And for the second straight week, Trevin Wallace in a non-contact jersey. But Dave Canales says no need to worry. It's all part of his early plan.
The rest day, we have him on a good rhythm of, loading him up, getting some good work, and then just making sure we back off and continue to increase his load. Similar with Jalen Phillips, Pat Jones, 2 other guys that we just were like, okay, in the scope of a week and how much volume we got yesterday. We got some really good work yesterday. We just had them take vet days today. They were working on the side, engaged in the huddle and all that, getting some conditioning. Even in this time of year, it's a lot of movement, it's a lot of speed out there, and we just try to be smart with certain guys and make sure that their rhythms are right.
Well, we got a follow-up from Tuesday afternoon from the Charlotte-based track team who made national headlines. Mallard Creek's high school track team is now co-state champions. Just 2 weeks ago, Mallard Creek's Nyan Brown raised his hand after winning the 4x400 that would have secured a 5th straight team title for the Mavericks. A referee disqualified him, saying he was taunting, giving the title to C.E. Jordan. But the appeals board met on Tuesday, agreeing that Mallard Creek should be awarded a share of the state title, as well as a share of the championship for the 4x400. State Athletics Commissioner Q. Tucker said in a statement they are pleased that these student athletes involved can be recognized. It's CSL, Carolina Sports Live, taking its talents to the world stage. During the World Cup, we are proud to present CSL Extra Time. We'll put a pause on our daily 11 o'clock nightly show to bring you some Carolina Sports Live before, during, or even after the biggest games during the biggest tournament in the world. CSL Extra Time starts next Thursday at 5:30 and then next Friday at noon as we gear up for a very, very busy month and a half of international soccer going on all across the world. And in terms of staying a little bit closer to home here, Carolina Hurricanes, we will hear from Rod Brindamore and company how the Canes bounce back and now head into what could be a very crucial and pivotal Game 2 in Raleigh Thursday night. We got it all coming up tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
Here is our mayor's order repealing kids' bedtimes for the Knicks finals run.
New York City's mayor signed a mock executive order and he got help from some little friends. Zohran Mamdani's order repealed bedtime for children in the city to stay up late to watch the 2026 NBA Finals, with all the games in the finals set to tip off at 8:30 p.m. Mamdani threw his support behind the city's youngsters to support the Knicks. Mamdani invited children to leave their handprints on the document. The San Antonio Spurs host the Knicks in Game 1 of the finals tonight at 8:30. The Knicks are playing in the finals for the first time since 1999, well before those children were probably even thought of.
Yeah.
At that time they lost against, go figure, the Spurs.
I love when entire cities get behind whatever their
too.
sports team
Yeah.
is, whether it's football, basketball, hockey. I mean, we got Raleigh and North Carolina and the Canes. I saw the other day they were painting the handrails in the New York City subways.
Okay.
I like that.
Blue and orange.
Oh, yeah.
Alternate, like all over the city. Like
I
I
think-
love that they're doing this.
And the Metro cards, I think, said Knicks, but kind of in, the circles where you have like the A line, the B line.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
cool. But I can tell you a lot of parents are like, gosh darn it, you just gave them
Thanks a lot.
permission. You gave them the out to stay up late.
Yeah. All those kids that are watching
All those
the
kids are
news.
like, but
Yeah.
the mayor said so.
Yeah, the mayor
Mayor
said
said
so.
so.
I'm sure those kids listen to the mayor.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And let the record show, now the kids have a later bedtime than we do.
Yeah,
That is so true.
that's
That is
true.
I think kids already have a later bedtime than we do, Jen.
They do.
That is a fact.
Maybe the same.
Yeah. Well, we wake up early enough to see this beautiful sunrise
That's
that's
right.
underway right now over Spectrum Center, getting the sun down here on the Queen City. We have north winds at 3 miles per hour, temperatures in the low 50s. Dew points not too far off from that. We don't have the abundant amount of fog right now, but there is some areas of fog that could still take hold up towards our mountain counties. I mentioned upper 30s for Boone, and there we go, hitting 39 degrees. Mid 40s for Jefferson this morning, so a little bit on the chilly and cold side for our mountain counties with those upper 40s, low 50s, I-40 corridor, mid 50s in and around uptown. Highs still aim for what will be the low 80s today. Charlotte into Monroe, upper 70s, low 80s, I-40 corridor, low 70s Boone and Jefferson. I'm thinking that heat extends further out west, 90s towards Dallas. We're looking at triple digits, Phoenix and Las Vegas, more of those 80s up through the Dakotas, matching what we'll be feeling here close to home, but still above normal for the orange, stretching out towards the west coast. We'll be below normal, slightly below normal with those low 80s on tap today. High pressure building out of the north, giving us those north winds, a little bit of those clear skies overhead before we settle into what will be a mostly dry afternoon as sunshine continues to dominate heading into the peak heating hours. Clouds and radar showing some partly cloudy skies trying to roll in, but still mostly dry. Not too concerned about any impacts as we head into your overnight hours, and early on Thursday, we're going to have those sunny skies dominate for the second half of the work week as well. Lows tonight settle in the mid 50s, low 50s in our mountain counties. Still seeing a relatively cool start to your morning heading into your Thursday, rebounding into what will be those upper 80s near 90 degrees, settling into the start of the weekend. Rain chances return early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
For National Dog Bite Awareness Month, the USPS, the Postal Service, is sharing where dog attacks on mail carriers happen the most. The report says there were more than 5,000 dog attacks on Postal Service workers last year. California had the most, with 673. Texas was second with 358, maybe because those are the two largest states in the country. Ohio third, right behind them with 287 incidents. Los Angeles, Dallas, Denver, they were the three cities with the highest number of incidents. The Carolinas, if you're curious, they were not listed in the top 10 states, thankfully, or even the top 25 cities. A black bear is on the loose in northern Japan after attacking 4 people. The harrowing ordeal, all caught on camera at the Fukushima Steelworks company, where the bear is seen chasing an employee. Look at this, chasing him around the entrance. As the man tries to run, the bear throws him to the ground. Holy cow, the animal then made its way into the factory where it injured another employee. Their injuries said to be minor, but local officials said the bear then apparently wandered into a neighborhood, injuring an elderly woman. Then it attacked a man at another company where the bear is believed to be holed up as of now. Police are reportedly working at local schools as a precaution.
Just give him the picnic basket.
Just give him the picnic basket.
Throw it.
Man, do they even know about Yogi Bear over in Japan? I don't know. All right, we're going to take a break. You're watching Queen City News. Happy Wednesday. Sun is shining over Monroe. We'll be back.
Really showed that we were valued across the city.
Pay parity for Charlotte's police officers and firefighters, the push for higher salaries, and what that means for taxpayers.
You could clearly see there was major safety issues.
A whistleblower's claims of compromised safety at Silfab Solar. His lawsuit against the controversial Fort Mill solar panel manufacturer.
Plus, the first phase of an essential bridge project in Charlotte begins today. The impacts drivers should expect over the next few months.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 7 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News this beautiful Wednesday morning. I'm Jason Harper.
And I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sidor.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Lots of sunshine out there. We're a little bit on the cool side. We even hit the upper 30s for Boone this morning. But don't worry about a thing. We're going to be bouncing that back up.
Mother Nature's going to remind everyone it's June. It's June.
It's June.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to warm up. This is just the start of a warming trend that will get us in the upper 80s, near 90 degrees come Friday and Saturday. So some of that heat moves in for the weekend, but I'll take today, nice and pleasant, slightly below normal for this time of year.
Okay, any chance of any pop-up rain showers?
I think we're good to go now.
Okay.
Yeah, that moisture pushed out yesterday. Some stubborn rain sticking around for your Tuesday. Heading into your Wednesday, we are going to hold on to more of the those dry and clear conditions with more of that sunshine dominating here heading into your afternoon. So right now we have a sunny look for Monroe into your I-85. I-85 is also moving at speed limit pace. Independence Boulevard. Tower camera coming out of West Charlotte, not looking too bad this morning as we hold on to those sunny skies here over the Queen City. North winds, northwest, anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid 50s for our Queen City. Dew points 1 degree to 2 degrees off of that. I'm looking at an 11 to 13 degree cooler start to your morning compared to where we were this time yesterday. So we have those mid 40s, Charlotte into Monroe, mid 40s for Boone and Jefferson. So starting to warm up now that the sun's up, dominating, getting us into those 70s by your late morning, early afternoon. I'm thinking highs land in what will be the low 80s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Northeast winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. We'll again have that warmth and that sunshine. I'll break down more of what to expect with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Mecklenburg County Commissioners have set their budget for the next fiscal year at $2.6 billion.
Yeah, the spending plan includes a pay bump for public employees without raising property taxes.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Uptown with a closer look at how the money will be distributed. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We know that this upcoming budget is about 2% or $46 million larger than what the county is currently operating on. Now, taxpayers will not see that property tax increase as residents already went ahead and paid one with last year's budget when it went into place. Now, however, the employees of the county, there's about 6,500 of them serving the 1.2 million people who live in Mecklenburg County. They will be seeing a pay increase starting July 1st. Across the board, there's going to be 3% increases. They'll also get a $500 one-time supplement to help offset the cost of rising inflation. Now, this is the first budget for our county manager, Mike Bryant, who stepped into the role just this past summer, and he highlighted one of the board's top priorities, education, and the nearly $34 million in new funding for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, Central Piedmont Community College, and the county library system.
We cannot talk about enhancing our strengthening our quality of life efforts without major investments in local education. Education remains a key cornerstone for the quality of life ecosystem we're building. It is the engine for opportunity. The county cannot afford to divest from our local school system.
And during the budgeting process, county commissioners also debated how much more to invest in public safety. We'll take a closer look at the arguments and the final results of them coming up in our next hour. Reporting live in Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Union County Commissioners will be holding a special meeting with school board members today to discuss the district's budget. School officials passed their 2027 spending plan last month. They say the district is facing a $10 million shortfall because of decreased enrollment. The proposed county budget contains more money for the district. The 6:30 p.m. meeting will be held at the Agricultural Conference Center in Monroe.
Charlotte's first responders are getting a pay bump. City leaders are budgeting for raises for police officers and firefighters in a move for parity in what they earn. Charlotte City Council members are adjusting the city's budget plans to allow firefighters and police officers to both get 10% raises. Now, the original budget called for firefighters to only get 7% raises and for CMPD officers to get 10%. Ultimately, though, City Council members decided to make them even, and Charlotte firefighters are thankful for it. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer reports.
I want to start off first by saying, thank you.
That gratitude goes to Charlotte City Council members who, after an hours-long discussion, voted for a 10% pay raise across the board for police and fire.
We've actually accomplished one thing that works. Just one thing. Give yourself a hand. One.
The decision was a relief for leaders with the Charlotte Firefighters Association like Jordan Hood. They've been in talks with city leaders since December, fighting for pay parity.
Really showed that we were valued across the city.
That's the message Councilwoman Dimple Ajmira wanted to send with her vote.
This was never about firefighters versus police. This is about equally rewarding both police and fire for the important work that they do. They both keep our communities safe, and we are grateful for their service.
There were talks of dropping both the fire and police departments down to 7% raises, giving both 10, or meeting somewhere in the middle. Hood hopes the higher than expected paycheck boost will help departments with recruitment and retention in an ever-growing city.
They need to remember that every time they cross the T's and dot the I's on signing on a new building to come into the city, it adds more and more. And it taxes us, no pun intended, but it taxes us more, taxes public safety to the point where we're just going to be, outran and overnumbered.
Again, that was Caroline Boyer reporting the city will have to reallocate $4.4 million to make up for the cost. Council members will hold their final budget vote next Monday.
Leaders say that they are making changes to Mecklenburg County's child welfare program after the death of a child under social services oversight. It stems from the December death of 6-year-old Dominique Moody, who CMPD investigators say was abused by her caretakers for months before she died. North Carolina regulators found multiple failures by DSS in Moody's case and others. Several officials, including the county manager, sheriff, and CMPD chief, have all been called to testify before an oversight committee hearing in Raleigh tomorrow. County officials say they are taking steps to improve accountability, staffing, training, and reporting to police and prosecutors. Last night, county commissioners allotted additional funding for the child welfare program while approving the 2027 budget.
The inside lanes of I-277 will be closed for the next 4 months while crews build a new pedestrian bridge in uptown Charlotte. It's being built alongside the CAT's Blue Line Rail bridge between South Boulevard and South College Streets. The 280-foot long, 16-foot wide bridge will connect uptown to South End and allow for safe access for bicyclists and pedestrians. North Carolina mental health workers will be holding a protest today in Butner. That's a town about 30 miles north of Raleigh. They're calling for state lawmakers to change the state budget to raise their pay to $25 an hour. They're also seeking improvements to their health care plans. Butner is home to 3 state health and human services facilities, a new UNC facility, and state prisons.
Charlotte officials will celebrate the reopening of a North Charlotte fire facility. Firehouse 11 first opened back in 1958, but the outdated building was demolished for a new 2-story, 4-bay structure. The city broke ground on the new firehouse on West 28th Street near Camp North End in March of last year. The ceremony will be at 2 this afternoon. Ted, not a bad day for a reopening ceremony, if I may say so myself.
Yeah, not a bad day at all. We have a dense fog advisory up through Ashe County. That's going to be done well before that. By 9 a.m. that will expire, might even be canceled before that. We have 5 miles visibility for Boone, but everywhere else is mostly clear. Haven't seen that abundant amount of fog despite the temperatures and dew points being 1 degree off of each other. Just not enough moisture in the atmosphere, even though we have, again, is high pressure just sitting off to our north, continuing to give us those north-northeast winds, squeezing that moisture south towards Florida, the panhandle of Florida, into the Sunshine State. We have that dry air over northern Georgia, parts of Tennessee, heading into the Carolinas. Our drought conditions continue, level 3 and 4 out of 5. That's the severe drought in the orange, the extreme drought in the red shading. So continuing to hold on to the lack of moisture in our ground, which we need the rain to come into play. We have had some rounds of rainfall, but the consistent rain helps dig us out of that ditch. We're looking at our moisture over the southeast. We're holding on to that tropical outlook, not seeing much develop in the Atlantic or the Caribbean Sea. Radar is clear as of right now, with again a quiet end to the work week, heading into the weekend. early next week brings back those rain chances. We'll break down more here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Rush hour kicked off 10 minutes ago officially. All right, we're taking you live, I-77 up near Lake Norman. Julian and I have been studying this video from NCDOT in a conundrum. We don't know what's going on. We've been watching a motorcyclist right there against the inside wall in the, I think that's northbound traffic. But so we've got, looks like some type of law enforcement cruiser behind a road truck that's got the arrow to move over. Those are the toll lanes. I don't know if he's broken down, not quite sure what's going on, but it kind of looked like that. But traffic's backed up in all directions because everyone's wanting to stop and look at it just like we are. So we'll keep an eye on and see what's going on, but hopefully this will be flowing freely in the next half hour. All right, overall things aren't too bad. A couple of issues around town, but none of these causing major delays, which is really good. Drive time coming in from Gaston County, a little bit slowed down from Mooresville. Maybe it's because of what we were just looking at down near up near Lake Norman, all around 30 minutes. Coming up from Rock Hill, you're looking at 20 minutes. A beautiful shot here, courtesy of NCDOT. I-77 north and south traffic right going under LaSalle Street. You can see the skyline up to the top there. All directions looking good. Out west near us, look at that sun. Just beaming over I-85 north and south near Sam Wilson Road. A little further out west in Gaston County. Here's Cox Road. It's been slow. Stop and go about 10-50 mile an hour traffic out near Cox Road this morning. At the south part of the city, 77 at 485. Here's 85 at Billy Graham. A lot of people get off that exit to go to the airport. Down at the state line near Carowinds, looking good this morning. We'll give you another snapshot of traffic, and we'll also look at your drive times to the airport coming up at 7:30. Annie?
Well, the midterms are just a couple months away, and some of the top primary races across the country are still counting their ballots. We're taking a look at what we know about those situations so far. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time is 7:14. The man behind a whistleblower lawsuit against Silfab Solar claims he lost his job after speaking up about safety concerns at the controversial Fort Mill business. Those claims predate a pair of chemical leaks at the plant in March. Queen City News reporter David Schumann talked with the worker about his allegations.
You could clearly see there major safety issues.
Jason Rhodes was a quality control technician for Silfab Solar last year, hired before the Fort Mill assembly and manufacturing facility even had working electricity.
No fire extinguishers, no fire suppression at all, doors being zip tied shut, duct tape shut.
Rhodes also says he and his coworkers were in the building without an occupancy permit. He says what was different about Silfab from other jobs he's had was management's indifference when he voiced his concerns.
It's something to just be pushed aside.
Did you feel ignored?
Oh, absolutely.
Rhodes says eventually he felt the right thing to do was contact the York County Fire Marshal. He says that led to an inspection, then a temporary facility shutdown. Rhodes says 2 weeks later, he was let go.
We were trying to do what was right for the company, for the community, and then they kind of turned their back on us.
Now, Rhodes is in the discovery phase of a lawsuit against Silfab in which he claims his firing was retaliation for reporting safety hazards and regulatory violations. The complaint states Silfab was, quote, operating in a manner which endangers employees and the public at large. A Silfab spokesperson denied Rhodes' allegations, saying, "We remain committed to our approximately 700 employees and contributing to the safety and well-being of the Fort Mill community."
It's the upper management and so forth that we've had our issues with. The individuals that are working on the floor there. Like I said, you've got some great people that from the local community, and you know, they all have tried to do the same thing. Yeah. Some of us just have louder voices.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
Silfab Solar is also facing lawsuits from several contractors who claim they haven't been paid for products and services. The company is also appealing a local board's ruling that solar panel manufacturing is not permitted in an area zoned for light industrial use.
Primary season continues to test just how strong the president's endorsement is. In Iowa, it proved not to work. Representative Randy Feenstra was backed by the president to take over as the Republican candidate for governor. However, Zach Lawn took that nomination. Lawn championed policies that appeal to Iowa's conservative grassroots supporters, including a total ban on abortion. Lawn will now face State Auditor Rob Sand, the lone Democrat currently holding statewide office in November. In the race for the Senate, Iowa Democrats are backing State Representative Josh Turek. The Paralympian will take on Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, who's endorsed by President Trump. The seat's currently held by Republican Joni Ernst, who has decided not to run for re-election. Out on the West Coast, we are still waiting for final tallies to come our way. The one race that hasn't been decided is who will replace Governor Gavin Newsom in California. Two Democrats, Xavier Becerra and Tom Steyer, both running against one Republican, Trump-endorsed Steve Hilton. All three have largely separated themselves from a crowded race. It's currently too close to call. The top two candidates from the primary will then advance to the general election regardless of party. Another race being closely watched is the mayor race in Los Angeles. The Associated Press has already called it that incumbent Karen Bass will be moving on to November. Although the primary race is nonpartisan, Bass has served in Congress as a Democrat. The real question is who she'll be facing. Republican and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt has made headlines in his run for office and is currently second as results are being tallied. City Councilwoman Nithya Raman is not far behind.
New this morning, the Trump administration has hired a convicted January 6th rioter to work in the Pentagon's office that oversees sensitive special operations and irregular warfare matters. Elias Irizarry was 19 when he participated in the attack on the U.S. Capitol in 2021. He was appointed to a position within the Defense Department's Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict Office. The office performs oversight of the employment of special operations forces in counterterrorism and more. The FBI identified Irizarry through security footage as he entered the Capitol through a broken window. He was sentenced to 14 days in prison in 2023. According to the Washington Post, Irizarry said, quote, January 6th represented something truly horrible, end quote. The Pentagon says he is a qualified, patriotic young professional. 7:19, let's get a check of our pinpoint forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, a beautiful start to the day, not a cloud in the sky as we look at uptown. A little bit cooler today, you say?
Yeah, a little bit cooler heading out the door this morning. Temperatures in the 50s to start. Might need the light jackets. Northwest winds coming in at 5 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 50s. Still seeing the Queen City in the distance. Now that the sun's up, it's going to get to work helping us warm up through the afternoon. Low to mid 50s, Charlotte, Monroe. We're looking at upper 40s, low 50s, I-40 corridor. Low to mid 40s up through Boone and Jefferson in our mountain counties, holding on to some of those cooler temperatures before we ramp up into the low 70s later this afternoon. So big swing in our temperatures from our overnight lows to our afternoon highs. That's what dry air does. It actually warms up effectively, which is how we get into the low 80s later on today. I'm looking at that heat extending out towards Dallas, low 90s, Albuquerque, New Mexico in the mid 80s. Still looking at triple digits for Las Vegas and Phoenix with 70s for the West Coast, which is actually going to be above normal for this time of year. Orange on your map from the West Coast into our Rockies and the Central Plains and into parts of the Midwest, looking at above normal temperatures while we sit slightly below normal for the Carolinas and much of the East Coast. That stationary front and cold front well off to our south, keeping that moisture over Louisiana into the panhandle of Florida. High pressure to our north provides those northeast winds that have been locked in for your Wednesday, which will stay relatively light as sunshine dominates heading into your peak heating hours. Thursday ushers in more of the same, a cool start, warm finish, sunny skies as we rebound into the mid 80s. Warming trend through the second half of the work week gets us into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees come Friday. We'll still have a cool and chilly overnight, low 50s mountain counties, mid 50s Charlotte. I'm expecting those 50s to turn into those mid 80s heading into Thursday afternoon. Warm up gets us into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees, approaching your weekend heading into early next week. Rain chances move back in heading into Monday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. As we count down to America 250, we also learn more about our past. History tells us that it takes a village to raise a nation. The Kings Mountain Historical Museum introduces us to people who are largely overlooked. Women on the Edge of War sheds light on the heroines of the American Revolution. They played key roles as spies, messengers, and even scouts.
Their impact played heavy parts in these battles and skirmishes during this time of the American Revolutionary War, as well as here in the Carolina Piedmont.
We'll find out these determined women. Watch our Spirit of America 250 series on Queen City News tonight at 10.
If you've ever lost your favorite lip gloss in the back of an Uber, oh, I cannot tell you how many times I've done that. Oh, man, listen, you're not alone. But it's also not the weirdest thing that riders have left behind. Uber just released its 2026 Lost and Found Index. Some of the most unique items include a dishwasher. Okay, hospital discharge papers, pelvis implants.
Come on now.
Thank you very much. A package of live butterflies and 20 pounds of duck sausage. The most common lost items, phones, wallets, probably chargers. The most forgettable city is New York. And the most common day of the week.
Forgetful.
Forgetful.
You're not going to forget New
forgettable?
York City.
Forgettable. Forget about it.
Forget about it. Hey, leave it in the Uber. All right, most common day of the year for leaving your stuff behind is Sunday.
Yeah.
Now, are we talking Sunday during the day, or are we talking like Sunday 2 a.m. on Sunday?
So with this report, it kind of both. They say that Sunday scaries, and you know, when you go out for your Sunday brunch, maybe you had too many mimosas. There were lots of shoes left behind, including some expensive ones. There was a single Christian Louboutin left behind.
Oh, not the one.
Yeah, just one.
There's a Cinderella out there just waiting for that.
That's exactly right.
A drunk Cinderella.
A drunk Cinderella.
Probably
looking
hungover,
for her
actually.
red bottom.
Man, oh man.
I've never left anything.
I was going to say, have you guys ever left?
I don't think so.
I mean, like, I've for a second left a phone, then remembered to me, like, oh, wait.
Yeah, like you knock on the door.
I don't ever left anything in there. Who's taking live butterflies around?
There are so many things on this list that I have questions about.
What is it?
20 pounds of duck sausage?
Yeah.
That's a lot of duck sausage. How do you
the refrigerator? Or
the
dishwasher?
See, that actually
Where'd it
makes
fit?
sense
How?
because it's probably in the trunk.
But
You can't put a dishwasher in the trunk.
If you purchased it,
Yeah.
how are you going to forget that you have a dishwasher?
That's the whole reason that you're in the
"All right,
Uber.
Thank you. You get into your house.
Oh,
honey, where's the
Oh, darn it. I left it in the oobs.
Oh, well.
I don't know that person's going to be in my friend circle. I got a lot of questions. I'm just saying. Just saying. All right, listen, almost 7:30. A beautiful start to this hump day. Thank you for watching. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
A Concord man killed while trying to protect his daughter. What we know about the deadly domestic shooting that has neighbors on edge.
The Trump administration is launching an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. We're going to see how it stems from a debate between district leaders over the bathrooms used by transgender students.
And the decision is in the new ruling after a controversial disqualification cost Mallard Creek's track team a state title.
7:30, happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. A beautiful start to this hump day. If you have not stepped outside, you should. Maybe you even need a light coat, a light jacket maybe, or seat heaters. I know you and Ted both.
Yes, I did.
Both did the same thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. No judge-free zone here, Ted.
Go.
Let's
Glad
enjoy
to
it while it lasts.
Yeah, let's enjoy it while we have it because of those cooler temperatures. Clear start to your morning. Might need a light jacket. Even one of those mornings, folks, dealer's choice, whether it's the hot coffee or the iced coffee. I'll see which one you pick. But as we get into the afternoon, might lean more towards the iced coffee with those 80s heading in our direction. Mostly sunny skies, Carolina blue skies over our Arlington camera. Still seeing that clear start to your morning as those northwest winds come in at about 5 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid 50s. There's the Queen City in the distance. Anywhere from the 5 to 9 to even 13 and 14 degree difference on the cooler side this morning compared to where we were 24 hours ago. You feel the colder start. Low to mid 50s around Charlotte, low 40s Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at your day planner hosting plenty of sunshine as we climb into what will be the upper 70s, low 80s as we approach the peak heating hours of the day. That lands just a few degrees shy of normal for this time of year. North-northeast winds will settle in anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. I'm looking at a pleasant afternoon. Overnight lows settle into what will be the 50s. Yet again, heading into your Thursday morning, but still rebounding nice and warm. Mid 80s on tap before we warm up into the upper 80s near 90 degrees Friday into Saturday. Average highs this time of year typically land in the mid 80s, so we'll be slightly below that before warming up second half of the work week. Top allergens, grasses, walnut, oak. Your pollen forecast stays medium, so might flare up those allergies a little bit heading into the second half of the work week. Mountain counties still hold on to those upper 70s end of the week into your weekend, near 80 degrees with overnight lows in the 50s and even near 60 degrees as we approach your Saturday and Sunday. For today, starting off on the cooler and chilly side, rebounding in the low 70s with a foggy start to your morning. I'll break down more of your setup for the second half of the work week here with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. We are seeing that sunshine all over the Queen City this morning. Right now, we're going back to, Julian and I were talking about this 20, 30 minutes ago. This is 77 north and south up in Mooresville, right there at Lake Norman. Now, this is on the northbound side. Southbound traffic's on the left. We've got a motorcyclist has been there up against the wall for at least 45 minutes. Don't know if it's disabled, if there was an accident, but he's in the toll lanes. So the good news is the traffic on the right-hand side headed northbound is still moving, even though everyone's slowing down to kind of see what's going on. So hopefully that will get fixed in the next half hour. You can see here this icon over the lake right there. It's because of what's going on with that disabled vehicle and the trooper that's out there with him. But again, traffic north and south should be moving well since it's in the toll lanes. Let's pull out and show you all over the Queen City. Volume picking up from out west, from south, coming up from South Carolina. A couple of incidents sprinkled through the center of the city, none causing major delays, which is good. Drive times, yeah, you're looking coming in from Gaston County, 41 minutes. Let's hope we don't get closer to an hour. We'll check and make sure there's no accidents out west. You're at 40 minutes coming down from Lake Norman, 21 minutes coming up from Rock Hill. Closer to town, slow on 77 southbound, going under LaSalle, trying to work its way into uptown out west by us. 85, all 10 lanes across, looking good in both directions. Let's take you out west. Here's 85 and Cox Road in Gaston County. Okay, that's why it's 41 minutes to get from Gastonia to 485, because you are less than 5 miles an hour. That is stop and go. Here's the interchange right in the heart of uptown. We'll give you another snapshot of traffic. We'll give you drive times to the airport coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Annie?
Charlotte's first responders are getting a pay bump. City council members are adjusting the city's budget plans to allow for firefighters and police officers to get 10% raises. The original budget called for firefighters to only get 7%.
Showed that we were valued across the city.
The decision was a relief for leaders with the Charlotte Firefighters Association like Jordan Hood there. They've been in talks with city leaders since December fighting for pay parity. The city will have to reallocate $4.4 million to make up for the cost. Council members will hold their final budget vote next Monday.
A Concord father is dead and his teenage daughter is in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. Police say the father was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he was shot and killed at home on Bedlington Drive Northwest. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to a neighbor who actually heard the gunshots.
It was a sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in and to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
More than two people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say DeGraffenreid was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing the woman at the center of the viral arrest in Shelby. He and Cherie Moore's family gathered yesterday to address the arrest that has led to Officer Carson Hyder being fired and charged. Video shows Hyder taking Moore to the ground and repeatedly punching her in the head. This all stemmed from Moore allegedly breaking into a home. Hyder has now been charged with misdemeanor assault, but Crump and Moore's family are calling for more accountability.
We want it to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Cherie Moore.
Hyder is out on bond and appeared in court yesterday. His next hearing is set for next month. The State Bureau of Investigations is overseeing the case.
The Trump administration is investigating Cabarrus County schools. Officials with the Department of Education are accusing district leaders of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, it all stems from a local debate over allowing transgender students to use the girls' restroom.
In a release put out Monday, the U.S. Department of Ed said it was celebrating Title IX month with an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. The department accusing the district of violating Title IX protections by allowing males in girls-only intimate facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. According to the release, multiple female students have reported being required to dress and undress in the presence of males.
There's nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
That investigation likely linked to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. In April, all 5 county commissioners agreed the district should require students to use a bathroom that matches their biological sex.
We see you. We hear you, we support you, and we will stand for you.
In a statement to Queen City News, Cabarrus County schools said they are limited about what they could say in reference to specific allegations, but plan to fully cooperate with this Department of Education investigation.
It is a violation of Title IX for a school board to have a policy requiring a transgender student
to use the bathroom consistent with their biological sex. To do so, according to the Fourth Circuit, constitutes sex-based discrimination.
And while the investigation is ongoing, staff for the district's Board of Education argue recent rulings prevent them from requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex.
Individuals have the right under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to peacefully petition their elected officials to change laws they disagree with. What neither side has the right to do is to expect or require elected officials to violate the law.
No word yet on how long the investigation will last. In Cabarrus County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Mallard Creek High School's track team has won its appeal of a controversial disqualification that did end up costing them a state title. Nyan Brown was issued a DQ for holding up his hand right here at the end of this race. Some say he was showboating, while others say he was simply celebrating. State athletics leaders discussed the team's appeal of the decision yesterday and overturned it, naming Brown the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champions.
Charlotte city leaders are considering a new rule that would criminalize street vending for repeat violators. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has details on the proposal as complaints continue to come in.
6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA came with mixed feelings. After ending in February, the Charlotte Safety Committee has been trying to figure out how to implement the program citywide.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And we are receiving, the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
While the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas, it didn't come without any problems. Officials say despite issuing fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble and no one is paying up.
Here in Charlotte, we're struggling with the perception and the reality of petty nuances impacting quality of life throughout the city. And I think a wide variety of our ordinance need stronger teeth to them.
Ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and collect data on numbers of citations and rule breakers, plus who's paying the fines.
Without data, it's hard to evaluate whether our implementation, whether this citywide regulation works or not. We need data.
This goes before a full council before anything becomes official. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
People who own John Deere products could be part of a new lawsuit, the case against a company who's being accused of holding back ways to fix their products. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. There's a new lawsuit that could be impacting farmers all across the country, including here in the Carolinas. John Deere has been hit with another antitrust lawsuit accusing it of monopolizing repair services for its construction and forestry equipment.
The lawsuit mirrors allegations by farmers and the Federal Trade Commission that John Deere withholds computer software needed to fix onboard electronics on large agricultural equipment. Deere is denying those allegations.
Joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. The name John Deere, very well known in the Midwest and anyone who does farming. But they already reached a $99 million settlement with a farming company. And this is about landscaping services. Does that settlement that already happened really impact this case and saying, hey, you did this in this situation, maybe you're guilty in this situation?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. This mirrors that complaint. I mean, this complaint, 77 pages. Most of the complaint, I had the opportunity to look at it, looks exactly like the complaint where they won. So this is an attorney doing a great job saying, hey, I have clients that have similarly situated complaints. This is a landscaping company, not a forestry company and a farming based company like you talked about in the other one. But the facts are still the same. Does your company, John Deere, require the user, the end user, to use your company, John Deere again, to do the repair services? Specifically, do we have to use this diagnostic tool, and are you limiting other providers' access to it? If you are, that's the argument, and they're saying, hey, I think I should have access to this same type of settlement, and I would agree.
Part of what I've seen in the language here is the, quote, right to repair. What does that mean? Is that a sticking point in some of this?
Well, the right to repair is that I should be able to, because I've purchased this item, if it fails in some component, I should be able to take it to anyone that I want to have them fix it. And John Deere's argument is saying, yes, you can do that. But the plaintiffs can come back and say, well, they can't fix it if they can't properly diagnose it. They can't properly diagnose it if they can't get to the computer programs that you guys have now limited. So that's kind of following the crumbs to why you have that right to repair. John Deere saying, go pick anybody you want. Plaintiffs say, yeah, we're trying, but they can't access the proper tools to fix it because you're limiting access to those companies to be able to do it unless they're exclusively John Deere repair companies.
Khalif, after this last $99 million lawsuit, why not, if you're John Deere, go ahead and say, okay, we're going to give everybody the keys to the castle, and that way you avoid this? Or is it kind of too late because the product's already out there with that information?
Well, John Deere tried to do that and plaintiff in terms of opening up the doors to allow other providers to get access to these diagnostic tools. Plaintiff says it's just not enough. And so to your point, someone in the room told John Deere, hey, we just paid $99 million. We probably need to fix this. And so they rolled out some fix, but that fix they're saying is limited, and I think that's why we got to this point now. They were doing something to attempt to prevent it, but folks that already have these tractors and other items out there, they need access to the on-board repairs, and they can't get those with the diagnostics. This is, and I say this a lot here, it's not an issue to have a monopoly, right? You can have a monopoly. The problem, it becomes problematic when it's an anti-competitive monopoly, and that's when we have Sherman antitrust violations, and that's what they're alleging here, that you guys have created this entire market solely to benefit you and exclude competition. The exclusion of competition is the issue, and that's why I believe plaintiffs will be successful here. It's that you have created the product and now created the only fix and excluded anyone else from having an opportunity. So you get money on both ends. The government doesn't want that to happen, and because of that, that allows now smaller companies, smaller repair shops to not even to exist.
What kind of payout do you foresee here if they're successful? Is it just, hey, I lost X amount in business, or could they be getting more?
I think it would be similar to the $99 million, right? You're pointing to that. It has to be damages. Those damages have to be actual damages. And so it's not like a personal injury claim where I can look for future gains and future losses. It has to be, this is what you are the proximate cause of my damages, and but for you doing this, now I'm out of X, Y, and Z. So you can point to a specific dollar amount, but the secondary effect of some type of settlement would be what Julian talked about before, and you mentioned, it's have you now opened the door for other competition? Because at the end of the game, that's what the Antitrust Act is for. The Sherman Antitrust Act is to say, we recognize that you're being anti-competitive, now allow it to be competitive. The money portion is for the plaintiffs, but the government wants the competition to be open and fair.
All right, Khalif, we'll see how far this goes. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. More topics with Khalif coming up through the morning. In the meantime, let's get outside, take a look at our weather. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. A gorgeous day. Listen, whether you have a small John Deere working on your front lawn or you got, 1,000 acres of corn, either way, it's a great day to be outside.
Not a bad day at all. Soak it all up, mid-50s this morning. Northwest winds coming in at 5 miles per hour, holding on to a nice cool start to your day before we rebound into what will be the 80s later this afternoon. So a cooler start but warmer finish than how Tuesday shaped up. I'm looking at those mid to upper 50s around Charlotte, mid-40s, Boone and Jefferson towards our mountain counties. Highs today land in the low 80s, Lancaster, Monroe into Charlotte, low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. We extend more of that heat and that warmth further west as we have 90s for Dallas and Brownsville. Looking at Albuquerque, New Mexico in the mid 80s, 70s, Bozeman, Montana into Seattle. Above normal conditions in that orange shading out west with those below normal temperatures locked in through the southeast up through the mid-Atlantic. So the blue on your map indicates where we land just shy of normal for today. High pressure building out of Michigan over the Great Lakes, ushering in those winds out of the northeast. That goes from the Ohio Valley region into the Carolinas and still brings in the sunny skies while that moisture stays to our south over southern Georgia, panhandle of Florida, into southern Alabama and Louisiana. Close to home, we'll host mostly sunny skies all the way through the end of your Wednesday into the second half of the work week. I expect us to have a bit of a cool start to your morning on Thursday. Mostly sunny Thursday afternoon with warm temperatures and then ramping up those conditions as we head into the weekend. Near 90 degrees come Friday and Saturday. Overnight lows tonight will settle into what will be the mid-50s early morning hours, so holding on to a bit of a cool start to your day as our warm up gets us into the upper 80s near 90 degrees come Friday. Overnight lows in the 60s. Rain chances move back in late Sunday heading into Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what you can expect in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Charlotte firefighters are waking up grateful this morning after city council members voted to raise their pay bump to that of their police counterparts. We'll have the latest on the adjustments to the city budget that has first responders saying thank you. And college grads who are looking for a job may need to lower their expectations of a starting salary. Business correspondent Taylor Young shares what grads think they deserve versus what reality says they will actually earn. Plus, the Senate confirmed the first judicial nominee to receive a not qualified rating. Chief Legal Analyst Carly Rhodes joins us at 8 to go more in depth on how this happened. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
North Carolina leaders are highlighting the importance of firearm safety. They're making stops across the state for Secure All Firearms Effective Week. Guns are a leading cause of death for children in the Tar Heel state. Data shows 92 children died from gun-related injuries in 2024.
What that family teaches us, and what all of these incidents across the state of North Carolina have taught us, is that most of these incidents are completely preventable.
This week, organizations across the state are giving out free gun locks and safe storage materials to residents. All right, stay with us. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Happy Hump Day. Welcome. It is 8 o'clock. Thank you for watching Queen City News, everyone. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Amy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Sun is out there shining. Go ahead and get your day started. Soak it all up. Your prescription for today is some vitamin D.
Okay.
That's what
I
I'm
like
talking
it.
about. I love it. We've got some traffic cameras that are up near Lake Norman. Julian and I were looking at, and it just looks perfect out there today.
Yeah. My lake house?
I saw the potential for where one could be.
Right?
The property.
Yeah. What are you inviting us?
When I secure the funds for the down payment on
There
the
we
property.
go.
There's some logistics.
Before I'm in a nursing home, Ted.
Yeah, we'll work on it. Right now, Mother Nature is working on warming us up. We're starting out in the 50s, making a run for those 80s. Temperatures are going to be a little bit on the cool side this morning, looking around the crowd. We have beautiful sunny skies over Monroe, bottom right-hand corner, Arlington, camera top right, and of course looking at Independence Boulevard, more like a parking lot than than a highway here as we head into your rush hour, and then top left-hand corner showing the Queen City in the distance. We had some patchy fog this morning, nothing terribly too dense as we sit in the 50s now. Northwest winds coming in at 5 miles per hour. I'm looking at mid-50s as opposed to the low 50s we had not too long ago. So with those light winds, that's going to give us a little bit of a bite, but not necessarily going to be too breezy today. Still cooler to start, anywhere from 4 to 7 to 10 to 13 degrees cooler than this time yesterday. We'll catch up to the temperature, so expect that gap to close, and then we'll end up warmer for the peak heating hours of the day. So we sit in the upper 50s, Charlotte into Monroe, more in the way of the mid to upper 40s mountain counties. Low 50s, I-40 corridor as we continue to warm up now. Getting out of the 40s is going to be our next step for the mountain counties, and then knocking on the door of 60 degrees for parts around the Queen City will be the next step heading into the 9 o'clock hour. Low 70s by lunchtime today. Highs continue to ramp up as we aim for those low 80s peak heating hours of the day. North-northeast winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour should be relatively light as we head into the peak heating hours of the day with high pressure in control, keeping that sunshine going into the second half of the work week. Overnight lows settle into the 50s. Another cool start to your morning heading into your Thursday. We'll rebound into what will be the mid 80s Thursday, near 90 degrees Friday into Saturday. Average highs this time of year typically sit in the mid 80s, so we'll be above that as we head into the weekend. Cooling down early next week as rain chances roll in Monday into Tuesday. So pollen forecast. Top allergens will be the grasses, walnut, oak, medium pollen count. So all the way through the rest of the work week into the start of the weekend. So just keep that in mind as our mountain counties follow a similar pattern, low 70s with a foggy start, warming up into the upper 70s near 80 degrees heading into the weekend. Another look at your forecast here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ted, let's get out there, 8 o'clock. More volume picking up all around the crown, whether you're coming in out west, Gaston County, from South Carolina coming up 77, or even the east side of town, the Mint Hill area, 485 inner and outer loop. We got a lot of slowdowns all around the area. We do have a new accident, 77 southbound at Lakeview. It's inside the 45 loop. Good shot here from NCDOT. I mean, unless you're in the toll lanes, everyone else is just sitting there, literally not even moving, not even going 2 miles an hour. So really slow if you're trying to work your way into the Queen City. Coming down 77, man, it's painful to watch. It's a beautiful day. That's really the only good news. This is where it is. You can see it happens right past the Lakeview overpass there, but really causing backups beyond West W.T. Harris Boulevard, almost back to 485. Really going to slow some things down. It's not reflected from the drive times. We're at 45 minutes coming in from Gaston County. It only says 25 coming in from Mooresville. I think that time is about to double because of that accident. You're not too bad if you're coming up from South Carolina this morning. Another shot up near Lake Norman towards Mooresville. That stretch is looking good. Earlier, a disabled motorcycle. That has since cleared, but man, just beautiful shots all around the lake this morning. Now that that's cleared up, that icon is gone, which is good news. A little closer to town, 77 at LaSalle. It starts to move, which is good news. So you'll start moving once you get a little closer to town. Outside our studios, 85 at Sam Wilson Road. That stretch is looking good. Let's take you out back to Gaston County where it's 45 minutes just to get to 485 because of some slowdowns near Cox Road. So just be careful. Don't be distracted out there. We don't want you to have a fender bender because you're on your phone. We'll give you another snapshot of your traffic coming up at 8:30. Data centers are bringing billions of dollars in investment to North Carolina. But as the industry grows, so do concerns about its impact on communities' water use and electric bills. As our Shabnam Dinesh tells us, there's a new bill lawmakers say will address those concerns.
We're not saying don't come. We're putting guardrails on the development of these in response to the consumer, outrage.
As AI drives growth in data centers across North Carolina, state lawmakers say they want to make sure customers aren't left footing the bill. The Ratepayer Protection Act targets large data centers with power demands exceeding 100 megawatts. To put that amount of energy consumption into perspective, that's about the same amount of electricity as a mid-sized city of 100,000 households.
Data centers must contractually cover all new infrastructure and energy costs so they don't shift them to ratepayers. The bill also blocks foreign adversary ownership, prohibits eminent domain, and ends new local taxpayer incentives.
The bill would also require environmental reviews, noise studies, and restrict certain water-intensive cooling systems.
A large data center uses somewhere between 1 million and 5 million gallons a day of fresh water.
Trade groups warn the bill could make North Carolina less attractive for future investment.
Electricity costs are among the top 3 concerns in industry, considering whether they locate or relocate in a state.
And that many smaller communities view data center projects as opportunities, not problems.
These investments often occur in rural communities seeking jobs, tax-based growth, and infrastructure investment.
President Donald Trump named one of his closest allies, Bill Pulte, the new acting director of national intelligence.
Yeah, Pulte was behind some federal prosecutions of the president's enemies.
News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat joins us live to explain why senators are questioning his qualifications. Vinay, good morning.
Jason, Annie, Julian, good morning. The Director of National Intelligence, that role was created after 9/11 to coordinate all of the U.S.'s intelligence agencies. And some senators don't think Bill Pulte has the knowledge or the experience to take on that role. Pulte was the owner of a company that built residential homes. He ran a private equity firm and worked in the administration, but has no national security experience. He's been put in as an acting role, meaning he likely will not face a confirmation vote in the Senate.
President Donald Trump says Bill Pulte, a close ally with no national security experience, will take over as the Director of National Intelligence. He'll replace Tulsi Gabbard. She says she's resigning to take care of her husband as he battles a rare form of bone cancer.
He has absolutely no qualification to be the Director of National Intelligence.
As the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Pulte recommended mortgage fraud prosecutions for some of President Trump's enemies, including Senator Adam Schiff, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Federal Reserve Board member Lisa Cook. Senate Republicans had mixed reactions to his nomination.
I see no evidence of any qualifications for that job.
I have no observations on the matter.
I like Bill personally, and I'm sure the Senate will consider the nomination on the merits.
Pulte will take over as the acting DNI as President Trump tries to negotiate an end to the war with Iran. The president says he started the war back in February to make sure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon.
We have made our adversary in a stronger negotiating position. We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and we're in a stalemate with Iran.
Iran had street protests going on before all of this started. All of those factors, economic factors in Iran, are far worse today than they were 6 months ago when those protests were happening.
And the U.S. and Iran continue to trade strikes. Overnight, the U.S. CENTCOM says Iran sent a wave of drones at American service members in Kuwait. The CENTCOM says that none of the Americans, though, were harmed.
All right, Vinay, given the escalations that we've seen there, what are the chances of a deal with Iran?
Yeah, Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday when he was on the Hill sounded optimistic. He says that there is movement in these negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. But yesterday, Iranian state media reported that negotiations were at a standstill. President Trump has denied those reports. A lot of back and forth and a lot of mixed messaging on this negotiation.
All right, Vinay Simlat reporting live for us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much.
8:09 the time now. New this morning, 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley was fired on Tuesday, just one day after recent comments about the new editor-in-chief, Barry Weiss. Pelley said Weiss was, quote, murdering the show and accused their new executive producer of having slender qualifications for the job. The new executive producer, Nick Bilton, who was handpicked by Weiss despite having no traditional broadcast news experience. Pelley said in a statement that 60 Minutes has lost its DNA under new management. He accused them of asking him to, quote, inject falsehoods and bias into his work.
Charlotte's first responders are getting a pay bump. City council members are adjusting the city's budget plans to allow for firefighters and police officers to get 10% raises. The original budget called for firefighters to only get 7%.
Really showed that we were valued across the city.
That decision was a relief for leaders within the Charlotte Firefighters Association, like Jordan Hood there. They have been in talks with city leaders since December, fighting for pay parity. The city will have to reallocate $4.4 million to make up for that cost. City council members will hold their final budget vote next Monday. In Charlotte, Mecklenburg police are still working to improve safety in the city. The department released the results of its recent Queen City Safe operation that focused on areas of Uptown and South End. Officials say they conducted 238 traffic stops, issued 86 citations, and made 18 arrests. Hundreds of grams of drugs and dozens of guns were seized as well. It's all part of a monthly initiative where different agencies in the city identify hotspot crime locations and collaborate to help make the area safer. 8:11, let's get a check of our forecast with Ted Fate. And Ted, what we got coming up?
Yeah, we are dry out there. Sunshine's dominating, high pressure in control, keeping our radar nice and clear for the start of your Wednesday. We'll hold off on rain chances at the very least until the beginning of next week, but a warm up is on the way. We'll break down those temperatures here with a look at that forecast coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The Senate has confirmed a historic judicial nominee. The judge in question here, Katie Lane, is making history because she received a not qualified rating from the American Bar Association in President Trump's second term. The Republican National Committee A lawyer and former Montana Deputy Solicitor General was rated unqualified by the ABA due to her limited legal experience. The association's committee said that she fell short of the 12 years of experience as an attorney standard for a federal trial court judgeship.
All right, we got Khalif Rhodes back with us today, our chief legal analyst, to talk about this. Khalif, the concern here, as Annie mentioned, limited legal courtroom experience here. Is that when you look at confirming a judge? I mean, on the surface, it sounds like, hey, that's pretty important. You should have both of those things to be confirmed.
Yep.
How important, as an attorney, is that on the level of being a federal judge?
Extremely important. I mean, as someone that ran for judicial office and at a number of times went up and had an opportunity to be appointed for higher judicial offices, I'll say, the conversations that you have with attorneys, they're asking these same type of questions. Well, what type of experience do you have? And I remember going through my process of talking to seasoned retired judges, and they were asking questions, and some of the answers I didn't have, and I maybe didn't line up to where they wanted. They may have liked me and really wanted me and even were pushing me, but they were like, okay, are you there? And that was, I mean, on our superior court level, we're not talking about the federal bench, which is a lifetime appointment, but I can speak from my own personal experience, but I also can speak to clerking for judges. I worked in the federal system. I recognize what these folks do on a daily basis is not something that's easy, and it's not something that you can learn on the fly. Every job you go to, you don't have to learn how to do it, but you need to come with some baggage. Typically, that baggage will be an understanding and an appreciation of how the law works, how it's applied, and how you can now transition that to being on the bench, someone that's calling balls and strikes. Hard to call balls and strikes if you don't even know the rules to the game. And so when you talk about experience being required on the federal bench is extremely important.
And what other qualifications does the ABA look at in making these kinds of appointments?
A lot of their process is not required. I looked at their list of what they go through, and they're looking at interviews, they're looking at past writings, they're looking at a number of things to make sure that they put someone in there that won't be not controversial, but will be non-fair and impartial, which is required. I mean, just to put this in perspective, and Jason kind of hit on this in the beginning, you're saying that this has been occurring since 1953. That's when the ABA Standing Committee on Judicial Process has been around. President Eisenhower went to the ABA and thanked them for this process at the time of how happy he was that they were helping non-attorneys help pick people that would go sit in these positions, because if you're not in that industry, you really don't understand what's required. And so there has been a significant shift from the thinking to now the kind of walking away from the ABA's role in this process. Yeah, it's not required. It's advisory more than anything. The Constitution says the Senate confirms, the President nominates. So the ABA doesn't have a constitutional role, but they have a very important role. Since 1989, 11 folks have been given that non-qualified rating. 10 of them have been President Trump's individuals that he's nominated. So he has consistently put forward individuals that have not met the ABA standard, but what the Republicans have done is now shifted the argument away from courtroom experience to more now, and as they did in her nomination, her experience on clerking, her experience as a solicitor, her law school experience. They went to those things, even in her hearing, to talk about why she was qualified and why the ABA committee got it wrong.
Khalif, I want to make sure that we're walking the narrow line and talking about the legality of this here. Do you envision a different path towards the confirmation process where it is codified that the ABA has to give a rating towards whoever the nominee may be?
I don't see that happen. I mean, Congress wouldn't want to add additional rules on top of themselves or say, now I have to go to someone else and take away what's congressionally, I should say, constitutionally given.
Right.
What I can tell you is I don't think they would add that. What I will say is this isn't the first big one. I think one that was even kind of more shocking than this was this woman, Catherine Mazzelli, 33 years old, 5 years experience. This woman has 7. She only had 5 years and had never, ever had led a trial in federal court at all. And she was confirmed and nominated. And so the argument, and this is what Democrats said during the hearings, is that the Republican parties have pushed, and not to get political, but this is from their hearing, has pushed like merit-based advancement. But it depends on what the merit is. The Democrats are saying this individual doesn't have the merit on any standard. Republicans during the hearing said, again, that her merit was less about courtroom experience, because we're not looking for the best trial lawyer, but more academic experience. And that's why they confirmed.
Interesting. All right, some insights into how the ABA works. Cully, thank you.
Coming up on 8:20 on this Wednesday morning, a lot of sunshine, a little cooler than normal, which we should all appreciate for the time being. Ted, how long is that going to stay?
Yeah, it's going to be sticking around for this afternoon, second half of the work week, hosting that sunshine as well. North winds coming in at 5 miles per hour, temperatures in the upper 50s, and we're starting to separate the temperatures from the dew points out there. Still relatively comfortable as those dew points sit in the 50s. Right now, starting to cross that threshold, upper 50s, low 60s, Gastonia, Sherrod, looking at those 40s, Boone and Jefferson, mid 50s through the I-40 corridor, a nice cool start leading to that warm finish as highs aim for the low 80s, Charlotte, mid 80s, Rockingham. We're looking at upper 70s to low 80s through the I-40 corridor, low 70s expected for our mountain county. So despite the cool and chilly morning, we'll have a nice warm afternoon. That heat extends through most of the country. We're talking 70s, 80s, and 90s from the East Coast to the West Coast, with triple digits expected through the desert. Las Vegas, Phoenix always tends to hold on to that heat, don't they? We'll see the above normal conditions in that orange shading from California into the Rockies, into the Central Plains, and up through the Dakotas, while we look at the blue indicating the below normal temperatures over the eastern United States, the southeast, as high pressure pulls in some of that cooler air behind that cold front, which is settled and trapped here over the mid-Atlantic into parts of the northeast. Moisture off to our south for Florida, causing some showers from parts of Fort Lauderdale, Miami, up through Tampa. Looking at the cloudy skies over southern Georgia while we stay mostly clear and sunny here through your afternoon on Wednesday. Overnight into Thursday, we'll host another cool down with clear skies. We'll rebound into the mid-80s Thursday afternoon. Looking at that warm up heading into the second half of the work week as our high pressure continues and builds the clear conditions here for the remainder of the work week. Overnight lows settle in the 50s, pushing into your early morning hours. Upper 80s near 90 degrees settled in for the start of your weekend. Rain chances move in heading into early next week. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. As we go to break, we're going to give you a live look. Same sunshine giving us a great start to our Wednesday. It's shining on New York City this morning. What a beautiful shot. Futures kind of mixed right now. The Dow's down 158. S&P is down. NASDAQ's up. We will join Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. Coming up on 8:25, welcome back. Starbucks is getting rid of its AI after it miscounted coffee. And American Airlines has a controversial new policy. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Wednesday morning.
Hi, Jason. Happy Wednesday to you. Futures pointing lower for the start today, but we were lower yesterday. We ended up at record highs. So the S&P closed above 7,600 for the first time. Dow added more than 200 points. Well, American Airlines has quietly instituted a new policy that would allow it to downgrade first-class passengers to economy, but then keep the money that the passengers paid for the premium seats. This is going to report by View from the Wing. So first-class passengers on American Airlines who are automatically downgraded to economy seats, which would be due to an aircraft change or a broken seat, would lose 60% of the difference paid between the airfares. And Starbucks quietly retired its AI agent just months after deployment, after it miscounted coffee shop inventories and slowed down baristas. Now in February, Reuters first reported they were going to discontinue this tool, and it happened this week. And they cited Starbucks sources who said the app often miscounted or mislabeled items and failed to identify the presence of bottles on shelves. Jason?
Yeah, that's an expensive mistake. So, I mean, listen, we've said from the beginning, AI is not perfect. It's a helper tool. You know, it can't completely take over. At some point, it's going to make a mistake like that.
No. At some point, yes, it probably will do better, but it just wasn't helping Starbucks.
I'm sure they will retool it and try again. All right, Jane, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Grab some coffee yourself. We'll join you in an hour when markets open at 9:30.
Thanks.
Taylor, good morning. What's coming up?
Good morning, Jason. So new college graduates say they expect to earn $80,000 within 1 year of graduating. The problem, most won't come close. So why the gap is so large and what a realistic starting salary actually looks like. You are watching Queen City News. Time is 8:26, 57 degrees out there. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
that coming up on 8:30. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is meteorologist Ted Payton. I mentioned yesterday, sometimes when the weather's nice, it makes you happy. When you're happy, it makes you healthier.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping all that is coming your way today.
Yeah, happy, healthy, feeling wealthy with the Mother Nature, Mother Nature's providing for us.
I love that.
I said
I like
feeling
it.
wealthy.
I like feeling wealthy.
That's all right.
Wealthy.
Hey.
You can
Health
wear the
is wealth.
flip-flops today, right? The
Yeah.
sandals, the mules.
That's what I'm talking
man,
about.
I need to get me some
Nice
little
mules.
slides.
Good pair of mules, right?
Here we go.
Yeah.
You'll be slipping and sliding out
I
there.
drink a mule while wearing my mule.
Ooh.
Okay.
As long as your
Double
pinky's
patio.
out. As long as the pinky's out, you do whatever you
It's
want to
double
do.
mule day.
That's what I'm talking about. Bookended with the mules on top and bottom. Taking a look right now, though, as we have a clear sky for the start of your Wednesday. The Queen City in the distance, upper 50s as we head out the door. Starting to warm up. A cool start this morning, but we will be making a run for those warmer conditions heading into the peak heating hours of the day this afternoon. 58 degrees, north winds at 5 miles per hour, dew points in the mid 50s. I'm looking at a cooler start here, anywhere from 2 to 4 to 5 degrees, cooler than where we were this time yesterday, looking at the difference of 9 degrees up towards Jefferson. So we're making that gap smaller. At one point we were double digits cooler, now in the upper 50s, low 60s, 40s in our mountain counties. Still a little bit on the cool and chilly side, but just bear with us. We're going to warm up here as the day continues. Low 60s, 9 a.m., 70s by lunchtime. We'll see those upper 70s, low 80s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. A high of 81, landing just a few degrees shy of normal for this time of year. Mostly sunny and pleasant with north-northeast winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. So we have a relatively pleasant afternoon on the way. Overnight lows will be on the cool side this evening, upper 60s. So chef's kiss, even through 9 p.m. A nice evening for your Wednesday. Heading into the second half of the work week, mid 80s to near 90 degrees come Friday and Saturday. That's where the heat settles in above our average high of 84 degrees. We typically see this time of year with your pollen still sitting in that medium range. So for those of us that are sensitive to the top allergens, which is grasses, the walnut, the oak, that's what's going to flare up your allergies. I knew the walnut was going to get me. I knew it. I had that Zyrtec and Claritin ready to go. Upper 70s as we head into the weekend, Friday and Saturday. We'll have those mostly clear skies with showers returning for Sunday, heading into early next week. We'll break down all of that setup here and what to expect for the remainder of your work week coming up in the next 10 minutes. For now, just about 8:30. Let's get you out there on the roadways with a check of traffic. Jason.
All right, we're going to get out there right now. Ted, thank you very much. Here we are in the 8:30 half hour. Volume in some areas improving, and then in others it's increasing. It's slowing down, which we're seeing right here, courtesy of NCDOT cameras looking down onto I-77 north and south traffic. That is southbound on the right, slowing down under LaSalle overpass there, trying to work its way into the heart of Uptown. No accidents there. That's just sheer volume as we pull out. We had about 7 or 8 icons. Now we're down to 4. That's good. Most of these are on some of the secondary roads. The newest one's actually down south. If you're coming up from Waxhaw, Weddington area, up Providence Road, we've got a lane blocked. This is just south of Ardrey-Kell before you get to the Waverly area and Ray Farms. So just be aware of that. It's going to slow you down. It is 6 lanes across, divided highway there, but it's going to slow you down as you try to work your way up towards 485 to make your way up Providence Road. Drive times coming in from Gaston County has been cut down in half. It was 45 minutes in the 7 o'clock hour. Now we're down to 20 pretty much, whether you're coming down from Lake Norman or up from Rock Hill. It's all the same. Couple of shots around town coming in from Gastonia. This is now moving. It has been standstill for the last 45 minutes. Out near Cox Road. Nice to see that moving. Out near us, a little further up 85 as you get into Mecklenburg County. All 8 lanes across. Out near the airport, Sam Wilson Road. That stretch looking good. Look how beautiful this is. Up Lake Norman. My gosh, that is stunning to be up at the lake between Mooresville and Davidson this morning. If you are headed to the airport, might as well go now. Get there early. Make sure with your app that your airlines are not delayed or canceled. Drive times all in the yellow. Not too bad for a Wednesday. We will wrap up pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Mecklenburg County Commissioners have approved a new budget of $2.6 billion.
County leaders are prioritizing employee raises and education funding without raising property taxes.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Ruzel is live at the Government Center with the details. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Know that in addition to education, health and safety is one of the biggest costs here that the county covers. And one of those departments getting quite a bit of funding, we've got the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Office is going to get about $5.5 million, some of that going towards the overtime pay for those who are working the jails, which Sheriff Gary McFadden says it's been understaffed. Also going towards jail maintenance, medical care for inmates. Another department that's going to see an increase here come next year's budget, which takes effect July 1st, is going to be the Department of Child and Family Services. Now, they are getting funding that will allow for 22 new jobs for support staff positions within this department. This comes after state leaders called the county's child welfare program into question following the death of 6-year-old Dominic Moody. Now, that's a case where North Carolina investigators say that the welfare system, people within it, knew about abuse going on and failed to stop it. Because of that, we've got the county manager, sheriff, and CMPD chief testifying in Raleigh later this week about the issues. But in the meantime, commissioners say that the department is making improvements.
This has been sorely needed for a long time, and I am so pleased that we have finally have these positions funded. And now we have to fill them. And so I trust there is an urgency around this.
Now, across the board, commissioners say they're happy with this budget. Some say despite several roadblocks from federal and state sources. We're going to hear a little bit more about those obstacles coming up here in our next half hour. Reporting live in Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. The inside lanes of I-277 will be closed for the next 4 months while crews build a new pedestrian bridge in Uptown Charlotte. It's being built alongside the CAT's Blue Line rail bridge that's between South Boulevard and South College Street. The 280-foot long, 16-foot wide bridge will connect Uptown to South End and allow safe access for bicyclists and pedestrians. Last year, city leaders emphasized the need for a project like this.
We are behind in infrastructure here, and in particularly the infrastructure that allows people to move around our city without a vehicle. And so a bridge like this, which connects two communities together, allows for kids, families to connect with other kids and families on the other side of the bridge to bring a vitality of activity and connectivity.
The entire project is set to be done by 2028. New graduates are entering one of the toughest job markets in years. At the same time, many may be expecting salaries that employers simply aren't offering.
A new survey finds college students expect to earn about $80,000 within 1 year of graduation.
Oh, expectations are
They are.
Good luck.
Our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, joining us now. Taylor, I can only imagine these grads are looking at their student loans, high rent prices, and thinking, no, I need this amount to afford life. But is $80,000 straight out of college a realistic starting salary for people?
Not really.
Okay.
Oh,
So yeah, that survey by Cleaver Real Estate found that graduates expect to make $80,000 within 1 year of graduating. The problem is, though, that young workers with a bachelor's degree are earning closer to $56,000. So that's a $24,000 gap between expectations and reality. And look, yes, there are some degrees out there where you could essentially start off maybe closer to that, like computer science or engineering, but the vast majority of college graduates who are entering the workforce are not going to hit that $80,000 mark within 1 year of graduating.
Wow. All right, so where's this unrealistic disconnect? Where's it coming from?
I think it's a couple of things. I think the biggest one is social media, right? We see a lot of these high-paying jobs often, making a lot of waves on social media without a whole lot of context, right? You don't know how long that person has been in that job or exactly what they studied. Do they have their master's? Do they have connections? Another is just, lifestyle. We see a lot of people kind of flaunting their wealthy lifestyle on social media. So that just creates this false conception that, okay, everyone is clearly making a lot of money. Now I should too, but I think another really big point is just the overall cost of living. I mean, you mentioned it. These college grads are looking at their student loans, they're seeing the prices of rent, the prices of homes, and they just want to be able to afford life, especially when they just graduated college thinking, hey, I have a big big girl or big boy job now.
Right.
I should be able to afford life. I mean, the challenge is that wages grow over time. It's not just you start off making kind of what you expect, but grads are feeling that pressure to make that money right away.
Yeah, they think
which I think is fair.
Right. Like, I've had roommates in college. I want to get my own place. Don't want to go move in with mom and dad. And then reality sets in. So, okay, if they are going to pick a career, you mentioned some will get you close to that mark of $80,000, right?
Yeah, so there are a couple, and we did mention the computer science, the engineering grads. They can make, starting off, between 70 and 90K, which I think is impressive. Nurses come close, up to 75K. And of course, you have some degrees that are much lower. Social workers between 45 and 55K. Journalists, 40 to 55K, which is actually a lot higher than what it was back in our day starting off.
It used to be by like 20K.
Yeah, that beat me by a lot.
Yes, and then teachers 45 to 50K. Of course, all of these numbers depend on kind of where you're living, you know, with the cost of living too. But I do think it's important to kind of go into your first job with a knowledge of what your field actually makes. That can help kind of alleviate the letdown if you're not going to be making 80K.
Okay, what should you focus on instead of maybe that salary? You're going to have that letdown if that's what your expectation is. Sorry. So what other things can they focus on?
Well, of course, salary does matter, right? You can look for, you know, apply for multiple jobs, look for that salary, but experts say the benefits are important here, and also just the opportunity for growth, gaining experience, opportunities to advance and kind of work with mentors. I think a lower paying job can eventually lead you to a higher paying job. And just remember that you're 1 year out of college. I mean, you are kind of at the bottom of the totem pole and you have your ways to go, right? So don't just automatically feel down that you're not making what you're expecting to make, because eventually you could get there.
Your whole life is in front of you, Taylor.
Literally 30 or 40 years you're doing a job.
Your early 20s are for awkwardness and uncertainty. Is what I've decided.
Oh,
that was for me.
Was I supposed to lead that in my 20s? I did not get that memo.
Never left.
Okay.
I feel like it's almost like your freshman year of high school all over again. Like you're not the senior yet. You're not even upperclassman.
No.
Give it a year or two. You'll figure it out.
You will.
Yeah.
And giving them a little grace. I mean, life is expensive.
It is.
Do something I did and budget.
Yeah, there you go.
When you're 22 years old.
Never heard of her.
Oh, man. All right, Taylor, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Coming up on 8:42, the Hurricanes are starting their Stanley Cup Finals run on their back foot or skate. A recap of last night's game and what the team needs to do moving forward. You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday Hump Day. We'll be back.
Welcome back. The Carolina Hurricanes are starting the Stanley Cup Finals behind.
That's right, and the Panthers are trying to manage their workload.
Carolina Sports Live, Joey Ellis is following those stories in your morning sports.
Well, heading into Tuesday night's Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, the Carolina Hurricanes had not yet trailed at any point throughout the postseason in any series, but they will now be facing a bit of an uphill battle after a backbreaking 5-4 loss at their place. Let's just show you how Vegas stole one in Game 1. Lenovo Center was on full tilt for this one. It's a long time coming for this crowd. They did not have to wait a long time at all, though, for the game's first goal. Jalen Chatfield puts it off the boards to Nikolai Ehlers, who wins the foot race and puts home his 5th of the playoffs just 25 seconds in. Take another look. What a way to start there. Raleigh was absolutely jumping. And then just 12 minutes later, I should say, Canes back to it off a Vegas turnover. What a feed from Chatfield. Ehlers again, 2 goals in the period. Canes were up 2-0. Raleigh was on fire, but Vegas, pretty good job not getting ran out of the building. Shea Theodore, Freddie Anderson never even saw it. The Canes were protecting a 2-1 lead after 20. Second period, Ivan Barbachev tied it 30 seconds in. William Karlsson gave his team his first lead of the Stanley Cup Finals, second on the postseason on a butte from Mitch Marner. All of a sudden, the air was out of the building, and Canes got it back, though, a short time later. Jordan Staal won a cup with Pittsburgh in 2009, looking for his second. That's his third on the postseason. But Vegas regained the lead early in the third period. Brett Howden's been having a monster playoffs. 11th of the postseason there. Back and forth we went. It's 4-3 Knights. But just a few minutes later now, under 9 to go. It's an offensive zone face-off for the Canes. Puck's just going to find Shane Gostisbehere, and he just does the rest, blasts home the tying goal. It's the third of the playoffs. Tied at 4, looking like we might have overtime until Vegas would strike back. Tomas Hertl, just a hell of a pass from Colton Sissons. It's the 4th of the playoffs. That's your game winner, a backbreaker in Raleigh in Game 1. Vegas steals Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals on the road, 5-4. In a heck of a ball game. But shifting gears now to the NFL, where if you've been following Panthers OTAs through social media or here at Queen City News, no need to be alarmed about some of the absences or precautionary measures that we've been seeing. And for the second viewable practice to media on Tuesday, no Tedder McMillan, Robert Hunt, and Pat Jones were seen working off to the side. Jalen Phillips, the newly acquired edge, was the newest Panther, doing some bike work most of the day. And for the second straight week, Trevin Wallace in a non-contact jersey. But Dave Canales says no need to worry. It's all part of his early plan.
The rest day, we have him on a good rhythm of, loading him up, getting some good work, and then just making sure we back off and continue to increase his load. Similar with Jalen Phillips, Pat Jones, 2 other guys that we just were like, okay, in a scope of a week and how much volume we got yesterday. We got some really good work yesterday. We just had them take vet days today. They were working on the side, engaged in the huddle and all that, getting some conditioning. Even in this time of year, it's a lot of movement, it's a lot of speed out there, and we just try to be smart with certain guys and make sure that their rhythms are right.
Well, we got a follow-up from Tuesday afternoon from the Charlotte-based track team who made national headlines. Mallard Creek's high school track team is now co-state champions. Just 2 weeks ago, Mallard Creek's Nyan Brown raised his hand after winning the 4x400 that would have secured a 5th straight team title for the Mavericks. A referee disqualified him, saying he was taunting, giving the title to C.E. Jordan. But the appeals board met on Tuesday, agreeing that Mallard Creek should be awarded a share of the state title, as well as a share of the championship for the 4x400. State Athletics Commissioner Q. Tucker said in a statement they are pleased that these student athletes involved can be recognized. It's CSL, Carolina Sports Live, taking its talents to the world stage. During the World Cup, we are proud to present CSL Extra Time. We'll put a pause on our daily 11 o'clock nightly show to bring you some Carolina Sports Live before, during, or even after the biggest games during the biggest tournament in the world. CSL Extra Time starts next Thursday at 5:30 and then next Friday at noon as we gear up for a very, very busy month and a half of international soccer going on all across the world. And in terms of staying a little bit closer to home here, Carolina Hurricanes, we will hear from Rod Brindamore and company how the Canes bounce back and now head into what could be a very crucial and pivotal Game 2 in Raleigh Thursday night. We got it all coming up tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
8:49 time as we bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Guys, 57, 58 degrees depending on where you are.
Come on.
Is this going to be like the last time we have these temperatures before what, fall?
Possibly so. We should ask a meteorologist that question.
Have one of those
If only.
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, hey.
Ted.
Ted. Yeah.
What's up? We talking about those cool temperatures?
Yeah.
We're going to be warming up here heading into the end of the week as we get into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees come Friday into Saturday. So these morning temperatures in the 50s, soak them up while you still can, because we only approach more of our winter months as the weeks continue. So north winds coming in at 5 miles per hour, 58 degrees heading out the door this morning. Upper 40s, low 50s, Boone and Jefferson, with those upper 50s knocking on the door of 60 degrees along the I-40 corridor. Low to mid 60s now, Charlotte into Monroe. We are warming up quickly, making a run for what will be those 80s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. So mountain counties holding on to a nice warm afternoon. High temperatures sit in the 80s to 90s. Dallas into our triple digits towards Las Vegas and Phoenix. I'm looking at low 80s for parts of the Midwest and into the Ohio Valley region. Slightly below normal for this time of the year, while we have the above and warmer than normal temperatures in that orange shading extending further west towards California. So high pressure and control off to our north, giving us those winds out of the north-northeast. Cold front and stationary front sits to our south, keeping the cloud cover overhead. Some showers impacting Louisiana into Florida, giving us a break here over the Queen City as we get more of that sunshine, dry air heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So clouds and radar holding on to the sunshine, clear skies overnight into your Thursday. We'll rebound into what will be the mid to upper 80s Thursday and Friday before we usher in near 90 degrees for the weekend. Overnight lows will be cool yet again heading into your early morning hours. So big swing in temperatures from afternoon highs to early morning lows. We have those mid 50s heading into Thursday morning, low 50s mountain counties. 7-day forecast will continue to usher in those warmer temperatures. Partly cloudy skies return Friday into Saturday. Rain chances move in as well Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
For National Dog Bite Awareness Month, the USPS is sharing where dog attacks on mail carriers happen the most. This is interesting. The report says there were more than 5,000 dog attacks on Postal Service workers last year. California had the most, sitting at 673. Texas was number 2, half that amount, 358. Ohio coming in third with 287 incidents. As far as cities, Los Angeles, Dallas, Denver, those top 3. The highest number of incidents, the Carolinas. If you're wondering, are we listed in the top 10? No, we're not. Not even in the top 25 cities. So there you go. Pat ourselves on the back, Carolinas. A black bear is on the loose in northern Japan. You got to watch this video. After it attacked 4 people, the harrowing ordeal all caught on camera at the Fukushima Steelworks company. Now look in the bottom right of your screen here. You're going to see the bear chasing an employee right near the entrance. The man tries to run. The bear throws him to the ground. Good gracious. The animal then makes its way into the factory. It injures a second employee. Injuries are said to be minor. Local officials say then the bear just kept going, apparently wandered into a neighborhood, injuring an elderly woman. Then it attacked a man at another company complex where the bear is believed to be holed up right now. Police are reportedly working at local schools just as a precaution. I hope they catch the bear. My gosh. All right, you're watching Queen City News. It is 8:55, getting ready to kick off our final hour. We'll be right back.
As you work to get your yard into tip-top shape this summer and spend more time outside, experts are warning about potential dangers to pets. Pesticides, fertilizers, and certain plant species can be harmful or even deadly for your dogs and cats. Pets are naturally curious, so they tend to explore with their mouths and can even ingest something they shouldn't by walking on it and then grooming themselves. Owners should be on the lookout for vomiting, lethargy, and weakness.
Lilies are extremely dangerous. Sago palm is highly toxic and can cause acute liver failure. Blue-green algae can be found in ponds and standing water and can be rapidly fatal. And then flowering plants such as oleander, azaleas, rhododendrons, and foxglove can affect the heart.
Experts also say to pay attention to any food that falls at picnics or cookouts because grapes can cause acute kidney failure for dogs. Other foods like onions, garlic, leeks, chives can also damage red blood cells. All right, our last hour of Queen City News Now starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 9 o'clock. Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Welcome into our final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. One more hour, y'all.
That's it.
The power hour.
Then we get outside.
That's it. I'm going to spend
no
as much
rain.
time as I can.
Yeah.
No rain?
No rain?
No rain today?
No rain to speak of today. Mostly clear skies.
Child.
I would say students would be like, can we have class outside? But I'm sure a lot of kids already graduating, getting ready for their summer break and
Probably.
going out and about enjoying the sunshine.
Summer school kids, man.
Summer school
Yep.
kids.
Extra credit.
That's
exactly right.
Extracurriculars. That's why I did it. Taking a look right now over Concord as we have those
That's
clear
why.
skies for the most part. Heading out and about, not seeing too much in the way of cloud cover this morning. Still holding on to those 50s, transitioning into the 60s, which is just part of that warm up that we'll be seeing today. Already in the mid 60s. North wind 6 miles per hour. We've separated from the dew points. We're going to start outpacing yesterday's temperature. So this gap is now single digits. We're 4 to 5 degrees cooler, 1 to 5 degrees cooler I-40 corridor, and looking at those mid 60s around the Queen City. More in the way of the upper 50s, low 60s I-40 corridor, low 50s Boone and Jefferson. I expect this to ramp up into the low 80s, peak heating hours of the day with 70s on tap by the time we get into lunchtime. So we land anywhere from 3 to 4 degrees below normal for this time of year. Still a pleasant afternoon with north-northeast winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Overnight lows settling into the upper 50s as we approach your Thursday morning, rebounding into what will be, again, the mid 80s for your Thursday afternoon. Warming up, upper 80s near 90 degrees Friday, Saturday into your Sunday. Rain chances come back early next week as we cool those temperatures back down into the low 80s. Average highs this time of year, mid 80s. So again, we'll be above normal through the weekend as our pollen count stays stubbornly locked into that medium range. Grasses, walnut, oak, that's what's flaring those allergies. So Zyrtec and Claritin, very much needed here as you head out and about. I'll break down more of your forecast here with another check of your weather coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Piggybacking off that sunshine that Ted's talking about, we're seeing it shine on the rooftop of the cars sitting in traffic. This is I-77 north and south, just north of Uptown, courtesy of NCDOT, passing underneath LaSalle overpass. And unless you're in the toll lanes, if you're headed southbound, little stop and go. I mean, not too bad. It certainly is getting better now that we're in the 9 o'clock hour. Overall, a lot of incidents that we had earlier have gone away, which is really good news. Coming down from Lake Norman, that's improved. Gaston County up from South Carolina, all those stretches are good. So that's really good. We want to go back to South Charlotte. If you're headed northbound, inbound on Providence Road, excuse me, coming up from Union County. Near the Waverly area, just south of Ardrey-Kell, we got a lane block, Providence Road, between Bellacourt and Chancelot Lane. That's before you get to the Waverly, Ray Farms area, and 485. So just be aware of that. Still a little bit of slow in that area. But again, all drive times, look at this. They've gone from 40 minutes down to 14, 15, 13. That is looking good as we wrap this up for the day. Out in Gaston County, we've been watching this stop and go traffic all morning. Now it's flowing at 85 and Cox Road, closer to our station, 85 near Sam Wilson in the airport. All 10 lanes across, looking good, which we like to see. Look at this beautiful shot up near Lake Norman. I mean, that is gorgeous. Wow. Get out there, enjoy some sun if you can. Put on that sunscreen. Don't be distracted while you drive.
Mecklenburg County's next budget is now officially set at more than $2.5 billion.
The spending plan is about 2% larger than the current budget, which translates to $50 million.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live at the Government Center with a look at which funding obligations commissioners are prioritizing. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, the county commissioners said they wanted to avoid at just about any cost any raise in property taxes. They say residents were just recently seeing the hike last year and didn't want to do that again. So they kept that same rate steady. But they do say that that recent hike does free up room in the budget for some of their other top priorities, such as increasing employee wages. They say that public works employees have a pretty thankless job and deserve an extra raise. So across the board, there will be a 3% raise for all of the 6,500 employees that work in Mecklenburg County. And commissioners also wanted to help ease the costs of inflation, rising cost of living with a one-time $500 stipend. Now, this is the first budget cycle for County Manager Mike Bryant, who stepped into role this past summer. He really highlighted during his presentations the board's top priorities as education and the nearly $34 million in new funding provided for Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, Central Piedmont Community College, and the county library system. Now, other commissioners remarked how they feel, especially with education, the county is covering a lack from state and federal funds.
Of course, no budget can please everyone. We are dealing with many challenges and many obstacles that we have no control over. We have federal and state partners that do not share our values. We have to work within these roadblocks and limitations.
Now, Mecklenburg County's next budget will go into effect July 1st. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Well, the man behind a whistleblower lawsuit against Silfab Solar claims that he lost his job after speaking up about safety concerns at the controversial Fort Mill business.
And those claims predate a pair of chemical leaks at the plant in March.
Queen City News reporter David Schumann talked with the worker about his allegations.
You could clearly see there was major safety issues.
Jason Rhodes was a quality control technician for Silfab Solar last year, hired before the Fort Mill assembly and manufacturing facility even had working electricity.
No fire extinguishers, no fire suppression at all, doors being zip tied shut, duct tape shut.
Rhodes also says he and his coworkers were in the building without an occupancy permit. He says what was different about Silfab from other jobs he's had was management's indifference when he voiced his concerns.
It's something to just be pushed aside.
Did you feel ignored?
Oh, absolutely.
Rhodes says eventually he felt the right thing to do was contact the York County Fire Marshal. He says that led to an inspection, then a temporary facility shutdown. Rhodes says 2 weeks later, he was let go.
We were trying to do what was right for the company, for the community, and then they kind of turned their back on us.
Now, Rhodes is in the discovery phase of a lawsuit against Silfab in which he claims his firing was retaliation for reporting safety hazards and regulatory violations. The complaint states Silfab was, quote, operating in a manner which endangers employees and the public at large. A Silfab spokesperson denied Rhodes' allegations, saying we remain committed to our approximately 700 employees and contributing to the safety and well-being of the Fort Mill community.
It's the upper management and so forth that we've had our issues with. The individuals that are working on the floor there. Like I said, you've got some great people that from the local community, and you know they all have tried to do the same thing. Yeah. Some of us just have louder voices.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
I want to bring in our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rose, to talk about this. Khalif, when we talk about Silfab, it seems to go from bad to worse. We've talked about this lawsuit before with you, but when you hear things like duct tape, zip ties on doors, what does that stand out to you as a lawyer?
Well, those are obviously the things that jump off the page, right?
Sure.
But those are more to the nature of the violation.
Right.
But does his case have legs? It really, are you doing a protected activity? That's the first thing I'd say. In protected activities as an employee, as a whistleblower, am I reporting illegal conduct? Am I reporting fraud, waste, abuse, or reporting a safety violation? And so the duct tape, the zip ties, it would seem like it would fall under that safety violation category. Mm-hmm. And so when you're in these whistleblower lawsuits, there's this burden shifting. In most cases, if it's a criminal defense case, a criminal case, the burden is going to be on the state to prove it, right? Mm-hmm. These cases, it shifts all over the place. It starts with plaintiff being able to say, hey, I have a protected activity. The employer has knowledge of my activity. Mm-hmm. They have now taken adverse action against me, and there's evidence to connect these two, right? Now the burden shifts to the other side, and they have to show, no, it wasn't because of what he was doing in terms of this activity, it was poor performance, attendance, misconduct, reducing workforce, something else. Now the burden shifts back to the employer to say, well, thank you for making those allegations, but that's just a pretext for you removing me. Unlike most cases, the burden shifts on these type of cases a lot. Right now, the burden's on plaintiff.
I like when you play both sides, Cleve. That helps us kind of see what both sides might try to argue. If the whistleblower wins, what does this mean not only for SilFab, for other workers that may be apprehensive about coming forward because of what happened here?
Well, whistleblower laws are in place to do just that, to ensure that other folks are comfortable with coming forward. Remember, if there's an overarching safety concern, you don't want folks to be nervous about coming forward because I have to worry about, will I keep my job? That's why we have these types of things in place. Specifically, you're talking about a place where there could be some type of chemical spill, have had spills in the past. Obviously, he was there before they even had employees working there outside of him. But you want to ensure that if something like this is successful, obviously he'll have a financial concern. He hasn't been employed since this, but then you'll make sure that it strengthens the whistleblower protections for other folks that are coming or could potentially come forward for something like this.
We know that SilFab is dealing with a lot, right? There's safety issues, there's not paying contractors, people in the neighborhood didn't want them there anyway. When you have a whistleblower complaint like this for safety reasons, does that impact maybe the argument of we don't want this company here, even though there are more zoning questions?
Yep.
But does it have any weight in it? Can you bring that in when you're arguing that?
It will definitely help the argument. I don't think it would be decisive and say, okay, now because of this, you guys have to leave. But I think this is going to be more of a totality of the circumstance. You will take collectively everything that everyone is alleging, that you have these whistleblowers, you've had the multiple spill, you've had a number of folks that are saying you shouldn't have been zoned for the being there anyway. Currently, folks don't want you there. So now it's all stacking up to us saying, should you be there or not? I think it's collective as opposed to one incident.
Real quick, I know we're out of time, but do you think it's a race to get the money from them? Because we've heard all these lawsuits there, and you've mentioned whoever's first in line is going to get the biggest pot. Is there a ticking time bomb?
It is, specifically if the company would potentially go out of business. Now, if this company just shuts down and moves, it's different. It's not a race. But if there is a potential to not have a business anymore, yeah, you want to get in line as quick as you can.
All right, Carly, thank you.
It's 9/11 right now. Hard to believe. We're still in the upper 50s, and we're already past 9 o'clock. Ted, how long are we going to be slowly climbing up to the 80s?
Yeah, we're going to climb into the 80s until this afternoon. Right now, visibility, not an issue. 5 miles visibility for Albemarle. Everywhere else, clear. Fog really never took hold over the Carolinas, even though we had those temperatures and dew points right next to each other for most of the morning. Now, that high pressure is giving us those winds out of the north-northeast. We will hold on to dry conditions. That plays into the sunshine for today. I'll break down more of what that looks like with a check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Midterms are just a few months away, and some of the top primary races across the country are still counting their ballots. We'll have a look at what we know about that process so far. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time is almost 9:15. A Concord father is dead and his teenage daughter is in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. Police say the father was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he was shot and killed at a home on Bedlington Drive Northwest. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to a neighbor who actually heard the gunshots.
It was the sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in and to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
More than two people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say DeGraffenreid was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Primary season continues to test just how strong the president's endorsement is. In Iowa, it proved not to work. Representative Randy Feenstra was backed by the president to take over as the Republican candidate for governor. However, Zach Lawn took the nomination. Lawn championed policies that appealed to Iowa's conservative grassroots supporters, including a total ban on abortion. Excuse me. Lawn will face State Auditor Rob Sand, the lone Democrat currently holding statewide office in November. In the race for the Senate, Iowa Democrats are backing State Representative Josh Turek. The Paralympian will take on Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, who is endorsed by President Trump. The seat is currently held by Republican Joni Ernst, who has decided not to run for re-election. On the West Coast, we're still waiting for those final tallies. One race that has not been decided who's going to replace Governor Gavin Newsom. 2 Democrats, Xavier Becerra and Tom Steyer, both running against one Republican, Trump-endorsed Steve Hilton. All 3 have largely separated themselves from a crowded race. It's currently still too close to call. The top 2 candidates from the primary will advance to the general election regardless of party. Another race being closely watched is the mayor race in L.A. The Associated Press has already called it that incumbent Karen Bass will be moving on to November. Although the primary race is nonpartisan, Bass has served in Congress as a Democrat. The real question is who she'll be facing. Republican and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt has certainly made headlines in his run for office and is currently second as results are still being tallied. City Councilwoman Neetha Rahman is not far behind.
The Trump administration has hired a convicted January 6th rioter to work in the Pentagon's office that oversees sensitive special operations and irregular warfare matters. Elias Irizarry was 19 when he participated in the attack at the U.S. Capitol in 2021. He was appointed to the position within the Defense Department's Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict Office. The office performs oversight of the employment of special operations forces in counterterrorism and more. The FBI identified Irizarry through security footage as he entered the Capitol through a broken window. He was sentenced to 14 days in prison in 2023. According to the Washington Post, Irizarry said, quote, January 6th represented something truly horrible, end quote. The Pentagon says he is a qualified, patriotic young professional.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services are working with states to put stricter work requirements in place. This comes as more people report having a more difficult time getting their Medicaid benefits. Officials announced new guidance to prepare to changes to Medicaid services. The new rule was announced last summer as part of President Trump's tax cut and spending bill. They require people to work, attend school, or volunteer at least 80 hours per month in order to retain their benefits. However, the new guidance does allow exceptions for people who are, quote, medically frail or have conditions that significantly limit their ability to work. States will decide on which medical conditions qualify for those exceptions. New work requirements are expected to cause about 5 million people to lose their health care coverage by 2034.
All right, 9:20. We are slowly approaching 60 degrees. Man, I can't wait to step outside, Ted. Great morning.
Yeah, great morning for sure. Lots of sunshine out there, already in the mid-60s, ramping up into what will be the 80s peak heating hours of the day. North winds coming in at 6 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-50s here this morning. We're looking at a warm start, now in the low to mid-60s, so nice and mild. Low 60s I-40 corridor with 50s on tap in our mountain counties. Highs will land slightly below normal for this time of year. Low to mid-80s from uptown east towards Albemarle and Rockingham, upper 70s, low 80s I-40 corridor. I'm thinking we'll hit those low 70s for our mountain counties heading into the peak heating hours of the day. 90s on tap for parts of Texas, triple digits heading into Phoenix and Las Vegas, 90 Salt Lake City with 70s for the West Coast. We'll have slightly above normal temperatures from California into the Rockies towards the Dakotas, with the below normal temperatures indicated by that blue shading over the mid-Atlantic, the southeast, and all the way up through parts of Pennsylvania. High pressure building out of Michigan into the Ohio Valley region. We will hold on to those light winds out of the north-northeast with plenty of sunshine to go around. That stationary front and cold front to our south keeps rain over parts of Florida, some cloud cover over southern Georgia and Alabama, dissipating here as that high pressure builds out of the north. So we'll have mostly sunny skies for your Wednesday. Light winds with dry conditions really taking hold second half of the work week. A cool evening on tap before we rebound into the mid to upper 80s heading into your Thursday. Near 90 degrees come Friday. Sunshine finishes off the work week before clouds build over the weekend heading into early next week. I'm looking at lows bottoming out in what will be the 50s in your early morning hours on Thursday. Low 50s in our mountain counties. So another relatively cool start to your day early in the morning, rebounding into the mid 80s before the warm up takes hold throughout the weekend. Near 90 degrees on Sunday. Rain chances move in Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The San Antonio Spurs and New York Knicks will face off tonight in Game 1 in the NBA Finals. The Spurs are heavy favorites to win, and even the famous Air Corgi has them winning. The pup predicting the Spurs will take Game 1, then go on to win the championship in 7 games.
Ooh, some suggest the Corgi's right about 50 to 75% of the time, depending on the sport. Tip-off for tonight's game is 8:30 p.m. in San Antonio.
One of our producers is a diehard Knicks fan. And we're apparently not supposed to tell him about this. And what?
I like
Earbud
Aaron Corgi's prediction. I got Spurs in probably 5, I think.
Spurs in 5?
Oh,
Spurs in 5, maybe 6. I don't see it going 7, but who knows?
A lot of my buddies in New York, they want Knicks. So
of course.
Really?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe one more Spurs.
It is great for basketball.
Yeah.
You could not ask for a better matchup, right? You have the star of the NBA, right, or the
right.
future face in Wembanyama
Yep.
at the mecca of basketball at Madison Square Garden.
That's pretty cool.
The script writers, they scripted.
They did. It's going to be, I mean, you got Texas, New York. I mean, that's just
Come
huge.
on now.
Iconic. Yeah, it is. I can't wait. Speaking of betting or predictions, anyone going to stay up till 8:31 to even watch the tip-off tonight?
No.
With the schedules that we have to keep? I think Julian will.
I'll see.
You will.
I'll see like 2 minutes of the first quarter.
Okay, there we go.
Only 2 minutes?
That's it.
I don't buy it.
It starts with 2 minutes.
And then
then you get sucked in.
That 2 minutes goes by really fast. You're like, okay, just a little bit more.
Julian's going to have sleepy eyes tomorrow.
100%.
Sleepy eyes. All right, we're going to take a break. 30 minutes left. 30 minutes left in the show. As we go to break, a gorgeous start. Speaking of New York City, can't see Madison Square Garden from there, but we know futures this morning have been reflecting what we have been seeing all day, which is a mixed bag. We'll join Jane King at the Stock Exchange right after this.
Almost 9:30 here. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Stotowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Meteorologist Ted Payton says, glorious day on tap. Get out and enjoy it. It just so happens to be Global Running Day and World Bicycle Day.
Oh,
I mean, great activities for right now.
Yeah, perfect.
And he's like swimming involved in there because it'd be like a
Triathlon
triathlon
sure.
day.
Any day can
all
be
of it.
whatever day is
I'm
you try
bike,
hard
I'm
enough.
run in a day, like might as well just do all three, right?
Might as well.
There you go.
Ted.
2/3 of the way there.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
Yep.
all of which will be appropriate. Maybe wait till the peak heating hours of the day before you get that swimming in, because we'll start warming up into the low 80s as we approach the afternoon. Right now, holding on to 60s and Carolina blue skies around uptown. We'll hold on to a nice mild start to your day, ramping up pretty quickly, getting into the warm range as we head into the afternoon. So temperatures at 64 degrees, north winds at 6 miles per hour, dew points at 54 degrees. I told you we would close the gap and we'd be on the warmer side, and here we are looking at 1 to 2 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday. I might have laid that on kind of thick, so I'll take some of that back. Low 60s for Charlotte, mid 60s Monroe into Lancaster, low to mid 50s up through Boone. We really ramp up those temperatures through your lunchtime, getting into the mid 70s. We're aiming for those low 80s, peak heating hours of the day, landing anywhere between 3 to maybe 4 degrees below normal for this time of year. North-northeast winds will come into play, 3 to 8 miles per hour, so not a terribly windy day. Overnight lows settle into the 50s, rebounding into the mid-80s Thursday, near 90 degrees through the weekend. I'll break down what our next chance of rain looks like with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted told us. Okay, Macy's turnaround is now taking hold.
And stocks start the day at more record highs.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, how are we shaping up almost 2 minutes into the day?
Yeah, well, right off the bat, we're down. So we did go into the day with record highs, but interest rates are creeping up. We got the oil prices we've been worried about. They're a little bit higher. So the Dow at the moment down a little more than 200 points this morning.
Jane, a major health insurer dropped coverage of weight loss drugs for their own employees.
Yeah. So Reuters reports that Cigna will stop covering GLP-1 weight loss drugs in its employee health care plan. Companies are really feeling the pinch from the cost of these medications. And it's not just about the drugs, but who's doing it. So if the insurers are feeling the pinch, no doubt, other companies are feeling that too.
Okay, Jane, we got some good news coming from Macy's this morning. What are we hearing?
Macy's had its strongest quarter in 4 years. Now, it is more cautious going forward. It says they're not going to have the tax refunds, the spending associated with that, higher gas prices starting to weigh on consumers as well. Now, the CEO says that Macy's is reinvesting in better staffing and more item assortment to drive sales. They've refurbished some of their stores, and those tend to be doing well, so we'll likely see more of that.
All right, Jane, we appreciate your reports every single day. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll catch up with you early tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, well, fewer Americans are moving these days. New Bank of America Institute data shows relocations to different cities or states have dropped 11% over the past 2 years.
And when people do move, they're often staying much closer to home.
All right, I want to bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. Taylor, why do Americans seem to be staying put?
Yeah, I think the biggest reason is housing. So millions of Americans locked in. Remember that 3% mortgage interest rate during the pandemic.
So long ago.
Yeah, that really prompted a lot of people to up and move, or to be able to move, right? Today, I mean, interest rates are nearing 7%. So even if people wanted to move, it could potentially double their monthly mortgage, right? And that's a big no-no for a lot of people. And this is creating what economists are calling the lock-in effect. But I think there's a couple of other things going on too. As we mentioned, I mean, the great migration during the pandemic, right? A lot of people up and moved across states, across the country. And I think a lot of people are kind of settling in. Another one is remote jobs are also kind of dwindling. So there's just less opportunities to kind of be able to move wherever you want to.
All right, so what does this mean for North Carolina? Is it an outlier given the number of people who continue to move?
Yeah, North Carolina is absolutely a standout here. So even though overall fewer people are moving, North Carolina continues to attract people. So according to the Census Bureau, the state has grew nearly 150,000 people just last year, making it the third largest population growth behind Florida and Texas. And Charlotte and Raleigh continue to just be those hubs that really continue to attract people. I think a big part of it is just job opportunities and lower costs of living, especially when you're considering West Coast hubs or Northeast cities, right? Just a lot cheaper. You know, and I think people are willing to move. It just has to make financial sense. Maybe a higher paying job that offsets that higher mortgage rate.
Yeah.
Does the national slowdown have any impact on this at all?
I think it could have an impact on the economy, right? This is not just a housing or relocation story, because traditionally, I mean, America is known as, you know, the economic superpower is that people can up and move and relocate, right? And a big part of that is that people have been moving where jobs are. So I think if fewer people start to relocate, I mean, this is kind of like worst case scenario, but that could result in labor shortages or companies having a harder time filling positions. That I think one thing that we are seeing actually happen from this is that it's keeping housing inventory tight. When less people are moving out of their homes, right? They're staying in their home with that locked in 3% mortgage. Why would they leave? So yeah, this is not just a housing story. I think this is also an economic one too.
All right, Taylor, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, Charlotte's first responders are getting a pay bump. City council members are adjusting the city's budget plans to allow for firefighters and police officers to get 10% raises. The original budget called for firefighters to only get 7%. The city will now have to reallocate $4.4 million to make up for the cost. Council members will hold their final budget vote next Monday. Charlotte officials will celebrate the reopening of a North Charlotte fire facility. Firehouse 11 first opened in 1958, but the outdated building was demolished for a new 2-story, 4-bay structure. The city broke ground on the new firehouse on West 28th Street near Camp North End in March last year. The ceremony is happening at 2 o'clock for that reopening this afternoon.
The Trump administration is investigating Cabarrus County schools officials, with the Department of Education accusing district leaders of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, it stems from a local debate over allowing transgender students to use the girls' restroom.
In a release put out Monday, the U.S. Department of Ed said it was celebrating Title IX month with an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. The department accusing the district of violating Title IX protections by allowing males in girls-only intimate facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. According to the release, multiple female students have reported being required to dress and undress in the presence of males.
There's nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
That investigation likely linked to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. In April, all 5 county commissioners agreed the district should require students to use a bathroom that matches their biological sex.
We see you, we hear you, we support you, and we will stand for you.
In a statement to Queen City News, Cabarrus County schools said they are limited about what they could say in reference to specific allegations, but plan to fully cooperate with this Department of Education investigation.
It is a violation of Title IX for a school board to have a policy requiring a transgender student to use the bathroom consistent with their biological sex. To do so, according to the Fourth Circuit, constitutes sex-based discrimination.
And while the investigation is ongoing, staff for the district's Board of Education argue recent rulings prevent them from requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex.
Individuals have the right under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to peacefully petition their elected officials to change laws they disagree with. What neither side has the right to do is to expect or require elected officials to violate the law.
No word yet on how long the investigation will last. In Cabarrus County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Mallard Creek High School's track team won its appeal of a controversial disqualification that cost them a state title. Nyan Brown was issued a DQ for holding his hand up at the end of the race. Some say that he was showboating. Others say he was simply celebrating. State athletics leaders discussed the team's appeal of the decision yesterday and overturned it, naming Brown now the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champs.
Charlotte city leaders are considering a new rule that would criminalize street vending for repeat violators. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has details on the proposal as complaints continue to come in.
6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA came with mixed feelings. After ending in February, the Charlotte Safety Committee has been trying to figure out how to implement the program citywide.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
While the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas, it didn't come without any problems. Officials say despite issuing fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble and no one is paying up.
Here in Charlotte, we're struggling with the perception and the reality of petty nuances impacting quality of life throughout the city. And I think a wide variety of our ordinance need stronger teeth to them.
Ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and collect data on numbers of citations and rule breakers, plus who's paying the fines.
Without data, it's hard to evaluate whether our implementation, whether this citywide regulation works or not. We need data.
This goes before a full council before anything becomes official. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Tucked away in a correctional institution are a group of journalists, but they get a chance to tell their own stories in their own words. We will explain coming up. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Four times a year, a group of incarcerated men at Nash Correctional Institution publish something you might not expect, a newsletter.
It's called the Nash News.
Yeah, law and crime reporter Dina Harley spoke with the men behind it, who say it's more than just a publication.
I met a guy who was always in the back of the block writing. At the time, he was the editor of the Nash News, so of course I asked him what was he writing. He told me.
From the back of the block to here, inside of the Nash Correctional Institution, this publication brings together inmates from across the prison. It's called the Nash News.
A lot of the times, you know, we'll definitely be looking for content for an issue, but you just kind of overhear somebody's story, which is their life. But then you hear them talking about it, and you're like, you know, that's a really interesting story.
The inmates are journalists, illustrators, and editors. They work daily to produce the quarterly newsletter, jobs they take seriously. But at the heart of the work, connection between men who may have never talked before.
We set up interviews with the people. We'll sit in the block and interview them. Sometimes we'll take them over to our newsroom and interview them, depending on the subject matter and how sensitive it is.
And featured inmates telling family on the outside where to read their stories.
They get to connect with their family in a way that they can't just through messages or the telephone or even visits, because their families get to see and experience the stories of their lives.
There are fathers bonding with kids they haven't always been able to connect with.
I left when he was 10 years old. I went to prison when he was 10 years old, and his mom didn't let me have contact with him until he was an adult. He's not seeing just the bad side of what I did to come into prison.
Sometimes the stories are unexpected. One edition, all about stray cats that find their way onto prison property.
For some reason, we decided to do an issue talking about our cats, and all these cats lived here at one time.
How these cats allow us to regain some humanity, to care in a way for the animals.
For Barry Mintz, it's a chance to surprise his wife with pictures of the cats he's told her about over and over again.
What is that like for you to find ways to still connect with your wife through this?
It's extremely important. It's extremely important because so she gets a taste of the cats I've been talking about.
Digital editions reach the families and prisons across the country, expanding the audience for the stories written inside of these walls. Timothy Johnson, the editor, hopes it makes someone somewhere feel connected.
There's someone like me. There's someone who understands what I'm going through. There's someone who understands the dark nights that I face or the hopes and dreams that I have for my life, whether in or out of prison.
Printed copies stay at Nash Correctional, also making a big impact.
But what's your favorite part of working on this?
It's everything. There's no favorite part to it. I guess one of the really rewarding things about it is when it's in somebody's hands.
And beyond that, the paper offers something even bigger, a chance to be heard.
The Nash News is a chance to say, yes, there's a lot of negativity in here, but there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of people helping each other. And so this is our chance to create a narrative to show, like you said, that we are human and that these individuals in here may have made mistakes in the past, but they're working on ways so that way they can get out and they can do better in the future.
You know, I see the Nash News not just as a platform for me to be an editor, but a platform to give everybody who's incarcerated a voice about the change that's going on in prisons every day.
I just hope that other people, like when this gets out, people see that there's another side to incarcerated people.
Another side to the men behind the sentence, and a chance to tell their own stories in their own words.
All right, while the Carolina Hurricanes fell to the Knights last night, fans are still working to get their tickets to see the next game and hopefully a win. They'll have to pay a pretty penny to do it, though. The cheapest game one admission was $700 before taxes, and then you add on all the fees, we're probably talking another couple hundred. The highest was going for $3,700. And for tomorrow's matchup, the cheapest seat is going for more than $900. Officials are warning people about possible scams, of course, as they search for any and all deals. One Caniac says there are phony seats being offered on the internet.
Grandson was looking at tickets just the other night, and his girlfriend said, "Look, there's 2 tickets for $300 apiece," and I just instantly said, "Scam! You're not going to get tickets for $300 apiece."
That's a smart mom right there. Better Business Bureau advocates say people interested in tickets should use reputable sources and use credit cards, as they can offer some fraud protection and it's easier to get your money back.
Well, as we count down to America 250, we also learn more about our past, and history tells us that it takes a village to raise a nation. The Kings Mountain Historical Museum introduces us to people who are largely overlooked. Women on the Edge of War sheds light on the heroines of the American Revolution. They played key roles as spies, messengers, and even scouts.
Their impact played heavy parts in these battles and skirmishes during this time of the American Revolutionary War, as well as here in the Carolina Piedmont.
And we'll find out more about these determined women. You can watch our Spirit of America 250 series on Queen City News tonight at 10.
I think my wife would make a good spy.
Yeah?
I don't know what made me think of that. What you were just talking about women and the roles they played, 250 years ago.
I wouldn't mess with.
I think women.
I wouldn't mess with.
Listen, women are just they're clued in for the most part, more than us guys. I'm just thinking about
More
food.
than you will ever know.
See, I know. I knew you would appreciate that.
Double agent right here.
How do I go from spy to weather?
I don't
You can
know.
just start, I guess.
Huh. Yeah,
that's up to you.
We didn't leave you with much, Ted.
Clear skies for aerial surveillance this morning.
Yeah!
All right, Ted.
Perfect.
We got there. We got there. It's 64 degrees. Get out and about. Winds are nice and light, so the drone. Perfect. Don't have to worry about those winds aloft as well. We have those temperatures in the mid-60s from Charlotte into Concord, looking at upper 60s Monroe, 50s Boone and Jefferson for the higher elevations. Today's highs will climb into what will be the low 80s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Low 70s mountain counties. These temperatures land just shy of normal for this time of year. We will be warming up as the week continues. 90s for parts of Texas, triple digits Las Vegas, Phoenix, 90 degrees Salt Lake City. We'll have 70s along the west coast, 80s up through the Dakotas, which is actually slightly above normal for this time of year, while we have slightly below normal temperatures impacting the eastern United States into the Carolinas, up through Pennsylvania and down through Florida. That's mainly courtesy of that stationary front and cold front from the deep south through our Gulf states, giving us some rain down towards Florida, some limited cloud cover now making way for sunshine over southern Georgia and Alabama. We stay clear here around the Carolinas. The Queen City looking at an abundant amount of sunshine for your Wednesday, nice and warm, cool overnight heading into your early morning hours on Thursday. We'll rebound Thursday afternoon into the mid 80s, partly cloudy skies, mountain counties, and I'm looking at our cool overnight dropping down into the 50s yet again, heading into your early morning hours. Shouldn't be too bad as we head into your Thursday morning. Low 50s, Boone and Jefferson. A cool start to your morning still leads to a warm afternoon, slightly above normal for this time of year. We'll be near 90 degrees Friday, heading into your weekend and continuing to usher in that heat and that warmth. And then again, I'm looking at what will be your returning rain chances heading into Sunday and Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. Low 80s today, mid 80s Thursday. We're going to get into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees as we head into your Friday. Plenty of sunshine to go around. Those hot temperatures will start to settle down as we head into early next week. Clouds build Sunday, heading into early next week. Rain chances come back Monday, heading into Tuesday.
Well, not only did Charlotte FC defender and U.S. men's national team captain Tim Ream lead the national team to victory, he also got a special honor. Congresswoman Alma Adams presented Ream with her Congressional Challenge coin after the win. The coin is meant to honor Ream's service to the community and his historic selection as captain of the team after being named the oldest captain ever appointed.
Hey, you get an oldest coin.
Yeah.
Hey.
I think this is a great honor for Tim Ream.
It
Here's
is.
the thing.
It
I
is.
think he would trade all the challenge coins in the world if the men's team is able to at least come away with a medal, World Cup, third place finish. I know that's very lofty.
Come on.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be worth it, right?
This is our World Cup.
Come on.
We can
This
do
is
it.
our World Cup. Yeah.
Our time.
We can do
Yeah.
this. We can
All right. Let's hope they get past the opening round.
Yep.
Yeah. Got to
And out of their group
stage first.
Get out of the group stage.
Baby steps.
That's
Baby
right.
steps.
One match at a time.
All right, listen, we got just enough time to head over to Liza Mahacek for Positively Charlotte. Where is your cohort?
Oh my gosh, she's over at the Goodyear house with such a difficult assignment.
I hate that for her.
She's eating food all morning long. I know,
Oh,
seriously.
wow.
Poor girl. She's
Okay,
out
so
there.
you're going to be holding up all the weight for the show.
Yeah, of course. But we've got a jam-packed show as well. So we're going to be talking with the party animals who are in Banana Ball. I know. So we're going to be talking with the head coach of the party
What?
animals about how they're going to be playing games, and you can catch it on the CW, so you can watch it here. And then also, they've got games here this weekend too.
Yeah.
So pretty fun. And then also, we've got Charlotte FC starter, Brant Bronico in the house with us. So he's going to be talking about
The
beds
mayor
for
of
kids.
Charlotte, Brant Bronico?
Right?
What?
I know. So
What?
he's coming in and talking to us about, beds for kids. They help provide beds and furniture for different people within our community. And so they've got a 15-year celebration and a ribbon cutting tomorrow. He's going to talk to us a little bit about that. So we're busy today. you know.
Busy.
I'm glad someone on that show's working.
Right?
That's good.
Way to go, Liza.
Make sure to stick around to watch Ladies on Positively Charlotte. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 4 a.m.
Aloha! Guess what? Hawaii has come to the Queen City for a very special event happening tonight here at the Goodyear House with Guard and Grace. It's a luau, and you're invited. I'm telling you about it all throughout the show.
And hitting it out of the park, we've got a player from the Party Animals here to talk about some upcoming Banana Ball. And we speak with a great nonprofit making sure that every child has a place to lay their head at night. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. Thank you so much for joining us on your Wednesday. We are halfway through the week. So we've got some great things coming up for you today. Baseball fans, get excited because the Party Animals are coming to your screen. 6 new games of Banana Ball are set to air, and you can catch them all right here on Queen City News. So we have got the coach of the Party Animals, Mike Vivacis, joining us now. So we're going to talk with him in just a second, but it's a very exciting time. Of course, we are going to be having them airing right here on Queen City News, but also we've got some games coming up this weekend, actually. So we're going to be talking about the Texas Tailgaters facing off against the Firefighters at Truist Field this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So if you also want to see some Banana Ball in person, you can head on over to the Knights Stadium. And, this is, of course, a phenomenon where people absolutely love Banana Ball. So we've got the coach here with us to talk all about it. Coach Mike, so great to have you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. So would you ever have imagined that you would be coaching both a baseball team and a dance team at the same time?
Never in my wildest dreams have I thought this was a possibility, but it's been a dream come true, and just the amount of joy we bring and the excitement we bring to all these towns, it's been a dream.
It's magical. For so many people, they come, and already baseball is so much fun, but you guys add so much more to it. So for viewers unfamiliar with the style of play, can you kind of describe a little bit about how Banana Ball works?
Absolutely. So it's baseball with a twist. We base everything around what we think the fan and what entertainment is going to be best for that show. So essentially, we do things like if a batter hits a foul ball and a fan catches it, he's out. We have a 2-hour time limit, so we get the most energy, fun-packed game in, and it's not boring for the fans. So we do everything with a little more excitement, a little more flair. And if you watch the games, you'll see it's just not a typical baseball game.
And we've got some video of you guys dancing up there. What's the ratio of dance rehearsal time versus practice time?
I would say it's about even, especially on our game days. The first thing we start off with is our entertainment rehearsal. We learn all the dances, what we're going to learn that night, something we have to practice for the show coming up. So it's about even split, and it's fun seeing some of these guys who even aren't the best at dancing or don't enjoy it come out of their shell and really embrace it and have fun out there.
So much fun. I've seen videos of you tap dancing on social media. So and tap dancing is kind of a lost art. It's something that's so fun, but it's like a niche pick within the dancing world. Do you have previous experience in dancing?
Absolutely. So my whole life, I was born into a dance studio, basically. My mom and sister owned and ran a dance studio my whole life. Up until I was 10, that's all I did was dance and compete. And then my mom secretly signed me up for Little League. And once I got involved in that, I fell in love. And never in my dreams could I imagine that I could dance and play on a baseball field at the same time. And then Banana Ball became a thing, and it's been great ever since. And I know my mom loves it, seeing me out there dancing and playing. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds. And I'm lucky that I was able to learn that at such a young age.
I mean, seriously, this is the best of both worlds for you. So this weekend, you've got a doubleheader on the CW live from Milwaukee against one of the newest teams in Banana Ball, the Loco Beach Coconuts. So what can viewers really expect from this matchup?
Oh man, the Coconuts are a young and exciting team, a lot of energy. The party animals, same way. So every time we play each other, it's always exciting. It's always fast paced. And you never know what to expect. You know, you'll see a shirtless guy over there. You'll see someone riding a hoverboard over there. So it's everywhere you look, there's something new and exciting. Just be ready to watch whatever you can.
A whole new branch of entertainment. We love it. Well, thank you so much, Mike. We so appreciate you joining us today and for sharing this with us.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Of course. And you can catch the party animals facing off against Coconuts this weekend by watching right here on Queen City News this Saturday at 7:30 p.m. and Sunday at 3:30 p.m. and also happening right here in the Queen City. As we were telling you at the start of the show, the Texas Tailgaters are facing off against the Firefighters at Truist Field this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So if you still want to see some banana ball in person, you can just head on over uptown to the Knights Stadium. And Hawaii has come to the Carolinas as the Goodyear House is teaming up with Guard and Grace for something very special. Alicia is over in Noda at the Goodyear House with the details. Alicia, you've got such a tough assignment this morning. How's it looking over there?
That's right, Liza. And I'm here with Chef Chris Coleman from the Goodyear House, Chef Adam Vero, all the way from Houston, but soon to be a Charlottine. Yeah. So first of all, let's start with this. Tell us about the Goodyear House.
Yeah, the Goodyear House, we're located in the Noda neighborhood of Charlotte. I've been here for 6 years. It's a neighborhood restaurant, American food, you know, Southern backbone. We kind of cook what we want to eat. That's what we do.
We've got our liaison. Guard and Grace is all about Hawaii, right, and celebrating the traditions?
Yeah, absolutely. So Chef Troy Guard, our owner, is from Hawaii, so we like to put a little bit of the Hawaiian flair into everything we do. So say we're going to have a Carolina meets Hawaii luau.
I love it. Okay, it's happening tonight. Let's do a little walk and talk. Sure. So first of all, Goodyear House is so beautiful. Tell us about this luau that's going down.
Yeah, so you know, like Adam just said, we kind of wanted to meld Carolina flavors and Hawaiian flavors. And for us, we have this giant patio backyard, and every time we have a chance to do a party in the backyard, we're going to do it. It's just, you know, again, we like to cook what we like to eat, and we like to just have a good time. So we're going to invite our guests in to relax, gather around picnic tables, enjoy some past apps, 4 courses, and then some past desserts, and it should be a lot of fun.
Goodyear House is opening up in Charlotte in the fall. You've got 2 other locations. But for you all, why was it important to do this collaboration this evening with Goodyear House?
So yeah, Guard and Grace, we're opening this fall in Charlotte, and we really just wanted to be a part of the community. So when we met Chris, we felt like this is a really great pairing. You know, Troy and I, both of our backgrounds, a big part of our childhood was having a little barbecue in the backyard and hanging out with friends and family. So we just felt like this is a natural fit for us.
Okay, we're going to taste some food later on, but what are y'all serving tonight? Let's get to the food.
Yeah, so I'm doing a couple things. The lomi lomi salmon, which we'll taste in a few minutes, a grilled mushroom skewer, and then a huli huli chicken, which is kind of like this soy ketchup brown sugar barbecue chicken. It's delicious.
Yeah, Chris went a little bit more in the Hawaiian direction. Okay. Troy and I actually did a little bit more of the Carolina style. So today we're doing a little deep dish pizza with Carolina whole hog barbecue, a little Carolina barbecue sauce. For our entree, we're gonna do our signature oak grilled prime New York strip. Oh my God. And then we're doing a little pimento cheese bite. So a little bit of the Carolina. We'll put a little Texas brisket on top of that.
This is like trading spaces because you all drew inspiration from each other, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that. For people who have not been to Goodyear House, you know, tell us more about the history because you started in 2020, right in the pandemic, and here you are.
Yeah, we opened up 48 days before the shutdown here in North Carolina for the pandemic, which was awesome and then was not awesome. But then we got to reopen, and you never get a chance to reopen a restaurant, so so that was fun. But again, yeah, neighborhood restaurant here in Noda. Lots of local sourcing. We just want to let the ingredients shine, and lunch and dinner 7 days a week, and yeah, we're here.
Liza, there's a big grill over there. I wish you could smell it. These chefs smell so good. It's all the food that we love to eat. So later on the show, Liza, you know we like to eat. I'm going to be trying some food.
Lots of excitement at Bank of America Stadium this past Sunday, and while you're taking a live look at that stadium, here's a stat that might shock you. Nonprofit Beds for Kids has delivered 220,000 total furniture units since 2011. So when laid side by side, that could cover nearly 50 Charlotte FC MLS soccer fields. And speaking of Charlotte FC, we've got player Brant Bronico here with us and Beds for Kids Executive Director Zach Smith to tell us a little bit about tomorrow's event celebrating 15 years of the nonprofit. Very exciting thing happening tomorrow with this ribbon cutting. So can you kind of explain a little bit about your organization? I know that you guys deal with fighting furniture poverty. So what does that really mean? Because I think a lot of people don't know what that term is.
Yeah, so Beds for Kids is a Charlotte area furniture bank serving children and their families with beds and furniture, and most of those families are experiencing furniture poverty, which really means a family's made the hard work to get into stable housing, but furniture is just a little bit out of reach. And so we come in and provide those essential items of beds, kitchen tables, dressers, and sofas, really anything that will make a space feel like home.
Yeah, so how did this partnership really come to be between you and Beds for Kids?
Yeah, you know, it kind of, when I got traded back to Charlotte, my agent and I, we wanted to get involved in the community because I feel like as a professional athlete, you know, you need to use that platform to do well and give back. And we really wanted something local, something that we felt like, you know, hey, we'll see this in our backyards, we'll see this in the community affecting real families. And we looked into Beds for Kids and saw how amazing, you know, all the amazing stuff that they do to help families. And like he said, you know, the families that do the hard work, you know, to get into the home, but don't have, you know, maybe enough capacity to fill the home.
Yeah.
So we were like, hey, let's just, you know, see if they want to partner. We'll throw an annual fundraiser. So, and, you know, now we're going on our, fifth year, fifth BB13 fundraiser for Beds for Kids this year. So it's been a great partnership, but, you know, just, you know, so rewarding and so awesome to see the look on those families' faces when you're delivering the furniture into their home and they can really create a space where they feel safe.
And it is so important because, you know, when you're out in the community, you meet people who are, you know, coming back from housing insecurity, and they're so grateful to have a roof over their head, but it's not able to feel fully like home until you have those items in your house. So you guys have been serving families and kids for over 15 years. How have you seen it really grow?
Yeah, it's been amazing. For 15 years, we've been serving families. This past year, we've served 1,326 families.
Wow.
Full homes of furniture. Put that another way, it's 33 families we're serving this week with beds and furniture. And those families are working hard. They've gotten into that new apartment, and we're going in and providing those items.
It's so exciting. So I know that you've got quite a history with the Queen City especially, but why is it so important? I know you spoke about having that platform. Why is it so important to give back and be part of the community?
Yeah, you know, I just think not everybody gets this opportunity. You know, obviously I'm blessed to be in a position that I'm in, and I just really care about Charlotte and the community. You know, having gone to college here, growing up in our North, you know, I want to be able to do my best to make a difference while I can, right? So, like I said, looking into Beds for Kids, being able to partner with such a impactful organization, and go out and see something tangible that you're doing. I feel like that really makes all the difference. And usually it's like a snowball effect. When one person sees somebody else doing something good, then they're more inclined to do something good, and then we all kind of put that together. We can make Charlotte a really great place to live.
Very, very true. And I know that you guys have your big ribbon cutting event tomorrow as well. So the celebration on June 4th, we got the information right there on your screen. It's the 15th anniversary celebration and their new warehouse grand opening. So you can head on over to their website to learn more, or you can visit that location. That's going to be where your new location's at, right?
Yes, we'd love anybody to come out. It's a family-friendly event. You're welcome from 9 to 11 at that address, 2701 Hutchison McDonald Road.
Very exciting. Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming in and for sharing this with us today. We so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Of course, absolutely. All right, well, June 12th can't be here soon enough because the 2026 iHeart Music Festival lineup was announced, and it's going to be banger after banger. K-pop sensation BTS, hip-hop matriarch Cardi B, and dance pop princess Zara Larsson are just a few of the talents set to grace the stage. There will also be sets from Benson Boone, Weezer, Snoop Dogg, Kenny Chesney, Lainey Wilson, Major Lazer, and the Goo Goo Dolls. So if this sounds like something that you want to go to, you better start planning. The T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas is where everything is going down on September 18th and 19th. Now, that June 12th date that we mentioned earlier is the day that tickets go on sale. But if you are a Capital One card holder, you'll be able to buy your spot on the 10th. So good luck to you all, and may you find your way to Vegas, excuse me. I think that this is so funny that we've got Zara Larsson, BTS, and Kenny Chesney performing at the same festival because, I mean, what a wide array. Very fun. Well, in other entertainment news, another day, another Love Island contestant in hot water. Today's subject is Season 8 contestant Sean Rayfel, a rookie cop who resigned from his position after less than a year to join the Love Island competition. So it turns out the mayor of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, J. William Reynolds, is letting his feelings be known on the matter, saying, "I never thought I'd see the day in America where reality show participation wins out over being a police officer." Police Chief Michelle Codd also explained that his resignation has left a vacancy in that department that can't be filled until next year. Codd called the loss extremely difficult as she thought that Rayfel was a good guy, and him being gone on top of the vacancy is only going to make policing that much more difficult for the department. Hopefully Rayfel fares well on the show, as there's currently no word on whether or not he'll sign when the show is over or his time on it is over. But a lot of people have been kind of weighing in on social media as well, being like, oh, well, he can do what he wants, saying things like that. But I think that this is a tough one to contest when you've got the mayor of your hometown saying something. So, man, Love Island contestants, there's always something new with them. And after the break, we're telling you a little more positivity. Take a listen from Alicia.
Well, I'm in the backyard of the beautiful Goodyear house, and this is where the luau is going down. Coming up, we are giving you a preview of the food. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. June marks the midpoint of the year, making it the perfect time to pause and ask, am I on track with my financial goals? Here to help is financial expert Brian Concannon, head of Vanguard Digital Advisor, and he's sharing some simple ways that people can revisit their short and long-term financial goals and plans for the future. And Brian, I know that for a lot of people, finances are something that they want to keep in check, but sometimes fall to the wayside. So why is now a good time to check on financial goals and habits?
Yeah, well, good morning. Yeah, our research shows that most people, they start the year with the best of financial intentions. They have a great financial resolution, but only 1 in 4 are actually able to stick with that plan throughout the course of the year. We often know that summer, this is a period where people can fall a bit astray, right? Our lives get busy. There's more activities. There's more travel. Spending can creep up. And so, yeah, now is just a good time to dust off that financial plan if you have one, recommit to your goals, and try to finish 2026 with confidence.
Now, what are some good ways to get started when it comes to investing?
Sure, it's a really important question. We recently did a survey and we saw that with our younger investors, about 60% of our clients, they weren't sure where to get started. They were feeling a little bit stuck. And so to those folks, we say, hey, let's just create a real clear savings goal and then do your best to be disciplined about saving that amount each and every month. It sounds simple, but the trick is to try to let automation be your friend. Right? Just like you may automatically pay your bills each and every month to stay on top of those, consider automatically paying your investment accounts, right? Just a little bit of each and every month so that you're consistently making progress against your medium and longer term goals.
So how can a digital advisor make the process easier? Because I know for a lot of people, they want someone or something to tell them how to do better. So how does it work?
Sure. Ease is absolutely the name of the game. So for clients and digital advisor, we're looking to get to know just a few things about you, understand your current financial situation, understand your risk tolerance, and then most importantly, understand your goals, right? Is it retirement? Maybe you have a kid's education goal in mind, a wedding coming up. Once we understand those goals, we can build you a broadly diversified portfolio of low-cost investments, typically giving people coverage to more than 10,000 companies across the world. And then we'll manage that portfolio over time. We can make any trades as needed to keep that portfolio aligned to your risk profile, even help you save on taxes. Our clients tell us it saves them a ton of time, about 100 hours per year.
So what's your advice if you have some limited money or don't really see yourself as an investor?
Yeah, at Vanguard, we strongly believe that financial advice should not be a luxury good. And so we're in the business of bringing sophisticated investment advice, historically available to millionaires, to everyone. Good news, technology's come a long way. Investing is more accessible and approachable than ever. It only takes about $100 to get started.
So where can we go to find more information? Because obviously this is such a helpful tool.
Sure, yeah. To learn more and to start building your own financial plan, you can visit us at vanguard.com/midyear.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today, Brian. We really appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, there's a special event going on at the Goodyear House this evening. They have teamed up with Garden Grace Restaurant for a Carolina Luau. How fun is that? Alicia is at the Goodyear House for a sneak peek. And you've got your lay on, you're laid up. What's cooking, Alicia?
Girl, I'm laid up. And Leslie, we like to eat, so let's get to it. I'm with Chef Chris from Goodyear House, Chef Adam from Garden Grace, and they've traded places and really leaned into each other's culinary. First of all, I've never seen a pizza like this. This is beautiful. It smells good. Tell us about what you've created.
So this is, we actually did a whole suckling pig. We slow roasted it, And then we have a little bit of that on top, some just really simple, fresh, local tomatoes. We have 3 different types of cheese that we smoked in-house. We finished this with just a little bit of red onion and then Carolina barbecue sauce, a little Carolina Gold.
Okay, so how much research did you do into our Carolina Gold and how we eat down here in the South?
I did a lot of research, and also most of the research is eating. So it's really just my passion either way.
It's kind of the research that I like. I should have been a chef. Okay, so Chef, tell me about what you got going on here.
Yeah, so this is going to be my past app, and I wanted to take this tradition of lomi lomi salmon, which is really kind of a condiment in Hawaiian cuisine of salted salmon, tomato, and onion, and they eat it like over rice or with barbecue chicken or something. But I wanted to do like a fresher version of it. So we have crudo instead of like salting and curing the salmon. I did do a quick like 15-minute sugar salt cure on this salmon. This is our kind of first of the season cherry tomatoes, and we've compressed them in a tomato water.
Beautiful.
And then we're just going to roll it up, put it on a pick, and we're going to pass it around tonight for our guests.
Gorgeous. The two of you, were you calling each other, trying to coordinate this menu? I would think it would be fun to, speak with another chef, and when you're so used to just working with your own teams.
Yeah, we had a couple of text threads going, one for just the chefs to kind of talk about menu and talk about the food and what we wanted to do, and got to know these guys just trading texts and emails, which is really cool.
Perfect. How do people get tickets for tonight? Because I told you you're invited in the community, and there's still tickets available.
Yeah, so you can go on to the Goodyear House Instagram page, the Garden Grace Instagram page, or go straight to opentable.com and look for the Experiences tab and grab tickets there.
As I said, Garden Grace has 2 other restaurants in Houston and in Denver. You're opening here in Charlotte. Why is Charlotte an important market for y'all?
Charlotte's a really beautiful city. It's really kind of up and coming. I moved to Denver in 2010, and I feel like Charlotte kind of gives me that vibe of had Denver at that time. It's really just kind of on the edge of just blowing up, and it's a really good spot for us. I think the location of our restaurant is going to be awesome, and we're really excited to be here. So.
For Garden Grace, are you always doing these events? Because I'm kind of blown away. You've got the bags over there, there's the TVs, there's the Connect 4 for the kids or the kidults, so there's something for everybody.
Yeah, no, here at Goodyear, we kind of lean into the backyard of it all. And so having the bocce court, having cornhole boards, the giant, Connect 4 giant Jenga, on the weekends, and then just, really beautiful weather nights like tonight, this whole place just turns into a party with kids running around, and it's a lot of fun.
Okay, this is a taste test. I always have to eat, you guys. This is just what I do. All right. My hot track. Hold on. Let me be equal opportunity, though. Girl, it's a hard job. All right, Liza, back to you.
Oh, thank you, Alicia. As Alicia always says, if there's one thing that we're going to do, it's eat. All right, well, coming up, the Foodie School is making cooking approachable and easy for all. We've got a summer recipe using some fresh tomatoes after this short break. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte on your hump day. It is officially tomato season, and the Foodie School is giving us a way to use that fresh seasonal produce even if we are unskilled in the kitchen. Chef Mara from the Foodie School is here, and what are you making for us today? It already smells amazing.
So we are making a fresh marinated tomato bruschetta. So if we're doing bruschetta, we have to start with a nice crispy crostini. I love it to almost, shatter your teeth.
Yes, exactly.
Very crunchy. So I have a nice garlic infused oil. So I like to kind of spray my oil through like this and then give it a nice good swish around. Make sure we get a really nice even coating. And then I'm gonna go from nice up high when I season that.
Okay.
And that way that seasoning spreads out. You don't wind up with piles of salt or pepper.
Makes sense.
A little fresh pepper on that as well.
I always love an electric pepper grate. That's the best.
You get to use all the fun tools at Foodie School. So.
Love it.
So let's talk about some other components of this. So we're going to be making a really nice herbed goat cheese. So any kind of herbs that you have, and we always suggest fresh herbs, especially in the summertime in the South. Herbs grow great, especially all this rain we've been getting.
So true, seriously.
So no excuse to use dried herbs anymore. So we're gonna put some really nice fresh basil. So we always like to teach you a few little knife tips in our classes as well. So this is called a chiffonade. So you just stack your basil leaves up, roll them up into a tight little cigar. And then we just rock our knife forward, forward, forward.
Oh my goodness.
We wind up with these beautiful thin little ribbons, and that makes a really nice garnish as well.
It is so, and that's what I love about basil too, is that it's so potent. Like you can smell it. It smells so fresh.
Oh, we're releasing all those beautiful essential oils, and same thing we're doing here. We're gonna add a little lemon zest to our goat cheese.
So what's the difference between adding lemon zest and lemon juice?
So all the essential oils lie within the cell walls of the skin of the fruit. Wow. So we're getting all the flavor, but we're not getting the acidity from the juice. Now, if you want a little acidity, you can add that juice as well.
Sure.
But we're looking for a nice kind of firmer goat cheese spread. So if you see here, it's a really nice spreadable consistency.
Oh, that's great.
So any herbs you have, little lemon zest, little garlic, salt, pepper as always, and taste. We always teach you to taste along the way, make sure everything is very well seasoned and good to go for your final product.
I love it.
All right, so you get to do our nice magic trick here with our tomatoes.
So excited. Okay, so
put another plate on top of all those tomatoes, and then we just take a serrated knife, and you're gonna go along the side like this. Hold way up here. Make sure we don't hook our fingers over the edge and catch those fingers as we're going. Don't lose that beautiful little manicure.
Oh, I somehow managed. I somehow managed to mess up the simplest
Here, I'll hold it for
trick.
you. There we go.
Thank you so much.
I'll be your buddy.
I feel like I'm still somehow, the simplest trick, still messing it up. It's fine, it's fine.
But, I mean, look how well you did.
Look how beautiful they are.
So amazing.
And I love your tomato earrings.
Well, thank
She's
you.
got these cutie little tomato earrings on. I love it.
We love a good theme at Foodie School.
So then you take these kind of cut in half tomatoes and then you add them in here?
Yeah, and then again, I added some nice fresh basil, a little grated garlic, and just a little bit of some balsamic vinegar and some onions.
Smells amazing.
So again, kind of whatever you have in the house. And we always love to do our different seasonal bruschettas.
Oh.
And it's just a fun way to change this up. It doesn't always have to be tomato and basil. You know, we do fall ones, we do spring ones, we do winter ones. So
oh my gosh.
all kinds of fun things you can do.
And then the final garnish?
Final garnish is that beautiful fresh basil that we just sliced up ourselves. And then,
how beautiful.
Nice little kiss of some balsamic glaze. I mean,
so you get that sweetness too.
Yep, absolutely.
Man, I'm excited to dig into this. But you guys have camps and classes all summer long, all year round. We got the information right there on your screen. You can visit them over in Fort Mill, and you can head on over to their website. Give them a call. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today, Chef. We so appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, it's our pleasure. Well, on to some news in Hollywood. Singer Sabrina Carpenter has filed a temporary restraining order against an alleged stalker who showed up at her home in Los Angeles multiple times in a matter of days. Now, court documents identify the man as 31-year-old William Applegate, and he is a stranger who Sabrina Carpenter says breached security fencing, approached her front door, and tried to open it on May 23rd. Police arrested him for criminal trespassing, but he returned within 24 hours and then again 2 days later. Police say Applegate is mentally unstable and, quote, a clear, credible, and ongoing threat. So she has footage on her Ring camera of this man coming up to her home. She also said that he claimed that she knew him and that she knew that he was coming to come visit her. And she was like, I do not know this man. So, and she also emphasized the fact that this is like one of the most frightening and breaches of her security and privacy. And so, hopefully this issue gets resolved soon. Well, continuing on with some news in Hollywood, Tom Holland is no stranger to the spotlight, but it appears that there are some projects that make him pause. The big one is Saturday Night Live. While talking with SNL alum Amy Poehler on her podcast, Good Hang, Tom revealed that he's very dyslexic and worries that he wouldn't be able to read the cue cards correctly. He says of last-minute script tweaks, I'm just so petrified at the concept of trying to read something and they change. He went on to say, it's just that for me, I can read fine, but when I have to read out loud, it becomes a kind of mental block and I can freeze. And honestly, this is probably only going to make people love him more because, yeah, it can definitely be daunting to have to read something aloud and hope that you got it right. So maybe we'll see Tom on a future episode of SNL, but for now, just enjoy him in the dozens of other projects that he's in. He's just so adorable. I think he's so charming. And so, I think that this is understandable because also I was curious why we hadn't seen him on SNL yet, but very interesting. Well, as the country's 250th gets closer, we wanted to take a look at what it means to be American, both across the country as well as right here in the Queen City. This is Olivia's story. Take a look.
When you go to America, it's every opportunity is so much bigger than it is where you're from. I'm Olivia, and this is my American story. I'm Australian. I'm from Melbourne. There is this thing called the Green Card Lottery, which I've come to realize that not a lot of Americans know about, and basically grants you to be a permanent resident in the United States. Because my dad won, it meant that all of us got a green card, which was very exciting. When you go to America, every opportunity is so much bigger than it is where you're from. A month into living here, I went to audition as a dancer at a theme park. I surprisingly got the job, like getting the green card. It's when you least expect it. I never expected to work as a dancer. I moved over here intending on acting and acting only. But, I've danced my whole life. It totally is the American ideal dream, This is where you can flourish to become bigger than you could have been. I felt a little bit lonely sometimes. I had a lot of homesick moments. My mother moved over 6 months after I did. My dad just moved over 2 months ago. Now I'm more grateful than ever that I live here. I'm on the track of getting my citizenship. That's another really great benefit of the green card is that you can become a citizen, strive towards my dreams of being an actress for as long as possible.
And you can join us every Monday and Wednesday leading up to the 4th of July for more stories about community, greatness, and pride. And be sure to check out our QCN Plus exclusive show, Stars of Service, hosted by Brian Christensen. And don't go anywhere. We still have a local contestant from the floor detailing her experience on the game show. She's from right here in the Queen City. We will be right back. And here's a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway on this sunny Wednesday. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Stick with us.
I'm here at the Goodyear House, hanging out at their beautiful outdoor bar. You couldn't ask for a better weather for a luau. Of course, they've teamed up with Guard and Grace. The event is happening tonight. Go to their website to get tickets. They're still available. We've got Chef Adam, but we also have Jacob Pike, who is the beverage director for Guard and Grace. And Liza, what's the luau without cocktails? What are you making?
Today we're going to be making low ABV Aperol Spritz, but with a little bit of a Hawaiian vibe.
Okay,
So we have.
take us through it.
So first, let's start with a little bit of Aperol, an Italian aperitif, little bitter with some orange notes, just really beautiful.
Perfect. And it's Spritz season, right? What makes Spritz so special?
Because everybody can enjoy a Spritz. But yeah, we want to do the little luau, so a little Hawaiian vibe with some toasted coconut.
Toasted coconut. Okay, so did you house make this?
Yes, ma'am. So fresh coconut, toast it, a little bit of sugar, water, and then we strain everything out. So you just get this little bit of sweetness with this beautiful coconut flavor.
Okay.
We'll give it a little shake.
Okay, so you said low ABV. What does that mean?
So low ABV is going to be a lower alcohol content in the cocktail. So it's a way where you can enjoy more. It's for
You can enjoy more without getting lit, is what he's trying to say, basically. What's the importance of pairing, certain drinks, obviously, with your food?
I think it's really just about balance. So I think Jacob has a really great track record of making cocktails that pair very well with all the food that we make. We've worked together for quite a long time. So not only do they pair well, but he can showcase some things that he's very good at, and we can showcase things we're really good at, and it all meets in the middle.
Make it a party. Jacob, you're finishing this off. What other cocktails are you going to have tonight?
We're going to do one of my favorite, we're going to do kind of a luau trash can punch with a lot of fresh fruit, rum, vodka. It's going to be super fun.
Okay.
And then we're also going to do a rye tie, if you will.
A rye tie.
So a mix between a mint julep
Okay.
And a mai tai.
Okay, you're in the South now, baby, but you brought a little Hawaii to it.
Got to.
What is the cocktail menu going to look like at Garden Grace when it comes to Charlotte? Give us a little preview.
We really like to take ingredients from the actual surrounding areas. So you'll see a lot of influence of what actually grows around here, and then very chef-driven. We want you to experience our cocktails the same way that you do our food.
Perfect. What else do you want people to know about Garden Grace and tonight's event?
Garden Grace, we're excited to be in Charlotte. We'll be opening at the end of September, beginning of October. So look out for that. We'll be in the South End neighborhood. And then tonight's event, it's going to be a great party. So if you haven't bought your tickets yet, now's the time. We're getting pretty close to selling out. So we'd like to see you here tonight.
And you're moving to Charlotte from Houston, so we are welcoming you into Charlotte.
Absolutely. I'm excited to be here. Nice change of pace for me from Houston. A little less humid.
A little less humid, a little southern hospitality. All right, Liza, back to you. Cheers.
Not gonna lie. Talk to you later. I don't care. For the win. No big deal. Throwback Thursday.
A true test of Gen Z knowledge there. The Floor, hosted by Rob Lowe, is well into its 5th season, airing right here on the Queen City. And one of the contestants that you just saw is from right here in Charlotte, from High Point, lives here now. Isabel Reyna is here with us today. And you were really going off in that clip there.
I was. I was.
So, you were telling me a little bit about how you guys have these expert categories. Yes. What was your expert category for this season?
So my expert category was internet slang. So all the very fun abbreviations that you just saw, OMG, TTYL, all that fun stuff.
How do you study for that also? Do you get chronically online for a matter of weeks leading up to the show?
See, I'm always chronically online, so
fair.
I don't even really need to study. That's just my language. I say I'm one of those people that says OMG out loud.
Oh, no,
so
same.
I was ready for it.
You were prepped and ready for it. So
Yes.
are you just great at trivia? How did you get involved with the show?
I love trivia. I'm super competitive.
Yeah.
And I'm obsessed with reality TV and game shows, so I always wanted to do a show like that and compete. I'm one of those people, when you watch the show, you're always trying to answer and compete on the show. So I thought it would be really fun to try it and see what I could do.
So this was your first one then, right?
Yes, this was my first game show, yes.
What was most surprising to you about the whole experience?
I would say the most surprising thing was the amount of drama that we had on our season.
Really?
Yes. And
oh my gosh.
how intense it is when you're really there. I know when you're watching, it seems easier than it is.
Yeah.
And then when you're there in person, it's a lot more intense than you think.
I mean, it's kind of like when you're watching somebody do like a free throw, and you're like, well, I can do that. And then it's like, well, not when you have 100,000 people watching it. But it's the same thing where it's like this pressure adds so much to it. Can you clue us in on any of the drama that was on your season?
Well, you'll have to see how it plays out.
Man,
there's a
okay,
lot
well, we're
of
just
fun
gonna have
stuff
to
going
tune
on.
in.
Yeah.
So how did you really study for this? Because I know that you said there's only so much that you can study and only so much knowledge that you can have in your brain.
So there's 100 categories, and you kind of have to know everything about every category. So it's impossible to completely study for everything, but I would make Quizlets and make little like study guides on all the different categories and just go through it as much as I could.
Yeah. What was the hardest category for you, or your least favorite?
Well, I was scared of robots. Robots is next to me.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm a little bit scared about that because
With
I'm not.
questions about robots, like, is it like how to make them? Or?
Sci-fi, like sci-fi movies, you have to guess. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That was scary to me.
I would have been bad at that
like,
too.
Yeah.
That's tough. So also Rob Lowe hosted this. What was that like? Was he nice? What was it like getting to work with him?
He was super nice. He was practicing his golf swing in between our breaks. I was dancing, so we had a little bit of our, practice going on, and he's a great host, so it was really fun working with him.
Now, where do you guys film this? Because I know also it's filmed pretty far in advance, right?
Yes. Yeah,
What's
we
the filming
filmed
process?
it in Ireland. We filmed it almost a year ago now. I think over a year ago, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Ireland, in Dublin.
How was it, trying to keep it to yourself that you went and you did this whole process?
Oh, it was impossible.
I would be telling, because then also when somebody's like, what's new in your life? You're like, well, I was on a game show, but I can't tell you that.
Right. I was like, oh, I just went to Ireland, no big deal.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just took a quick little trip there. Yes. So going into this process, what was your strategy? What was your game plan?
So my strategy was to kind of try to lay low a little bit in the competition and see how all the duels played out.
Yeah.
You kind of have to get lucky with the randomizer too. You never know who it's going to pick. But my strategy was just to kind of focus on duel by duel, taking it step by step and seeing how I could compete in the duels that come up.
What's one fun fact that you retained from this process?
One fun fact.
Yeah,
Ooh,
one trivia
that's a good
fact.
one. Trivia fact.
Yeah.
Okay, so I learned a ton of ABBA songs.
Really?
Yes.
Which one? Give me one.
I'm like, did I really learn
right
them?
now?
Like,
I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head too.
Voulez-vous. Yes.
That's a good one.
Yes.
That's a really good one. Okay, well, you can check her out, and of course, you can watch The Floor on Wednesdays, 9 to 10 p.m. So you can catch it tonight. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. We really appreciate you coming in today, Isabel. We really, we're so excited to see how everything goes for you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, it was our pleasure. Well, a woman raised nearly $140,000 in less than 2 days to help an elderly woman working at her local movie theater. So 21-year-old Brooklyn Green says that she had just watched a movie with her grandparents at the AMC Theater in Tennessee on Saturday night when she noticed the elderly employee pushing a cleaning cart. From the manager, she found out the woman's name is Mary. Green posted a video of Mary on TikTok and started a GoFundMe to help her retire. Donations poured in, and Green says that she plans to tell Mary about the donations during her shift at the theater today, which so sweet that she thought to do this, but also I love when the internet comes together to help support someone who, you're like, we want something better for you. So, I think that this is a beautiful thing. How lovely. Well, coming up after this short break, there's plenty more positivity ahead, including a movement that will leave many pescatarians smiling. We'll see you in just a second. Thanks so much for sticking with us here and sharing an hour of your Wednesday on Positively Charlotte. Here's an old-timey cure for insomnia that caught our attention. According to Mental Floss, some people believe that leaving a bowl of sliced onions next to their bed helps them fall asleep at night. Onions are said to clear negative energy and keep head colds away, and they contain small amounts of L-tryptophan, which is a natural sedative. So they also have a compound called cysteine sulfoxide, which actually may help with insomnia. So keep in mind that you'll have to deal with the pungent smell, and experts say onions simply don't have enough natural elements to help with sleep. Or you could just eat them raw, which we really don't recommend, but hey, it's a free country. Whoever said this really is scared of vampires, because they said there's no way a vampire is gonna come and get me. And I also would say maybe don't do this when you are just entering into a new relationship, because man, that is gonna be some stinky breath if you are just eating some onions at night. Well, you may have heard of the online trend of looks maxing or career maxing. How about sardine maxing? Talking about dates and having some great breath, combine the sardines and the onions. I think that it'll be great for you. Sardines, as in the tinned fish, are apparently having a major cultural moment. According to the latest Pinterest Trends report, searches for sardine breakfast are up over 1,800%, with thousands of new TikTok videos popping up with the best recipes. Now, traditionally, sardines have been an unglamorous protein, sitting beside Spam and canned tuna. But if influencers are reframing the canned fish as an affordable luxury health item, then lots of people are wanting them. And cans are flying off shelves. It's a shame that Alicia is not in the house today, because you know she loves her sardines. But also the reason I think why this is happening is because so many people are saying that it's really helpful with your skin. It's supposed to be anti-aging, which again, with all of these things, who knows? But if you want to get yourself some sardines and some onions, then you go right ahead. But you're taking a live look at Charlotte. We'll see you right back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on Queen City News. Thanks for joining us.
welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Coming up, we're talking about summer movie hits, but also the fact that everything now is a sequel of a sequel of a sequel. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th. Are we just that old, and are the movies industry getting it all right? Also talking about shoe regrets. Yeah, we'll explain what's going on with that. And shoe and no more yummy treats. What does that even mean? We're talking about today, again, on Morning Edition. Welcome in Julian Sador, Ace Satowski, Jason Harper, Ted Phaeton, all here.
With
in
his
gang.
glasses.
With the blue light glasses on. And we're starting, guys, with the talk about this. Ted, I believe, did you bring, who started this talk?
I believe I might have.
Ted brought this to our attention.
Ted brought it up. Okay.
So, what brought it up was Toy Story.
So not
5.
Okay. I believe.
We started there.
Here we go.
We started there. Started at Toy Story 5.
5.
Yeah,
I
we're
don't
on
remember
5
4.
now.
4 was good.
4 was good.
Man,
I'll give them that. And so this is not a knock at Toy Story, but it's also a. Does Hollywood not have any original ideas? It's another sequel, another one.
Yeah. Summer 2026.
An original character to an older movie, I guess. But yeah, we're at Toy Story 5, which, you know, T-Swizzle fans, I guess Taylor Swift made an original song just for Toy Story 5.
But this is a part, man. This was cool.
But this is, now they're introducing Lily Pad.
And AI.
Was that part of the, was that part of 4?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
Then they're already promoting it on the Baby Bell cheeses.
Oh,
yeah.
They
Wow.
bought that, and my daughter goes, frog. We're like, open up the fridge because she likes the Baby Bell cheeses. And she goes, frog, frog. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
There it is.
And it's literally, she found it. It's a frog lily pad, right? But it's printed on the cheese. And I'm like, you were so smart. I'm sorry, I digress.
The theme is when toys meet tech.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I mean, that's kind of sounds interesting. I would watch it, I guess, probably for that. I remember 1, 2, and 3. The more numbers you go, the less interest I kind of have. It's one of those things where just like how much juice is left that you can squeeze out of what has been a super successful franchise. But if these are rolling out every 5 years, you got a whole new cast of, a whole new group of kids are being born and raised, and they don't have a clue what the first one is.
But I think that's
the
where it's
I don't know.
fun because like they're clearly gearing it towards parents who grew up probably like if you're, some of our ages, you were a kid when you saw the original Toy Story.
Yep.
Or you were, Harp, you're probably taking your girls and seeing Toy Story 2 or 3.
Man.
So
watched it on repeat.
right.
All the time.
So it allows, there's a nostalgia factor, but also the fact that for now your kids, you can bring them back to the theaters and like now they're part of the Toy Story thing, and you can sit down at home and watch Toy Story 1 and 2 and 3 and all that. So I mean, like
I guess
It's kind of fun.
But what are our kids going to show their kids? Is it going to be Toy Story 10?
No, it's probably going to be
3.
No, what's the one? It's going to be what's the K-pop Demon Hunters?
K-pop Demon Hunters.
I mean, K-pop Demon
an
Hunters
original.
6. And that's what it's going to be for like our kids, our grandkids.
I'm going to be a grandparent having to sit down and watch K-pop Demon.
Yeah, you are.
Get ready.
I actually still have K-pop Demon Hunters on our Netflix watch list. My wife does not want to watch it yet, so I'm waiting for my daughter to get older.
I don't really want to watch
Or it's going to be like Bluey goes to the moon. That's what it's probably going to be like. Bluey goes to Mars. Right?
But so I understand the nostalgia, and it's a toss-up, right?
Okay.
So I guess I'm calling it for what it is. Toy Story 5, it's a toss-up, right? They just want an easy win. But there are originals like Encanto. We have played that over and over again. Shout out to Encanto. That's a great original movie. So I guess I get the sequels to an extent, but I'm a little exhausted from the live action, all the live action Disney remakes, and now Toy Story 5, and it just continues and goes on and on. I'm sure there's another Spider-Man coming out, which I'm gonna see.
Of course.
But like even my wife's like, there's Spider-Man everything. There's Spider Noir coming out and stuff. So it's
like anything, right? They have to find spin-offs, right? But I'm not going to be watching. I got less interested in the Fast and Furious movies as they went on.
Yeah, okay.
So
That's fair.
we're on what did we make it to 10?
Yeah, something like
I'm very uninterested in Toy Story 10.
Okay, but how do you feel? Okay, so obviously we have Toy Story 5, and this is kind of where we started things.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Scary Movie?
Oh boy.
5. because this is my childhood. I love the scary movies.
Wait, what number is this one? 5?
It's 5, yeah.
And it's how many years later, though? It's
Oh my
it's
God, like a
lot of
decade, I
years
think.
Later.
This is a lot
I
later.
was not allowed to watch any of the scary movies. And then when I got to be an adult, I know. You can shout out Barbara Satowski for that one.
Barb.
Barb. John wouldn't have cared. Barb said no. So I haven't honestly seen any of these things.
Oh my God.
I haven't.
I've
Well,
only seen the first one.
Maybe I've seen the first one. I know, like, I'll say these things and my husband goes, "Are you?" He's not surprised by it anymore if I say I haven't seen X, Y, and Z movie. I do love movies, but there's like a chunk missing because I wasn't allowed to watch that. So I have some catching up to do.
Okay.
I think people who love it, like Julian, or if you love that franchise, you're gonna go see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would go to a theater. Are you gonna
Yes,
go to a
same
theater and
here,
see it, or are you just gonna wait for it to come up on
Yeah,
whatever?
maybe, because here's the thing. It's like, and I don't know how you guys feel. My wife and I get to go to the movie theater, like every so often, but it's not a frequent thing. So if we go, we want to make sure we're getting bang for our buck and it's something we're both going to enjoy. And there's something about Scary Movie where, like, even if it's like low tier, bottom tier
so
comedy,
dumb.
but I know that we're going to leave going, that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
You're gonna
So
leave
to
with a
me,
smile.
that's right. That would be something I'd go into, because, like, I get one movie night maybe every 3 months, every 6 months. I want it to hit, because there's nothing worse than paying probably $80 for you and your spouse to go to the movies.
Seriously.
And leaving me like, what?
And that's with a deal.
That's right. That's what the AMC movie stubs or whatever. And leaving me like, well, that was great.
Yeah.
That is
So,
the worst
so it kind of
feeling.
appeals to me in that sense. Like, I know at least what I'm getting. There'll be a nostalgia factor there.
Yep.
There are 3 categories, to Julian's point, that I would go to the movies for.
Okay.
3 categories I've seen has been keeping the movie industry alive. Number 1
Take
is
it away, Dr.
action
Faden.
films, right? You know, the action films.
Agreed.
You want that experience.
Yeah, the action films.
Number 2 is the comedy.
Okay.
The comedy is like, you're in a theater, you get to laugh with a whole bunch of
It's
other people.
contagious.
It is contagious.
exactly.
Yeah.
And number 3 is, I think, the scary movies. Scary movies.
Being
People want
scared
to
together. It's
be
like a
scared
bonding
together. Yeah.
experience.
I don't necessarily feel compelled to go to the movie theater for a drama or a romance. That's actually like
probably
at
wouldn't.
home
Yeah.
with, it depends. But like, if it comes to like my wife doesn't watch scary movies, so like, if y'all trying to get scared together, I'm down to go to the
good.
movies.
I don't-
Right?
I don't
like a
like
good
horror movies.
scary
I went
movie.
for like an epic adventure. Like this summer, we all grew up in school reading the Odyssey.
Yes.
Okay,
Jason, yes.
like that's coming up,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
Pedro Pascal, come
that's
on.
what I'm saying.
Come on.
So
Pedro Pascal.
Oh, Pedro's in it.
yeah,
Pedro.
yeah, you got Pedro, you got Matt Damon, Tom Holland. Like this to me is going to be. It is an epic. It's an epic story.
Yeah.
And so to me, I want to see that on a giant screen. I don't know what the soundtrack's going to be like, but that's a huge. Oh man,
I'm so excited.
that's a big story to me. Like I would much rather. You all right over there?
I almost spit it out. Keep going.
He's like, now I can't breathe.
So, yeah, like that's one I really want to see. The other one, I grew up as a kid on the cartoon He-Man.
Oh.
Now, and that one's coming out. I don't know though that I would want. I mean, if I'm going to go to the movies once this summer, it probably will be for the Odyssey, not so much for He-Man. I just want to see it because I'm curious.
Yeah.
What's that going to be like? I haven't seen it in 40, literally, guys. 40 years is the last time I saw He-Man. So
He-Man.
that's more just curiosity thing.
Okay.
Check
But-
Rotten Tomatoes before you go.
Yeah.
Here you go.
That is
Good
my
call.
go-to.
Yep.
If it's low,
It's-
if
Good
low
call.
Rotten Tomatoes, I'm not going to see
I
it.
put more weight on the audience score than the critic score. Like, I tend to agree with, it's more up.
Yeah, because some of them are a little snooty.
Okay.
Annie, for you, what would get you to the theater? What kind of movie?
I definitely want to see Spider-Man. So when that
Oh,
comes out,
yeah.
I love the Avengers movies, and those are some that you also have to see on the big screen just because of the graphics and the fight sequences or whatever's going on. So that, before having children, was always the thing that would take us to the theater. So like the Batman movie, the one with what's his face?
Oh, Heath Ledger?
No, not that one.
You're too
Robert
far back.
Pattinson.
Pattinson,
Yeah.
yeah.
Rotten Pattinson. That was the last one, and I think that was the first time we were back at the movies since like COVID or whatever, or maybe that was Joker. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. But it's like raining all the time in that movie, and it was raining outside, and you just
Oh, no
feel the
way.
rain.
Yeah.
So it's stuff like that kind of immerses you in it. So all the action movies I have to go see.
You know what I just thought about when the first Toy Story came out and I went to theaters? there was no such thing as like a 4D.
No.
You know, like IMAX was there, but
IMAX,
IMAX was like mainly for like
It was like National Geo stuff.
For like wildfire documentaries or something.
And now you can see them in IMAX and 4D with the Dolby, like your seat will move around and all that stuff.
That's a little too much.
It's,
Mhm.
it's all
a little
it's all different.
overstimulating.
Imagine like the Sphere in Vegas.
Oh.
Like
That's a bucket list.
I would want to go see the Odyssey like in like the Sphere.
So I gotta look up the details of that, but apparently the Wizard of Oz like saved it. Like so they put so much money into it and they weren't getting the revenue that they were wanting. Then they did the Wizard of Oz and that was such a well-performing show that like
Yeah.
it really ramped up
Like
the
the
revenue.
movie, they showed it inside.
Yeah, I gotta get some more footage on that. Maybe we'll do a break on
That
it.
would
But
be
like
trippy.
imagine like
The tornado scenes and all that. It's like,
that was the experience. Everyone was like, the Sphere has arrived.
Or when it goes from black and white to color.
Oh my gosh.
yeah,
Sphere.
that would be awesome.
Sign me up. I'll
Okay,
go back to
I
Vegas for
got
that.
a question that didn't prep any of you guys for.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We talked about
Yes.
obviously yes, okay. Sequels, it's like, okay, maybe that shouldn't be a sequel. What is one movie from your childhood that didn't have a sequel that you would love to see a sequel for? Like help the Hollywood writers out. Where are we going? I know. I know.
I feel like so many of them did have sequels.
I know. A lot of the great ones had sequels.
I'm trying.
Oh man. Well, what's
That's-
yours? What's yours?
I'm asking the question, Andy. I don't have one in mind. I have like, but
You didn't have one in mind?
yeah, no, I do,
It deserved a sequel?
they never got one. I know, right? Because this is probably what the Hollywood writers are doing. They're like, we can't think of one. Toy Story 5, green
Back
light.
to Toy Story 5. I mean,
Man.
I don't know if I really liked Up. Didn't have a sequel. It's not from my childhood.
It was called
Okay,
Down. That was the sequel. It was very depressing.
God.
I mean, the balloons ran out of paper.
Yeah.
It was not a good one. It was not a good script.
I mean, it's just really
It was not a good script.
blessed.
It was called Down.
Never made it past the workshop.
Yeah.
Nope.
Took all the hair out of the box office on
I
that.
got nothing.
Oh man.
Nothing.
I don't
Between
either.
the
I'm
four of us,
So it's
struggling
not a
with-
kid's movie.
Okay.
But there
There has
is
to be a kids movie.
so
No.
Inception. To this day. To this day. Like, which is
Was it top? Was it falling over? Or still going?
Point.
I know, but like
I would do this Inception reboot.
yeah.
100%.
I'd even be okay with like a prequel.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's go with
Yes.
that. That's my answer.
I think some
I'm with
prequels
10.
could be better than
Some
yeah.
prequels
And
the origin stories, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How we got to this point.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mhm.
boom. That's our note to the Hollywood writers. You can send us a check in the mail. Inception prequel.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Work on it.
3501 Performance Road. All right. You know what? Coming up, we got more on Morning Edition. We're talking about shoes and food and all the things. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everyone. We are talking about the thing that we all have to wear shoes, right? So everyone needs them. You buy them, Amazon, Christian Louboutin, whatever. Right?
You
To,
buy Louboutins?
I have one pair.
Oh,
it was a wedding gift. I'm not shopping there
High roller.
frequently. I'm not the high roller. Anyway,
somebody's got some red bottoms in here. It's not Annie.
it's me.
No, there's some red bottoms right now.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
We'll get to that in a
So we were just talking about that. Okay, so we bring this up because we've been talking about shoes a lot lately between the four of us. And then Jane King today had a statistic. A survey from Skechers said that by age 34, that is the average age that Americans buy more for comfort than for style. They care more about how it makes their feet feel. So that age is 34. And so we're all there. Some of us more so than others. But we have some red bottoms in the studio. Jason.
Yeah.
Oh.
Were these from Amazon?
Here, I'm
Show
gonna
the
start. I'm
people.
gonna start with the
Show the
bottom
people.
before I reveal
show
the
the
rest.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at
Before I reveal the rest.
the
Red bottom.
Look at that.
What brand is that?
Look at that.
Yeah, well, where did you make that at?
This is El Endroman.
Androman.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now show
Okay,
everybody what the
so
backing
why
look
do
like.
we-
All right, so here's the deal.
Heel.
These are slide-on slippers.
Where's the heel?
Slide-on slippers.
What do they call them?
Mules.
It's a
They're called
mule.
mules. Dressy mules is what I've been
Dressy-
Googling.
Dressy mules.
Dressy
Okay.
mules over the last week. So I have a
roll and a cigar to go with it. Okay.
Yeah, I should. And I got
And
I
a
got a
silk robe.
matching fedora and a silk robe that will be in the mail hopefully this week.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have to have foot surgery later this
Okay.
year on both feet. And so it is extremely uncomfortable to wear any kind of shoe that has a normal heel. I can't even get it on my foot. It hurts so bad. And so I've just been wearing like rubber,
It looked really good with your socks.
cheap slides that you get it anywhere that you wash the car. So this is now with my suit and my socks. And I'm like, this is not a long-term solution. There are times I still need to have dressy footwear, but I can't wear normal shoes. So, oh God, y'all. So going online to look for shoes for a guy that is really, really white bread, I'm just trying to give this conversation with a little sensitivity.
What'd you type in for that?
Yeah, what?
It took me a while. I mean, I first was just, I first put in like slip-on shoes.
You got slippers.
I got
probably.
slippers. I got women's shoes. I've got purple alligator dress shoes with feathers.
Yeah.
And so there were extremes all over the place. I'm like, how do I dial that? I know there's something similar to this out there. I don't know how to look for it. And it took me a good day or so. And then you guys have been helpful in finding me suggestions.
Instrumental.
Julian immediately starts saying, well, once you put those slides on, you're going to have to adjust your gait.
Gotta adjust the gait, man.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta get a little flavor in the walk. That's it, a little flavor.
Well, I've had to do that because if you walk too fast twice today, I've come out of these.
Oh, see?
No, but so
Trying to get from point A to point
And
B.
we're talking about this.
Pigeon toed.
Andy, come on.
Pigeon-toed.
We're talking about this.
He said that you got to get rid of your socks.
You got
to wear
those
sockless.
Jasons are those are sockless shoes.
Gotta see some ankles, dog.
You right? You got
kidding me.
Nah,
Yeah.
come
Are
on.
they gonna
They're like
gonna
the
get sweaty?
they're like the summer loafers, man. You can't wear socks with those.
Maybe the sweat will keep them,
It's
keep
a
them
skin.
on.
It's a skin
Because right
on
now,
it.
right now I'm
Make it
sliding out of them.
Come on, yeah.
And I told Andy yesterday I need those socks with grippers, like when you go to the trampoline
man.
park.
Lita, I know you. I know you love your socks. Jason has a great sock collection.
Yes.
Wait a second.
Time to let the ankles breathe, brother.
Put a little baby powder in there,
Can
teach
you
them.
do it tomorrow? Can you just not wear socks?
That's what I'm saying. Those man.
You can.
That's
I
how
do
you
it right
do it.
now.
That's
I
how-
do it right now.
Do it.
Oh.
Here we go. Here we go.
Don't go get a paddle.
Here we go. Go full screen,
Come
Julian.
on, I got you, brother. I got you.
Here we go.
I
That
got
gold toe.
Not for free.
Gold
Not
toe
for
coming off.
free.
content.
Oh, that's true.
Not for free, Jason.
You have to subscribe to see what happens next.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, put it on. Come on.
it.
Oh, I think I pulled something.
Put the Venmo
Hang on,
link
my
up.
right leg. I pulled my hamstring.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
There we go.
How's that feel though? Now go ahead, put your foot down on the ground. Tell me you don't get some grip. Come on. Come on. What you getting?
You want to stand up?
How you feeling?
It's like a little toe air conditioning going on. I'm not gonna
yeah.
lie.
Feel good, doesn't it?
Spread them out, and then if you really need it, you can get the pinky toe and the big toe to like.
I feel like I'm trying so hard. You guys, the last 2 days, I've gone to 8 shoe stores around Charlotte.
Oh, no.
And I have been in the, okay, no offense against Skechers.
Oh, here we go.
Skechers has some good shoes, and I don't want to offend them, especially if you ever would like to advertise. I must have tried on 12 different pairs, and I was in the group of other men over the age of 70. We're all shopping in the same section, looking for things that are comfortable. Oh, this is what it's come to. This is what it's come to. So, I mean, at what point, and now I have a different appreciation for women trying to cram your feet in heels, and you're sacrificing comfort for fashion.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at what point have you guys, because you're all 3 millennials, like at what point have you started to make the adjustment to what's more comfortable?
Jane King hit it right on the head, 34.
Why?
That was when I bought my
Why?
first pair
Why?
of Canes, which
are like Crocs.
No, they're
Which
not.
look like, thank you.
Well, I mean, they're
Thank you.
like a sporty, closed-in version of Crocs.
They're
Okay.
close-in.
Okay. They've been
Goofy.
kind of this conversation.
Yes.
Wow. To me, as a Cane viewer,
To the Cane Bros.
right? The Cane Bros. They are not Crocs.
Nope.
Athletes with their performance recovery footwear.
So you think you're an
They
athlete?
are, they are for you only.
You are
Be careful. You know I have the power now to remove both
You
of
are swallowing that marketing pill. That's exactly what you're doing.
It's active recovery.
Keynes is going, sucker. That's what they're saying.
They're caged in Crocs.
They are waterproof. Right? You can
They're
wear them
waterproof.
anywhere. They're very comfortable. They help you recover again from athletic
sure they're
events.
comfy.
Would you wear them to a funeral?
Well, no.
Okay.
No.
Uh-oh.
They got Ted.
Feels like if I had black ones, maybe.
I was
could get
gonna
away
say
with
they got the black on black ones.
They do have the black on black.
They have holes in them.
Dear
They
Lord.
have holes
They
in
have the
them.
ones without the holes as well.
Shut up.
They
They
do.
Do
They
they?
do.
Like
Mhm.
this
They
is
do.
like when Crocs said, "Hey, we're gonna make high heels," and no one bought them.
Too bad they're not Crocs. They're Canes.
They're Canes. There's a difference.
You think you're
I'm
gonna make
telling you.
Canes
So,
dress shoes?
Oh.
When it comes to the Canes,
Talk about it. Talk about it, Ted.
I first got these a few years ago, and I heard it from my mother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it from my
From
wife.
your mother-in-law.
My mother-in-law, my wife, my father-in-law, everyone could not understand it. Now, my wife has 2 pairs.
No, they're
Yeah.
Converse.
Oh, yeah. My mother-in-law is considering a
Converse.
pair.
Oh, I thought you were saying that your mother-in-law turned you on to them, and I said,
Oh, no.
They were anti.
They were anti-Canes.
Does those look like Crocs to you, or those look like
Yeah.
Those look like Crocs to
performance? Look at them, our athletes.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that.
I
Come
mean,
on, all
well,
conditions.
of course, but those are also athletes.
those are athletes.
So let's start with that.
Let's-
All right.
yeah,
Don't
let's
put
start with
yourself
that
in the
part
category
first.
as athletes, okay?
Julian,
Number 2, all what they look like, Annie, are aerodynamic Crocs.
They look like heavy-duty Crocs with all of the,
Listen.
with like the extra padding on the bottom. Like, I'm not saying they don't look comfortable.
Look, Jason, they even have some without a back.
I'm just saying.
Listen, I would
There's-
try it. Like I said, I've been trying on everything under the sun in
They
the
look
last couple
like-
of days.
They
What?
remind me of like, you know, in restaurants where you have to wear like the big old grippy shoes so you don't
slip in the kitchen.
non-slips. So in the kitchen.
That's it.
All right. Well, and you're not off the hook here. When did you officially reach the age of getting some comfort wear?
I've always wanted comfortable footwear.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
Start that way.
Oh yeah, it kind
Always-
of started that way. I always was more about performance as a kid. Like
Performance.
I would put on the tennis shoes
Uh-huh.
in the Macy's section, like
And
old,
you'd be
like 90s,
racing
and
back
I
and forth?
literally would sprint from side to side. The shoe sales people are like,
Yeah. And you know what they say? That looks athletic. You
Yeah.
should get some Canes.
Oh man.
With that, we're gonna be
That's
back
what
with
they
one
say.
morning edition.
Mark my words.
Wrap things up.
Well, I have Canes by the
toes feel
OVU.
good right now.
That's good.
Welcome back into Morning Edition. We're wrapping things up, and we were talking on the desk today about, remember back in the day when you could eat things and it didn't impact your waistline, and now you're like, oh, I need this amount of fiber and this amount of protein, and if I'm gonna have some pizza, well, then I can't eat all. Like, it is just tough now.
Yep.
I miss the good old days when you could just eat whatever.
Not just the
I do.
waistline, but the body's like response to it.
Yes, that part.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna feel it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have to have a conversation with my body before I eat certain foods. Like, all right, bro. I know you acted up last time, and you're probably gonna act up again today. But just deal with it, okay?
Deal with it.
It's good.
And they're like, I'm gonna let you know, big dog, you need to be within 100 feet of a bathroom.
You can't eat that much, big dog.
So, but like, what's the thing? You were saying that as you were eating a protein bar this morning.
Well, because like now I'm on such a regimented, like I have to track everything I put in my body because like that's what you get to an age. Like, if I don't want to gain a bajillion pounds, I have to eat a certain way. And that's just the way it is. Jason's got some thoughts. I want to get you in here. Come on.
Nope.
No,
I'm not even going to open the door to what I've changed in the last 60 days in my diet
come on, no,
because of my age.
Come on, come on.
See, I'm gonna pick
You
that
get
lock.
right.
I'm in
You
it.
can't say the F, the T's. Come on, Jason.
Okay, I have started drinking weekly a gallon of aloe vera juice.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all,
What's it
I am now ordering.
Oh God.
I'm now ordering Gaviscon, which is like a heartburn medicine. I'm drinking Gaviscon and I'm ordering it straight from the UK. Y'all, I'm not making this up. I've done a lot of research. My heartburn in the last year or so has gone to another level. Not so much that I need a GI doctor and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so I was just taking some over the counter like Prilosec or whatever, and a lot of research talking about that.
Prilosec OTC, let's go.
That's it. And so you can also sponsor if you want to, along with Skechers. It's fine. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. So one of the things said, so aloe vera juice. Think about what aloe vera does to your body, right?
Yeah.
And so if you drink it, it's just a light lining before you eat something. You just take a shot or two, couple of ounces. But now I have a big gallon that I have delivered every week. I just chug this stuff. It kind of lines your esophagus, your throat, your digestive system before you eat whatever it is. It helps. It doesn't take care of it, but it helps, right? So I do that. But I'm just telling you, everything I found said this. It is a high intense concentrate of this nasty, thick, almost like rubber cement. But you can only get it from the UK. They don't have it in the US. You can't just run to CVS or Walgreens and buy this stuff.
Gaviscon.
Yo, it's minty and it's like a mint rubber cement.
And it's going to be on my cart. T-minus 10 minutes.
Yeah, right?
But the fact that I'm going to these, the fact that I have to think about, like Ted, to your point, what I want before I eat it, I got a plan now. And I didn't used to do that.
You can't have this before you're going to go do that. What are we going to be doing next?
Right.
Or other thing.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heart.
No, you know what?
What does that aloe vera juice taste like, though? Does it taste like the stuff that we put on our skin after we get sunburned?
I've had some that have shown up that have no flavor to them and they're disgusting. And you got to get some that have like a little lemon or a little something in it.
A little
But
something.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We'll leave you with Gaviscon, aloe vera, and Prilosec and OTC Skechers. Hit us up. That does it for 40 Edition. We'll catch you guys next time.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN News Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're getting influenced. When it comes to local TV news, Ruby Durham has been there, done that. But a few years ago, Ruby did the unthinkable. She left. These days, she's doing her own thing and using all the skills she learned behind the lens to make those dreams come true. Better step aside. And joining us to explore all that are two experts in the field, super producer Austin McCollum. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, I don't have to live up to that at all.
Oh, no. And an old colleague of mine, journalist turned content creator extraordinaire with so many hats, I can't really describe them all. Ruby Durham. How you doing, Ruby?
Hello, I'm doing well. I hope to have a good time with you today.
I suspect we will, because we're here to talk about something you know a lot about. And as a resident old guy in the room, I need something of an education.
Okay.
Because back in my day, we watched this thing called television,
Mhm.
and it had about 15, 20 channels on it, and you could find all kinds of things, including 3 or 4 variations of the local news per se. These days, you carry a device around in your pocket that could show you a satellite, show you most anything, show you the world's greatest works, or show you a complete time waster. And so I'm babbling here, but communication has changed, shall we say?
It has.
And Ruby, you're a perfect example of that because I know you from a time we spent together as part of a news crew here
Yeah.
in Charlotte. Tell me how long you were a local TV journalist.
Oh, so I was really blessed to get a job in TV news right after college.
Mhm.
Went to Coastal Carolina 2015 and jumped right into an internship after graduation and got hired on. So from 2016 till about 2022 was my time on the news.
What are you doing now?
Okay. Yes. The news, I keep telling people, I never thought that it would be the end all be all for me, but I always knew it was going to be a chapter and I was going to need that chapter for what I'm doing now. And my brand asks, if not you who? If not you who, to have the audacity to chase their dreams, have the audacity to utilize resources and relationships to push those dreams forward, especially if you are boots on the ground and doing it, making something out of nothing.
Right.
So performing is what I'm doing. I am on stage. I am singing. I have been acting. I am dancing. I still love production. I do a podcast called Ruby's Roundtable, hosting that and just talking to guests who are also taking the leap of faith in business so I can learn, because I didn't go to school for business. I went to school to be on TV and learn journalism, but the skills that I've learned in terms of editing, shooting, writing, storytelling, how to present yourself. All of those things are tips and tricks that I'm using in my performance, in my stage presence. So I definitely appreciate the time that I had and just still figuring out how can I utilize the same organization skills that I learned on the news.
Were I younger, I could see, getting out of local television altogether and pursuing such a dream. So I got to say, Ruby, looking at some of your content, if I had your confidence, I'd have 5 best-selling books. 'Cause
Listen,
you're not afraid.
It's
of
never too late,
anything.
Stuart.
It's not.
it's never too late. You can start now.
Okay. Well, all I can
You
say.
basically, those tweets,
Yeah,
you can turn those tweets into a book.
You know what's so funny? And I told Stuart, because we've only worked together for 2 years. When I used to work in Seattle,
Uh-huh.
there was a Twitter account. Because, there's not a lot of people in news who create online content that is consumed by news people.
Right.
I remember seeing tweets from a certain account with this rain jacket over the head. And I was like, oh, this guy gets it. Like, he just understands it at a fundamental level. And then when I met him, I was like,
Who is this guy?
is that your account?
Yes.
Well,
We didn't even know each other.
we
And
did.
I knew you.
We didn't, and I'm not here to talk about me, I promise. But I think what you're saying is today's social media economy, that economy of attention, you can turn in any direction and use for good, bad, or indifferent.
Correct.
And I learned that at an older age when the internet. I was like 32 when the internet came to fore. So it's interesting to see people much younger than I totally grasp video communication.
And you have to have the confidence. You learn that on TV. So
Yeah.
am I usually scared or nervous? Yes. But like I said, I say to myself, okay, if not, who gonna do it? If not you? No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to wake you up. When we used to have to get up in the morning, who is waking you up? That alarm clock, and you better answer it to have your job, because the news starts at a certain time and you have to be in position. So again, those are some things that I learned on the news, where you have to have tough skin, and once that camera is on you, make it happen. And so I'm basically doing the same thing, just I'm using my voice in a different way. I'm still storytelling, but I'm putting music behind it.
Well, certainly, if you can show up at a difficult crime scene an hour after it happened, where the details are still kind of sketchy, and go on television
Yeah.
and emit what little information you have in a pleasing, pleasant way, that's a skill everybody ain't got. So
Right.
if you can do that, and if you're someone like yourself, Ruby, to where it comes somewhat natural. I know you've worked hard to get there, but you're also a natural at it. If you can do that, yeah, I would advise stepping away from the city council meeting and putting that focus on what little slice of life I wanted
Right.
to shine a light on.
Yeah, I mean, your whole topic today, influencer journalism. You know,
Right.
I think and Ruby and I were chatting about this before we started.
Yeah.
You know, we as millennials kind of grew up in that halfway point
Right.
where we grew up pre-internet, post-internet,
Yeah.
and we have a feeling of a deeper understanding of the type of content people want to consume, especially in the last 10 years, where we've seen this incredible meteoric rise of influencer journalists.
Right.
You know, I think a lot of people have trust issues with, and I always say I couch that with like cable news, the 24-hour, the big stuff, the CNN, the CBS news, where I will always defend local news and say, look, this is just normal people who are just there to do a job.
Right.
They're professional mediums. We're there to convey the facts to you. Where now most people, I think it was like 1 in 5 people are getting the bulk of their news from social media.
Right.
And so how do we kind of bridge that gap and meet people where they're at? I mean, I think it's no secret that TV news, traditional TV news, is a changing industry. I don't want to say dying, because we have found ways to reinvent ourselves,
Right.
find new ways. And I think this is one of those areas where if you're not adapting to it,
Right.
you're going to get left behind.
Yes. And this was the same story when we were on the news. When you were speaking with the producer about your story, or the producers were in the morning meeting and talking about the entire show, it was still a conversation of how can we relate to social media, because social media was always booming, and it was always an evolving question of how do we insert ourselves in that conversation when we know a lot of our audience is on social media and not watching or not up at 5 a.m. turning on the TV. So it's always going to be evolving.
It's not appointment viewing anymore.
No, it's convenient scrolling. When I think about the internet and the effect it had on local news and media as general, I think back to maybe, 20 years ago or so, where we had this reporter at my station, young lady, and she had the most annoying habit of staring at her phone at this thing called Twitter, and she was obsessed with it. I mean, I couldn't get her to write her script for the daily news because of Twitter. And as a pushing 40s old guy, I'm like, hell is this,
Yeah.
Who is this person? Doesn't she get it? Doesn't she understand we're TV news
Right.
journalists? I think about her now. and I wonder how far behind I am on current issues like I was behind back then.
And that reporter was Ruby Durham.
And here she is.
And here she is. No. Austin, you were saying earlier, I was talking about my earliest awareness of what the internet and social media might do to news gathering. You were mentioning something you experienced.
So when I was a producer in Seattle, Washington, we had an incident. It's called Chop Chaz, where a group of protesters had essentially taken over a city block outside of a Seattle police station.
Okay.
They had it locked down. Seattle police vacated the building. And I think this went on, if I remember, because this is almost 10 years ago, it went on for about a month or so. Huge story out in the Pacific Northwest. And when we're trying to gather news overnight, and you understand as a former morning reporter, and Stuart, you've worked every shift imaginable, gathering news overnight is not easy for a traditional news station, because you have to call in people, you got to do overtime, you got to do all this rigmarole. There was a gentleman named Omari Salisbury who just kind of did it on his own. He would go in with a cell phone. He would broadcast live. They let him into the Chaz city block because again, they would not let in any traditional journalists. If you were with Cairo, if you were with King 5, if you were with Como, you were immediately barred from being let in, because they didn't trust the media to tell their story about why they were shutting down this block, but they trusted Omari.
Yeah.
And he was allowed to go in. I think he would stream on Twitch, which was incredible at the time as a person who grew up with, watching people online when it was formerly Justin.tv. He was allowed in. He just talked to people.
Yeah.
And I would consider that my first real introduction to, I don't want to call him an influencer, but he's definitely a journalist.
Right.
This is 12:30 in the morning. This is a live stream with several thousand people watching. And it's just a guy going around showing what's happening.
Right.
And he's interviewing people. And I think that really, in a way, influenced my understanding of what would really become this prevalent influencer economy when it comes to journalism and news.
Yeah.
In a healthy way, reshaped my thinking. Because I think for a lot of us, in a bad way, we're kind of almost like the wall's immediately up. We don't trust these people. They didn't go to J school. They didn't, cut their teeth in a top 150 market.
Right.
They didn't put in that time. How can we trust them? When in reality, I think that's what people want.
Yeah.
They want to just be shown everything.
Right.
To a degree, and then they can make their own decision.
Right. Authenticity and trust and being yourself to the utmost and being visible, like you said, showing everything is pretty much why I think Omari was able to go in with no problem.
Yeah.
Because if someone is seeing you consistently, or they are seeing stories about you just going and showing up and being your utmost self and taking a risk, for whatever reason, that gets a little bit more insight than sometimes the person with the professional camera, with the professional crew, suited and booted, or cut to a certain cloth. Because while we're going to tell the facts and we're going to be first, it's almost a different standard that we hold versus the person who is super authentic and saying, hey, what is going on? I got my camera. Some people trust that. And so I think it goes back to being authentic and relationships.
Stuart, you've covered protests. Ruby, I'm not familiar if you've covered any protest. Okay. I think that's one of the easiest ways to talk about it, because, when you are a news crew, you have your professional camera on your shoulder, you have your live view backpack, you have the mics, you have a team running around. I think with the protests, again, the perception from the protesters is you're not going to tell the right story.
Correct.
Or
twist it later on.
You're going to spin it for your narrative, which again, no. News, we are there to tell the facts.
Right.
But we are also constrained. Your package has to be minute 30.
Right.
2 minutes.
So that means you might leave out something.
Can you tell the full story? Which I think gets into the perception of and I think a lot of people feel this way, is can you trust them? And I hate saying this, can you trust the media? And that's where we've seen this big rise of these people who are just there like, look, I'm just here to just show what's happening.
Right.
I'm just here to show you everything. I'm going to shotgun you with as much information as we can.
And people love that.
They love it.
People eat it up. There's this one guy on TikTok. He shows up on my algorithm. He's in Atlanta, I think. Yeah. And He goes out there with his robe on. He has I don't know. He's just comfortable, but somehow he's like at every scene. He's at every story. He's sometimes the first person, and people, the views, the comments, the engagement that he has is crazy.
The
So
relatability.
it goes back to that authenticity. He's rolling out of bed. Hey, this is what's going on. I'm first on the scene. Now he's even getting the first responders who's out there talking on camera.
Because again, it is within now. It's become more accepted.
Yeah.
15 years ago.
I want to we got to go to a break in a second, but when we get back, I want to continue on that because as someone who's been in the game a little longer than you guys, I'm fascinated by the style of presentation and the way it has changed and what look back at the very birth of television from our perspective, and it looks like black and white puppets.
Yeah.
It just doesn't even look real. And I suspect my grandchildren will grow up thinking the same thing of stuff from 20 years ago because what was the proper way to present the news now looks like vaudeville.
Oh, yeah. It's like, why are you talking like
That
that?
fascinates me because I plan to be around a little longer and ride the rest of this out. So we'll talk about it all in a minute when we come back. I, like anybody else, like my 83-year-old mother, live by her phone. I don't know what my mom's doing right now, but she's got her phone.
Scrolling.
But Sam, I would say if you are living by your phone, you are more tuned in than you realize.
Right.
Yeah, but it's such a vast world of stuff out there.
Yeah.
How can you be an expert at anything when everything is so chopped up and striated and you can be a absolute rock star in your tiny, tiny, tiny world.
Right. I
What's
think
that worth?
there's something in me that says I am definitely a doom scroller, but then the another part in me is like, okay, you have to get off the phone to have your own opinions, because sometimes if you are on your phone too much, you are now agreeing with things that you probably wouldn't. You're probably just looking into things that you probably wouldn't. So sometimes you have to really step back so you can have your own thoughts and protect your thoughts on situations that probably do really matter to you, but you are looking at so many things at one time. It's like, wait, I'm just siding with what everybody else is doing and saying.
Algorithms will be the death of your opinion because again,
I like that.
they know how to feed into what you are viewing longer, what you are liking, what you are saving, sending.
They are watching us.
They are watching.
They are listening
eerie.
to us.
That is eerie. My wife and I will be on the couch with our phones in our hands talking about, hey, maybe we should get a new coffee maker. And within seconds, I seem to have coffee makers on my feed.
Crazy.
I know that's no news bulletin to anybody, but holy cow, what's that all about? That's crazy. But I mean, as someone like yourself who is kind of living by the content creation, you want your brand to scroll past my feed in any number of forums, I would think.
Yeah, it is good news to have your brand story, especially if you are selling a service, if you are selling a product, if you're selling your personal brand. Obviously, you want the algorithm in your favor to put that out there. But on the other end, I'm on the side as a millennial as, okay, yes, I'm on content creation. I'm here for the influencer. You still have to go and be face to face in the community. You have to go put boots on the grounds because people trust social media, but they really trust you if they can feel that same energy in person. So it's interesting to see how it's growing right now and where it may be 3 to 5 years.
So it's funny you say that, here with Queen City News Plus, we're doing a podcast.
Right.
Go back 5 years, how many local TV news stations were doing podcasts?
Right.
You watch, your local station, I guarantee you within a span of 2 hours, you will see 1 or 2 promos that push either a streaming app or a podcast. I mean, look at CNN because that's typically what I prefer to watch. Download the CNN Plus podcast or whatever they're calling it, and you can watch all these extra things. And I think that again, news, we are always trying to adapt to the content people want to consume. Again, meet people where they're at.
Yep.
And like this room, our blue room, is one of those examples of trying to meet an audience that is expecting something new, expecting something different. We do a 3 p.m. newscast out of here, a half hour. We were for a while just streaming on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, our Queen City News Plus app. Now we're on the CW Charlotte here in town. And the look of it when we went into designing it was something that feels different. You'll have this, what we call the carousel, where it's these images of the stories coming up.
Right.
So it feels like, again, we're tapping in maybe to the ADD brain of someone that's like, well, I like this, but I don't just like seeing a tight shot of here, then an OTS.
Right.
And then now we're going to a video. It's something you want to string people along.
Right.
In a healthy way. Keep them interested because there are big stories we want to tell you.
Right.
And even going off of that, now you're going to see a lot more people shooting vertical content.
Oh, for sure.
Now
I think that's the biggest change.
You said the best thing, and that was meet people where they are. You have to meet people where they are because obviously they want to see, oh, they're streaming too. Oh, they are using vertical content. If you can find some consistency where people already are, I think that is a good step forward to stay within the conversation and also stay visible within what's happening in the now.
But part of the challenge for local news, which doesn't want to go away, is going to be adapting to that. And as much as I love my phone and understand vertical video, as a career photojournalist, working in 4x3 or 16x9, the idea of shooting vertical is really fills me with physical pain.
I know. Okay, so what does that look like on TV though? What does vertical video feel like in TV news?
Well, if you get tired of putting the Gaussian blur to the background behind it,
right.
So I'm
my favorite preset.
I wouldn't dare preach against vertical video because I understand that's what it is now. It's a hard thing to do.
But the bigger question is, does it matter? Does it have to be on TV? Because I guarantee you, I'm going to throw a number out. You have 25,000 people, 25,000 households watching your 5 a.m. newscast. Well, what if you produce something, you put it on your station's Facebook page or an Instagram page, TikTok, and now you've gotten 50,000 views?
Yeah.
What if you've gotten 100?
Yeah.
There again, news stations will find a way to monetize that and stay relevant. But I mean, you're again, like we said, meeting people where they are. I just had a seasoned anchor. She wanted to go out and shoot some content. I said, this is what I want you to do. Shoot everything vertical.
Right.
It's going to be 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, because Instagram doesn't push out your reels unless it's under 3. I want you to go do this. Do everything vertical.
Right.
Still be you.
Right.
Tap into those decades of experience you have interviewing people, asking the right questions, getting the shots. But now, just turn your phone.
Right.
You're not 16x9. You're not, you're 9x16.
Are you? What is wrong with that, Stuart?
There's nothing wrong with it, but when you have practiced the craft of wide, medium, tight, action, reaction, it's
think of it as another tool in your toolbox.
I do, and if I still produce news stories on the reg, I would certainly include that. But it just goes against everything I've ever practiced. So even for someone who's as open-minded about it as me, it's wow. I get it. Vertical video is the way.
It's
that
a thing.
are.
It's a whole thing.
I know it is, but it's it's strange how that affects me so. But
Yeah.
but I'm not here to talk about that.
No judgment.
What I'm curious about is how will old TV guys like myself adapt to this and survive. Not so much the old guys, but the stations and the
Yeah.
outlets, because TV news isn't going away. The best we can do is make it not turn into local AM radio.
Mm.
AM radio still exists. It's there. When's the last time you tuned into it?
Ooh.
Never.
Okay.
I
I don't
even
want local news to become AM radio. Nothing against AM radio. I love AM radio.
I mean, it's, I hate to say it like this, it's adapt or die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it just,
I
it just is.
Get with it or get lost.
She's got it.
She has got it, as always.
But wait, before we wrap up,
Please.
what is your opinion on influencers who are being invited to red carpets and major moments to ask celebrities and top people questions that typically a journalist would?
I think that that's the wave of the future, and for me to have a dissenting opinion on that particularly would be like the producer of the Buggy Whip, who went out of business when cars came along. I mean, you can wave your Buggy Whip and complain about it, but to my mind, it's America, it's a democracy. Everyone's invited.
I mean, look at the side, not to keep us going
Yeah.
further, look at the side wall of the White House briefing room. This is under this administration. They've invited a lot of influencers, journalists who don't work for major organizations or do maybe do their own. YouTubers, who are there along the wall, who typically get the first question.
Because they have it's number one, they have platforms and people are watching them and trusting their story. And then number two, if you think about the news, we have beats and everybody has a certain beat. Well, there are influencers who have so beats, and there are influencers who are talking about politics and people are tuning in just for that. There are influencers talking about music, fashion, and being trusted in those spaces. But a common disagreement right now is for the people who are professionally trained in journalism. Is that the right person to be in those spaces?
I have been to the White House briefing room, and it was full of crusty old guys. It was. I was the youngest person there.
Oh,
so yeah. So I mean, it's like, it's a new guy. I'm gonna show him around. And nothing against crusty old guys. I'm quickly becoming one, but it doesn't bother me at all that there are more people at the party. Do I get tired of framing my shot high enough to get over the people with the telephones at press conferences? Yeah, I'm tired of that. But that's the wave of the future, and anybody who's fighting that in local TV news might as well go ahead and get out of the business, because
I'd agree.
The format always changes. Right?
Yeah.
It's the message.
It's the message.
message.
Oh, and the storytelling.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's going to transcend any format.
Right.
No matter where you see it, how you see it. Ruby, thank you.
No, thank you.
We could do this in a day. We could. And we're happy to be back.
We can talk about this all the time.
Because there are so many facets of it. There are so many ways it's going. It's really hard to wrap your head around. But we're going to wrap up this episode of Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. Ruby Durham, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Austin McCollum, thank you for your time.
Of course.
And thank you for your time. This has been Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news, and we'll see you next time.
Girl.
It's going to be a picture-perfect Wednesday afternoon across the Carolinas. How long is this great weather going to be sticking around? I'll show you with my pinpoint forecast at noon.
A months-long closure on I-277 officially begins, so the essential bridge project that could impact your commute. Good afternoon to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
All right, first at noon, let's talk about it. Sunny skies, low humidity. Looking live here around the Queen City as a warming trend begins. So temps will now climb higher every day heading into the weekend. This is some great news for a lot of people out there who like the temps to be a little higher. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Andrew, today is arguably the best weather day we'll see this week.
Yeah, really, because it's going to be absolutely incredible out there, Alicia. This is going to be the coolest, one of the coolest days of the week besides what we saw yesterday. And we'll see temperatures in the upper 70s around the 80-degree mark. Great weather, lots of sunshine, very low humidity. The dry weather sticking right through the weekend here across the Carolinas. Not really tracking any chances for any wet weather until probably next Monday. Though the temperatures do start to get a little bit hotter here, really starting later in the week on Friday, and potentially could see some 90s as we go throughout this weekend. Charlotte live cam 73 degrees, winds out of the north-northeast about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Dew points in the middle 40s. It feels crisp, wonderful, perfect out there across the Carolinas here this early Wednesday afternoon. Pinpoint radar is completely quiet. It's going to be staying that way all day long as well. High pressure off to our north, always a telltale sign of comfortable conditions making their way through the central and southern mid-Atlantic states. Temperatures all across the region outside the mountains in the low to mid-70s currently. But this is the story. The dew point in the middle 40s. It does not get much better than this in early June here across the Carolinas. Talking more, though, about what's ahead with that potential warm-up on the way this weekend. My full forecast in just a few minutes. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. So working out to learn how one day after being shot by York County deputies, several agents responded to the Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway to serve a warrant for a suspect accused of internet crimes against children. Authorities say that suspect shot at deputies, forcing them to shoot back. The suspect was hit and taken to the hospital. No law enforcement officials were injured. Leaders say they're now making changes to Mecklenburg County's child welfare program after the death of a child under social services oversight. So it now stems from the December death of 6-year-old Dominique Moody, who CMPD investigators say was abused by her caretakers for months before she died. Well, North Carolina regulators now found multiple failures by DSS in Moody's case and also others. So several officials now, including the county manager, the sheriff, the chief of police for CMPD, all have now been called to testify before an oversight committee hearing in Raleigh tomorrow. County officials say they're now taking steps to improve accountability, staffing, training, and reporting to police and prosecutors. So last night, county commissioners allotted additional funding for the child welfare program while approving the 2027 budget. Mecklenburg County commissioners have also set their budget for the next fiscal year at $2.6 billion. So the spending plan now includes a pay bump for public employees without raising property taxes. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell has a closer look at how the money will be allocated.
The county's budget is going to be about 2% or nearly $50 million larger than its current funding plan. Instead of increasing taxes, county leaders say they shifted some money from the debt services fund and ran an in-depth review of all the programs to cut costs. That allows for a 3% raise for more than 6,500 employees of Mecklenburg County. Plus, they'll receive a $500 one-time supplement to offset the rising cost of inflation. This is the first budget cycle for County Manager Mike Bryant, who highlighted education as one of the board's top priorities. Members agreed to provide $730 million for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, nearly $57 million for Central Piedmont Community College, and more than $2.5 million for the county library system. Other commissioners remarked on how they feel the county is covering for a lack of state and federal support, particularly with school funding.
Of course, no budget can please everyone. We are dealing with many challenges and many obstacles that we have no control over. We have federal and state partners that do not share our values. We have to work within these roadblocks and limitations.
There are a number of things that I could point to that are different in this budget that we hadn't done before. And so I'm extremely proud. I'm proud of the way that each one of us handled the discussion about the board, even the budget, even when we didn't agree with our colleagues.
The new budget goes into effect July 1st. Reporting in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Are getting a pay bump. City council members are adjusting the city's budget plans to allow for firefighters and police officers to get 10% raises. The original budget called for firefighters to only get 7%.
Really showed that we were valued across the city.
With the Charlotte Firefighters Association, like Jordan Hood. They've been in talks with city leaders since December, fighting for pay parity. So this allows the city to be able to have a relocate $4.4 million to be able to make up for that cost, though. So council members will now hold their final budget vote next Monday. North Carolina mental health workers will hold a protest today in Butner, a town about 30 miles north of Raleigh. And they're calling for state lawmakers to change the state budget to raise their pay to $25 an hour. So they're also seeking improvements to their health care plans. Now, Butner is home to 3 state health and human services facilities, a new UNC facility, and also state prisons. The Trump administration now investigating Cabarrus County school officials with the Department of Education accusing the district of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. Now, this investigation stems from a local debate over allowing transgender girls to use the girls' restroom.
There's nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
So that investigation is likely linked to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. So in April, all 5 county commissioners agreed the district should require students to use the restroom that matches their biological sex. The district tells Queen City News it plans to fully cooperate with the federal investigation. Union County commissioners will hold a special meeting with school board members tonight to discuss the district's budget there. So school officials passed their 2027 spending plan last month, and they say that the district's now facing a $10 million shortfall because of decreased enrollment. So the proposed county budget contains more money for the district. The 6:30 meeting will be held at the Agricultural Conference Center in Monroe. Mallard Creek High School's track team now won its appeal of a controversial disqualification, and that cost them the state title. So Nyan Brown, you see right there, was DQ'd for holding his hand up at the end of the race. State athletics leaders discussed the team's appeal of the decision yesterday and then also overturned it, naming Brown the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champions. A lawsuit seeking more than $3 million from Charlotte Hornets star LaMelo Ball now set to go to trial. So the suit is now tied to allegations that Ball injured a child's foot while leaving the Spectrum Center nearly 3 years ago. According to the suit, Ball hit a young boy with his car, causing serious injuries. Ball is accused of leaving the scene after the incident. The lawsuit is also seeking $3.75 million in damages. The trial is scheduled to begin June the 15th. Neighborhood park. Medics says one person was pronounced dead. No other details were released, but we'll of course follow this breaking news. And Queen City News has a crew headed to the scene. Of course, we're going to bring you the very latest in this newscast, or also online at qcnews.com. The inside lanes of I-277 will be closed for the next 4 months while crews build a new pedestrian bridge in uptown Charlotte. Now, it's being built alongside the Cat's Blue Line rail bridge between South Boulevard and South College Street. The 280-foot-long, 16-foot-wide bridge will connect uptown to South End and allow safe access for bicyclists and also pedestrians. So last year, city leaders emphasized the need for a project like this.
We are behind in infrastructure here, and in particularly the infrastructure that allows people to move around our city without a vehicle. And so a bridge like this, which connects two communities together, allows for kids, families to connect with other kids and families on the other side of the bridge to bring a vitality of activity and connectivity.
The entire project is set to be done by 2028. Charlotte officials will celebrate the reopening of a North Charlotte fire facility. Firehouse 11 first opened in 1958, but the outdated building was demolished for a new 2-story, 4-bay structure. The city broke ground on the new firehouse on West 28th Street near Camp North End in March of last year. The ceremony will be at 2 this afternoon.
More than two people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
A Concord man killed while trying to protect his own daughter. What we now know about what's being described as a deadly domestic shooting. Plus, a whistleblower takes legal action against the controversial Silfab solar facility. Why he says speaking out led to him losing his job. And concerns about data centers continue to grow in the Tar Heel State. So how lawmakers want to be able to make sure their electric bill doesn't end up costing you more. Andrew.
And it's a beautiful afternoon on the way across the Carolinas, but what about the rest of your week and your weekend? We got your full forecast coming up next.
All right, just getting started here on the noon show. Your time now is 12:10, 70 degrees outside. As Andrew said, this is one of the best days this week, so get out and enjoy. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The man behind a whistleblower lawsuit against Silfab Solar claims that he lost his job after speaking up about safety concerns at the controversial Fort Mill business. So those claims predate a pair of chemical leaks at the plant in March. A Queen City News reporter David Schumann spoke with the worker about his allegations.
You could clearly see there was major safety issues.
Jason Rhodes was a quality control technician for Silfab Solar last year, hired before the Fort Mill assembly and manufacturing facility even had working electricity.
No fire extinguishers, no fire suppression at all, doors being zip-tied shut, duct tape shut.
Rhodes also says he and his coworkers were in the building without an occupancy permit. He says what was different about Silfab from other jobs he's had was management's indifference when he voiced his concerns.
It's something to just be pushed aside.
Did you feel ignored?
Oh, absolutely.
Rhodes says eventually he felt the right thing to do was contact the York County Fire Marshal. He says that led to an inspection, then a temporary facility shutdown. Rhodes says 2 weeks later, he was let go.
We were trying to do what was right for the company, for the community, and then they kind of turned their back on us.
Now, Rhodes is in the discovery phase of a lawsuit against Silfab in which he claims his firing was retaliation for reporting safety hazards and regulatory violations. The complaint states Silfab was, quote, operating in a manner which endangers employees and the public at large. A Silfab spokesperson denied Rhodes' allegations, saying we remain committed to our approximately 700 employees and contributing to the safety and well-being of the Fort Mill community.
It's the upper management and so forth that we've had our issues with. The individuals that are working on the floor there. Like I said, you've got some great people that from the local community, and you know, they all have tried to do the same thing. Yeah. Some of us just have louder voices.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
Well, Silfab Solar is also facing lawsuits from several contractors right now who claim that they haven't been paid for products and services. The company is also appealing a local board's ruling that solar panel manufacturing is not permitted in an area zoned for light industrial. Well, as the data center industry grows, so do concerns about the facility's impact on local communities, water use, and electric bills. So new legislation in North Carolina targets large data centers with power demands exceeding 100 megawatts. The Ratepayer Protection Act would also require environmental reviews, noise studies, and also restrictions on certain water-intensive cooling systems. So trade groups warn that the bill could make North Carolina less attractive for future investments.
Electricity costs are among the top 3 concerns in industry, considering whether they locate or relocate in a state.
We're not saying don't come. We're putting guardrails on the development of these in response to the consumer, outrage.
The bill passed the Rules Committee yesterday and it heads to the House for a vote next. Well, as utility prices soar and temperatures begin to be able to heat up, many people are looking for ways to lower their energy bills. But according to the magazine Popular Science, closing your vents in rooms that you don't use will not save you money. Experts say that actually pushes heated or cooled air into your walls, potentially costing more money. They also say that running a ceiling fan to be able to make the room cooler doesn't work since fans can't actually change the temperature. Very interesting. Also interesting, the great weather we're having right now. Take a live look here over West Charlotte to bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, sunny skies, but those tips in terms of heating and cooling, I mean, kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, very interesting. And the good news is you really don't need either today here. Just open up the windows, let the comfortable air come on in. This is going to be the best day of the week here. You want to enjoy it, everyone, because we're going to get a little bit hotter each day here as we make our way towards the weekend. 73 degrees right now, northeasterly winds about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the middle 40s. It feels so comfortable out there outside in King Street and Boone. Very similar temperatures still in the 60s right now as we get up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, nothing really to speak of today. Completely quiet conditions. We zoom out. You can kind of see the highlighting of the troughiness across the eastern half of the country. High pressure coming in from our north. That is always a telltale sign of comfortable conditions here across portions of the southeast. And speaking of temperatures, everyone's getting in on the comfortable weather here. Even in Birmingham, Alabama, it's 75, 79 in Mobile, 72 in Knoxville, Tennessee. It feels wonderful out there. And the overall temperature setup today is that area of high pressure that I'm talking about, keeping a little bit of that northerly flow through portions of the East Coast here, but seeing the warmer temperatures out west. And that's what's going to be making its way towards us here as we go through the next few days. The good news is, even though it is June, muggy meter, not much of a factor here across the Central Carolina. Still feeling very comfortable again tomorrow, even though tomorrow should be a little bit warmer here across the region. This afternoon, temperatures right up around the 80-degree mark or so, lots of sunshine, but what makes it so comfortable is those dew points staying in the 40s here across the Carolinas. Overnight tonight, heading into your Thursday, another comfortable start out there. Temperatures probably just dipping down into the upper 50s here, and then we see sunshine. Temperatures getting a little bit warmer, probably back up into the low to middle 80s tomorrow afternoon, a little bit warmer. I don't think we'll be quite as warm as what Futurecast is saying, but mid-80s likely on the way here. A few clouds up across the mountains, and then as we go overnight into your Friday, that first chance of getting to the 90-degree mark as we get towards the end of the week, but still I think we should just stay in the upper 80s here. We got the taste of Charlotte starting up here soon as well. 11 o'clock on your Friday morning, mostly clear skies, and as we head into the afternoon, those temperatures do start to warm up here across the Carolinas, getting a little bit on the toasty side. And as we head into your Saturday morning, mostly clear skies, a lot of sunshine here across the Carolinas, but it's going to be heating up once again across the region. As we go through the rest of today, it's just perfect out there across the Carolinas. No other way to describe it. Overnight lows mid to upper 50s here for just about all of the Carolinas. And as we take a little tour here around the region, tomorrow, more beautiful weather on tap. We'll have more of that great weather ahead for the Carolinas here. Chester, Lancaster, Rock Hill, also have that beautiful weather for you as well. As we get over towards Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle, more great weather on tap. And Shelby and Gastonia also looking good as well. Just a little bit warmer out there across the Carolinas. Temperatures heading up into the middle 80s, up into the foothills. It's a similar story in the mountains, though. On your Thursday, we'll see those temperatures in the middle 70s. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Do see some of those rain chances returning early next week on your Monday. But really the big story here is we make our way up towards the 90-degree mark this weekend. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. We're continuing to be able to follow the breaking news right now. Out of West Charlotte, police are investigating a homicide near Park. This is a look here live at the scene as to what's going on right now. You can see heavy police presence out there in the area. This is on Bristol Drive near Westerly Hill Neighborhood Park. We're going to zoom out so you can be able to see a little bit more of the crime scene tape in the area there. Medic says one person was pronounced dead at the scene. No other details, though, were released. But Queen City News will continue to bring you updates as we learn more information. Criminalizing street vendors who don't follow the rules. The new proposals in the Queen City that would add more penalties for repeat violators. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:21, 70 degrees outside. As Andrew said, it's a perfect day. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Charlotte city leaders are considering a new rule that would then criminalize street vending for repeat violators. So the 6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA ended in February, and the Charlotte Safety Committee has now been trying to just figure out a way to implement the program citywide, while the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas. It actually didn't come without any problems. So officials say despite issues and the fact that they had to be able to issue fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble, and no one is paying up.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And we are receiving, the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
So ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and also collect data on a number of citations and rule breakers. So this goes before full council before anything becomes official. North Carolina lawmakers say it's time to be able to hold rideshare companies accountable. So they plan to be able to introduce a bill requiring mandatory reporting of all incidents on rideshares like Uber and Lyft. Now, this legislation would also create a rideshare council involving transportation and security leaders. Democratic state lawmakers hope to introduce a bill next year. If you've ever accidentally left a personal item in the back of an Uber, well, you are not alone. So Uber just released its 2026 Lost and Found Index. So some of the most unique items include a dishwasher, hospital discharge papers, pelvis implants, a package of live butterflies, and a 20-pound duck sausage. Or I should say 20 pounds of duck sausage. So the most common items lost, of course, are your phone, your wallet. And the most forgetful city is New York. And the most common day of the week for leaving your stuff behind, get this, is Sunday. Prison is not a playground. That's the message a local organization is using to put troubled youth on a better path. A look at the program's unique approach to juvenile crime. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, taking you live right there now. We continue to follow breaking news out of West Charlotte. Police are investigating a homicide at Westerly Hill Neighborhood Park. This, again, is a live look at the scene as we kind of zoom around to show you what's going on in the area. This is off of Bristol Drive. Medic says one person was pronounced dead. Now, several entrances now to the park are blocked off as officials still investigate. You can see heavy police presence out there right now from this vantage point that we're seeing. Of course, Queen City News will bring you the latest updates as we learn more information. Leaders say they're making changes to Mecklenburg County's child welfare program after the death of a child under social services. There was an oversight. What stems from the December death of 6-year-old Dominique Moody, who CMPD investigators say was abused by her caretakers. North Carolina regulators found multiple failures by DSS in Moody's case. The county officials say they're now taking steps to improve accountability, staffing, training, and reporting to police and prosecutors. Several officials have been called to testify in Raleigh tomorrow. And a lawsuit seeking more than $3 million from Charlotte Hornets star LaMelo Ball now set to go on trial. The suit is now tied to allegations that Ball severely injured a child's foot while leaving the Spectrum Center. And this was after a scrimmage back in October of 2023. Well, the lawsuit is now seeking $3.75 million of damages. Ball denies all the allegations. And this trial is scheduled to begin June the 15th. Let's take a live look here over Monroe. Talk about this gorgeous weather outside as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, I mean, you said it best earlier. This weather is just perfect today.
I mean, it really is perfect out there, Alicia. We got low humidity, high temperatures this afternoon, right around the 80-degree mark or so. And if you haven't liked some of the weather we've been seeing here recently, we got a dry stretch on the way, probably all the way through until early next week on your Monday. That's going to be our next chance for some scattered showers and storms. Temperatures do start to heat up here. Really going to be watching as we get towards the weekend here with those highs potentially moving into the lower 90s. Right now, though, it's absolutely incredible out there. 73 degrees, northeasterly winds about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Dew point in the middle 40s. It feels so comfortable out there right now across the region. Pinpoint satellite, mostly clear skies. A few fair weather clouds starting to pop up here as we get up towards the mountains, but for the most part, going to be Carolina blue skies all day long. Radar obviously quiet here across the region. Zooming out, high pressure to our north, always a good sign if you like comfortable conditions here across the southeast. Temperatures right now, low to mid 70s, middle 60s up across parts of the mountains. Everyone here noticeably warmer compared to this time yesterday, or right around this time yesterday. We were actually close to the 60-degree mark, believe it or not. I've got more on what's on the way as we make our way towards your weekend coming up in the Pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes. Alicia.
Thank you, Andrew. Just a tragedy in Concord right now. A father is dead and his teenage daughter is in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. So police say the father was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he was shot and killed at a home on Bedlington Drive. This is in the northwest part of our area. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis now spoke to a neighbor who heard the gunshots.
It was a sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in and to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
More than two people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say DeGraffenreid was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Oh, with summer starting in a matter of days, juvenile crime remains top of mind for law enforcement across the Queen City. And a local community outreach program is working to guide young people toward making positive life decisions. Prison is not a playground, officially launched in April. And organizers say the program offers teens a safe space to learn life skills and to hear firsthand about the consequences of crime. Joining us now are the program's president and board members, Antonio and Tara Barnes. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, what we're going to get into in the next few minutes is it's mind-blowing because it's full circle for you, Antonio. You have been incarcerated how many years total?
37.
37 years. And when I say that, I want that to sink in for people out there that you have spent the majority of your life behind bars. And your message now really is to come out and help young people say, this is not a life that you need to have. Tell me more.
Well, I definitely want to deter young people from going through prison. So I wanted to design a program. This has been my dream, to design a program, something that school is not offering. And this is self-funded. And what we wanted to do is a podcast for youth, our children's voice, to hear their voice, because we tell them what to do now, what to do and what not to do, but we don't know what's going on up in here. So we want to hear from them. We're better equipped to help in both sides of the bars, from officers, correctional officers, education officials, to hear their part and hear from guys like myself. We want to teach these young people how to write resumes, how to write grants, how to start a business, how to trademark that business. And this is more of a mentorship program and life skills.
Have you seen change?
Of course. I work with young people almost on a daily basis, and they actually listen because I tell them prison is one of the most miserable places a person would ever want to be. I just got the upper hand because I knew better. I knew right from wrong before I even went to prison. I just disregard all the rules and values that we are taught as a child. And so when I did get locked up, I went straight to the psychology department. I worked for psychology for years. And so I was basically getting off the record therapy.
Right.
So I learned how to learn myself first. You got to get yourself together first before you can get anyone else together. And I started facilitating groups for them, working with them, designing groups. I wrote 3 books, and everything just panned out. I came home, and it's just been a dream for me.
To really help people.
Yes.
I got to let everybody in on who you are, because people, especially in the Baltimore area, knew that you were known as, they call you Bird.
Yes.
And for those who are familiar with The Wire, it started in 2002, big hit series, your life loosely based off of that.
Yes.
That character, Bird, in The Wire, but that's what you saw growing up at an early age.
Yes.
When did you start the life that you really saw, you know, hustling in the streets, that kind of thing that was even introduced to you?
Well, I really understood it and knew what was going on after about the age of 8 or 9. And when you're in these environments, these are your heroes. You're looking at them as your heroes when your parents should be your heroes. And you see the cars, you see the girls, you see the clubbing, and this stuff just sinks you right in, just like an ocean with a whirlpool, and everything just go blank to you when you disregard all the rules and values, because no parent is going to teach their child how to be the best drug dealer, the best bank robber.
Right.
But when you learn these things from your parents, you have to put these in action. When you leave out that door, you have to make a choice. And one thing I tell people, you're going to get rewarded for everything you do in life. If it's bad, you might not like it. If it's good, you're going to reap the benefits.
Right.
You just have to be patient.
It's also too, I mean, just from when you see a life of crime, so many young kids don't understand when that jail cell closes and they're not coming out, or they're sentenced to life or just a number of years, they're able to hear that experience from you to say, this is not the kind of life that you want. What's your message?
Prison is one of the most miserable places a person would ever want to be. It's not worth one day. When you go to prison, you actually lose everything. I lost my mother, my father, my sister, my brother, my niece, my nephew, and then you don't get to go to no funerals. You might not find out that your parent done passed away until two weeks later. You done talk to your mother. Well, I talk to you tomorrow. You don't hear from her, and then you hear your mother is already passed away and in the ground. It's devastating. And this is the thing that these young people need to know. They just look at people come out of prison and they glamify it. No, they need to let them know that's only 2 things come from street life. That's prison and that's the graveyard. And you definitely don't want to go in the graveyard, and you definitely don't want to go to prison. So my message is there's nothing wrong with doing the right thing, because it's the right thing to do.
Tara, you're on the board. Prison is
Yes.
not a playground. Give us quickly, kind of what are your thoughts on what you want young people to really get from what you guys are providing?
I want them to take from Tony's story exactly what he's given. The opportunity for them to see the real repercussions of a life of crime and have a mentor that they can talk to that understands. We wanted to give them a platform with the podcast, so we're not talking to you. We want to hear what you have to say. We probably made a lot of the same mistakes, but we didn't have social media to tell on us.
Right.
So we're going to use social media to fix the problem from our children.
I'm sure it's also too children being heard.
Yes.
Because that was something that you didn't see back then, and now you're really hearing what children have to say before they make the wrong choices, right?
Before they have access to so much information. We have to know how they're processing it, and we can't just push the ways we were raised on them if we want to save them, because we're losing them, not just to the streets. They're committing suicide at alarming rates.
Well, that's our time now, but we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to be on Queen City News Plus. I want to say, Antonio and Tara Barnes, thank you so much for being here. Prison is not a playground, and you can go ahead. Yes.
And we need donations. We need sponsorship, because, like I said, this is self-funded, and we definitely need some help. We had children coming in, volunteers that we want to help, and we're going to help them, but we need help.
Okay. How can people find you?
www. The Antonio Barnes Project. That's the website. On all social media platforms, the Antonio Barnes Project.
All right. Well, we thank you so much for being here, and we're going to continue this conversation so our viewers can be able to also check you guys out on Queen City News Plus. Thank you so much for being our guest today, and thank you for educating and helping our youth here in the Charlotte area.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's no place like home. At least that's what the new trend is showing, why Americans aren't relocating the way they used to. Stay with us. So much more to come on Queen City News at noon. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. And we continue to follow the breaking news out of West Charlotte right now, taking you live there. Police are investigating a homicide at Westerly Hill Neighborhood Park. We also understand that there is going to be a news conference that's happening shortly. We are going to be monitoring that to bring that to you. Again, this is a live look at the scene on Bristol Drive. Medics says one person was pronounced dead, and several entrances to the park right now are being blocked off. We're going to zoom over so you can be able to see. They're blocked off now. Of course, officials want you to stay away from this area, but as officials investigate, we will continue to bring you the latest updates as we learn more information. Americans, they are moving less than they used to. So new data from Bank of America Institute shows relocations to different cities or states have now dropped 11% over the past 2 years. When people do move, they're often staying much closer to home. All right, let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, to talk about this. So why do Americans seem to be kind of staying put, Taylor?
Yeah, the biggest reason is absolutely housing. So millions of homeowners really locked in those 3% mortgage rates. during the pandemic, which of course they jumped on that, right? And now today we're looking at around that 7%, nearing that 7% mark for mortgage interest rates. So what that does is it's really kind of making people stay where they are, because if they wanted to move, they would likely double their monthly mortgage, right, because of those interest rate increases. And that's something that economists kind of call this lock-in effect that this is creating, where people are just more likely to stay where they are. But I think there's two other things that are happening. Remember, during the pandemic, a lot of people up and moved, right? And that was maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 years ago. Right. And maybe people kind of want to stay put, they're settled in, right? And also we've also seen just remote work also kind of dwindling out, which is kind of another reason why people may not feel the need to up and move.
Yeah, I mean, and just from your reporting that I know from you covering this so much, it's like people feel safe.
Yeah.
You know how much your life costs where you currently are, and you might also have other protections there, like whether it's your relatives or family and things like that. But what does this mean for North Carolina, given that people are continuously moving here?
Yeah, I mean, this is where North Carolina really stands out. I mean, even though Americans overall are moving a lot less than what they were just a couple of years ago, I mean, North Carolina continues to attract people. I mean, last year, according to the Census Bureau, the state grew by nearly 150,000 people. And that's kind of breaking the odds compared to other places. But I think a big part of that is just that we have good job opportunities, especially in Charlotte and Raleigh. Those are kind of the two hubs here where people are moving to, and also just a lower cost of living compared to other major cities, maybe on the West Coast or the Northeast, right? So people are absolutely still willing to move. It just has to make financial sense, whether that is a high-paying job that kind of makes up for a higher monthly mortgage.
Right. I was in Atlanta last weekend and ran into some people, and when they found out that I was living in Charlotte, they're like, oh my goodness, that's one of the places I want to be able to move to, I want to be able to visit. So we really do attract a lot of people who want to be able to live here. But this national slowdown, kind of what does that look like in terms of the impacts that we're seeing?
Well, mobility has traditionally kind of been America's economic really, it's been superior at that, right? So people used to make jobs where they were. So it's not just, a housing story here, it's an economic one.
All right, Taylor Young, appreciate it. We're going to take you back to that breaking news where I understand that a news conference is happening right now. Let's listen in. Well, they're just setting up right now. Here's what we know. Police are investigating a homicide at Westerly Hill Neighborhood Park. We're going to give you a live shot as we're waiting for this news conference to happen. This is a live look here off of Bristol Drive. Medic did tell us right now that one person was pronounced dead. Again, we're just going to wait until he gets ready to start. Let's listen in now.
Iybele. Last name is spelled Iyeveble. The major over Northwest Service area. This morning at about 11:29 a.m., we received a 911 call about an assault with deadly weapon with injury at the 3970 block of Bristol Drive. Upon officers' arrival, we located our victim with an apparent gunshot wound. Medic responded and pronounced the victim deceased on scene. This is an active and ongoing investigation. Homicide detective responded to investigate the matter, and crime scene search responded to process and collect physical evidence. This is an ongoing investigation. I said earlier, as more information develops, we will update you. For right now, we're asking that you call 704-432-8477 and speak with a homicide detective directly if you have any information that will be helpful to this investigation. You can also reach us at Crime Stoppers at 704-336-1600. And you can also use the tips line or crimestoppers.com. This time I'll take any questions that you have.
Is there an active manhunt? Like, has he been arrested, or she?
It's still too early to tell. The investigation is still ongoing. As more information develops, our public information office will update you.
Any info on the victim? Are they local to the area? Or?
It's still too early to tell. The investigation is still ongoing. As more information develops, we'll let you know.
Is there any active threat to the public?
I believe this is going to be an isolated.
All right, they were listening to CMPD giving us an update on this homicide situation that's happening there at West Charlotte Park. Not a lot of new information that we're learning, but police, of course, investigating this at Westerly Hill Neighborhood Park. Several entrances, though, to that park are being blocked off as that investigation is happening. We will continue to monitor this news conference. And, of course, Queen City News will bring you more updates and more on this case coming up on Queen City News at 4. Let's take a live look here over Uptown as they bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, you just nailed it when you said it's perfection out there. Look at this 90s.
Thank you so much. You're
Coming
too
this
kind.
weekend, yes.
Yeah, no, but it's going to be heating up this weekend here across the Carolinas. Enjoy the great weather today, everyone. 73 degrees. Winds out of the north-northeast, feels wonderful. Beach Mountain. Check out this beautiful shot behind me. Fabulous weather. As we get into the higher elevations, pinpoint satellite imagery, yeah. A few popcorn clouds here. Those fair with the low-level cumulus clouds off to our north and west, but otherwise here completely quiet conditions. Radar zooming out here. We got high pressure and control still filtering in. A little bit of that northerly flow through the Carolinas, keeping us very, very comfortable. Now the rain chances do start to move back up as we get to early next week, but we're going to be dry between now and then. Still need a lot more rainfall here across the region. It's been beneficial. We've seen the drought at least get chiseled down a little bit here, but we still have a long way to go here to get us back to where we should be in terms of overall rainfall. Weekend forecast starting to heat up a little bit across the Carolinas. Back up towards the lower 90s here. Let's get into futurecast as we go throughout this afternoon. Beautiful weather out there. This is 8 o'clock on your Wednesday night. Temperatures in the middle 70s, feeling so comfortable out there. Overnight, heading into your Thursday morning, get ready to head on out the door. Temperatures low to mid 60s. More sunshine. Another beautiful day out there as we get into the afternoon. You do notice those temperatures starting to move up a little bit here across the Carolinas. Back up towards the upper 80s, partly cloudy skies. Overnight Thursday, heading into your Friday, we've got more sunshine. This is when we start to try to push up towards the 90-degree mark as we get hotter and hotter out there, and likely going to see those temperatures pushing up into the low 90s once we get to this weekend. Speaking of that, as we go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, watching those low 90s returning as we go through this weekend. Best chance for wet weather will come on your Monday. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So here's what we're working on starting on Queen City News today at 4. A South Carolina man convicted for taking part in the January 6th riots at the U.S. Capitol is now working for the Pentagon. What counterterrorism posts overseas? And an update in the lengthy process to remove this right here, a Fort Mill eyesore. What happens next for the half-finished Heritage Tower? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, let's take you back to that breaking news we've been following all hour right now. Of course, CMPD just moments ago gave us an update on what's going on here at the scene. They're investigating a homicide at Westerly Hill Neighborhood Park. Several entrances to the park are being blocked off as they investigate what's going on. No word in terms of a manhunt. That was one of the questions that was asked there at the news conference. Of course, Queen City News will bring you the updates as we learn more information. You can always find out more information while we're not on air at qcnews.com. Andrew.
And Alicia, one final check-in, your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. We're going to be seeing those temperatures move up towards the low 90s here as we get into the weekend. Early next week, we are tracking scattered showers and storms on your Monday.
All right, thanks for joining us. And we're going to also tell you this as Queen City News, we are not live on the air. You're going to always connected with us because you can always download the Queen City News Plus app. So look at this. Okay, this is on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or an Amazon Fire device. This is a look at today's lineup on the app. First, we have Pinpoint Weather University, then Across America, and then that's followed by Capital Conversations. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Also, Andrew, just to let our viewers know, like the interview that I had today with Antonio and Tara Barnes, we're going to continue that conversation after the show. And this platform allows us to be able to have more in-depth conversations and kind of really get into more stories that we cover here on Queen City News. So it's kind of like an extension of seeing us here live.
No, absolutely. It was a really great conversation during the show, and definitely people should tune to Queen City News Plus here for more of that conversation.
All right, now we can be able to say thank you so much for joining us today on Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4. And for more on that breaking news, the homicide, always check us out online at qcnews.com.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, let it rain. Man, the rain is finally here. Drought relief in the area. It's caused actually some issues in some spots. We'll talk about where we've seen some flooding concerns and also talk about where this drought relief puts us. It's all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University with a special guest on the show, Rich Tinker from NOAA's Climate Prediction Center, letting us know what goes into the drought monitor and what our drought monitor could look like with this latest rainfall. Our episode of Pinpoint Weather University starts right now. Welcome into this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers. And if you're tapping in with me on IG or on X at WSBrandon9 or on our Queen City News pages as well, we appreciate you guys tapping in with us, connecting with us over there too. Now, obviously, it has been a pretty different weather pattern here lately for us here in the Carolinas. We've been talking about rain, something we have not chatted about a lot over the last 8 to 9 months. And I will tell you this, folks, I always say there's a cool NASCAR saying, and the saying goes, whenever you're in a drought, bring a NASCAR race to town. We had the Coke 600 weekend this weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and not a single race finished. I can't remember the last time that has happened, where all 3 of the national series have not actually completed all the laps scheduled for a specific weekend. And that happened. It was a wet Memorial Day weekend for a lot of folks, and it continues to be a wet weekend for many areas. So drought relief is finally here. Of course, it comes on a weekend where a lot of folks are outdoors, we're remembering the fallen, and it's just it's a pretty active holiday weekend, and we've even had some issues with the rain. We've had some flooding concerns, and this video here is a road washout that happened up in Hickory. So obviously, even with the drier conditions, we could still have problems like flooding, road washouts, and things like that. And that is what we have seen here over the last several days. Now, the big question that everyone is asking is this going to get us out of the drought? Quick answer is no, but it will help likely quite a bit as we get towards Thursday's drought monitor update. And it's definitely something we've been longing for, rainfall over the area. And of course, May, this month of May is actually the first month in Charlotte we've been without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. And you can see the jet dryers there for NASCAR. Had to work hard a lot this past weekend, the Coke 600. So, of course, the drought monitor, it's a big thing we've been talking about here over the last several months. The drought monitor has played a role in a lot of decision making around here in the Carolinas. So what goes into that? What organizations are creating that drought monitor and also helping us figure out how much rain we need? Well, to join us in on the discussion today is Rich Tinker. He is a meteorologist with NOAA and also an author for the drought monitor as well. And Rich, we appreciate you joining the show for us today and chatting with us a little bit about the drought monitor. Obviously, a lot goes into it. Can you just talk about all the different roles that many organizations play when it comes down to creating the drought monitor? What all goes into it before it's released every Thursday?
Well, there's a lot of coordination as much as anything else that goes into it. Of course, as you said, we have about 10 authors right now that come from different organizations. We have one from Western Desert Institute. We have Myself, I'm from the National Weather Service. We have some people at USDA, and we just brought on board, excuse me, a couple of authors that work with NASA. As far as putting the map together, like I said, there's a lot of coordination. Normally, the author will take a first stab, or we will get feedback from the regions. Different regions coordinate in their own ways. For instance, we do get a unified suggestions from the state of North Carolina, which they organize themselves. I don't know exactly who they include in their discussions, but they give us feedback every week, and it's like that for a lot of places around the country. And it's it's a coordinated effort between people who have a national viewpoint, people who have regional viewpoints. More of an expert in North Carolina than in other places. Also, people who have certain specialties. People who know about hydrology, people who know about water supplies will give their opinions. And all this is in a back and forth with the author each week. Probably there must be 100 emails that go back and forth between the author and other people commenting on either drafts that we've made or what's gone into it from the field. And then, we finalize it by late Wednesday and it comes out Thursday mornings.
And then what?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I was going to say, what kind of data is used? Obviously, a lot of people come together and they're making this drought monitor. A lot of different organizations, and you mentioned even here locally, there's some organizations that play a role because they know the area maybe a little bit better than others. Just talk about some of the data that's used to create that drought monitor.
Yeah, the precipitation is only one of a lot of the data that goes into it. And of course, precipitation can be looked at on a number of time frames. You could look, how are you doing the last month? How are you doing the last 6 months, the last year, or even longer than that sometimes. We also have some impacts data, things like stream flows, soil moisture. There are drought indicators and blends. In other words, we will take a variety of indicators and try to put them into one specific blend that looks at some specific aspect of drought. Usually groundwater and water supplies are another big concern that we look at. We use observations from the ground. We use modeled numbers, satellite and radar estimates of precipitation and other factors. Temperature, of course, goes as well. Snowpack, which is not too much of a concern in North Carolina this time of the year, but in certain places at other times, even in North Carolina at other times of the year, snowpack is a concern. And so we try to meld all these together into kind of a unified status for the drought conditions in any given location. And we tend to lean more towards the parameters that seem more representative of the impacts that we're seeing. So in a place where, crops is another thing, for instance, if we see crops are doing poorly in some place, then we may look at short-term precipitation and temperatures and soil moisture. Other places, maybe water supplies are a bigger concern. So you look at precipitation on longer time frames and other, long-term temperature anomalies that might affect how much water you have in your system and how well the water is managed. Of course, that differs from places like California, which have to manage it heavily, versus North Carolina, where we're a little more fortunate here to have more, rainfall on an annual basis in those places. So that's helpful for the water supply, certainly. But that doesn't mean, obviously, that we don't have the drought conditions that we have now. And as you had indicated earlier, right now we're looking at some sort of improvement across the state. I think, I don't know if it'll be statewide, but certainly there'll be parts of the state that improve. But you're not going to see the drought go away. Certainly this coming week, it would probably take a good bit more precipitation than what we've had. A lot of the big cities right now are still below normal. Not really for this month, but if you put March and if you put March, April, May together, they're still below normal if you sum all those months together. And if you go back farther, if you go back to what they call the beginning of the water year, which is in October, there's plenty of places in the big cities in North Carolina that are still 10 to sometimes some places 15 inches below normal for that period. So there's a lot of drought still to try to overcome, but certainly you'd rather have what's going on now than have more sunny and dry weather.
Yeah, I was going to say, you alluded to it really well. This is actually looking at our rainfall deficit over the last 30 days. Obviously, not a significant deficit as what we have been experiencing over the last few months, but when you look at this rainfall deficit over the past 365 days, over the past year, the numbers absolutely come up. So we definitely still need a lot more rain. We're just cutting into a deficit that is larger over a longer period, and definitely.
Right.
It would definitely need more rain, and hopefully we can get this on more of a consistent basis. But I was gonna say, Rich, I'll tell you what, Memorial Day weekend came in like just super wet. And you look at the May Stoker we've had here in Charlotte as of May 27th here. We've had 4.9 inches of rain, which is actually about an inch and a half above the monthly total average here in Charlotte. And when you look at May in general, it's the first month we've had without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. Rich, what's the big changing pattern for all this rain?
Well, what we've seen happen is a couple of things going on at the same time this month. We've seen some frontal boundary that's kind of been over or near North Carolina for a lot of the last at least week to maybe week and a half. Those are where you have air coming in, winds coming in from different directions and converging, heading towards each other, and that causes the air to lift, and that can help precipitation. Now, in addition to that, what we've seen is some tropical moisture being fed in from the south from off of the ocean, a deep fetch from off of the ocean that's coming in and interacting with this frontal boundary, and that's adding moisture to this setup that is already favorable for some rainfall. So you're getting some fairly, we are certainly getting some quick, heavy kind of thunderstorm activity, but we're also getting more of this prolonged soaking rain, which is actually better for the drought and also better for flooding, because as you pointed out, just because you're down 20 inches for the past year doesn't mean that, heavy rain can't fall and then you'll have flash flooding on any given day. As a matter of fact, sometimes the drought can make flash flooding a little worse because the ground gets dry and hard, and rather than soaking in right away, the moisture will actually fall and run off, and so stay above the ground and actually cause the flooding or road washouts that maybe if it were actually a little bit wetter and the ground were a little softer, maybe you wouldn't see happen in those situations. So, droughts and floods seem like polar opposites, but they're not quite. And, so we've unfortunately, we've got both going right now in the state, but at least the drought is certainly headed in the right direction, although we still, as you said, got a long way to go.
And then we've also got a lot of information on social media talking about the potential El Nino that is on the way coming up later this year. How much of a role could El Nino play for not only our area here in the Carolinas, but for much of the Southeast?
Well, the El Nino, as people probably know, refers to a period of above normal temperatures on the sea surface temperatures along the equatorial Pacific Ocean. We are coming out of an episode of the opposite, La Nina, where that water was cold. That cold water over the past couple of months has pretty much gone away, and the temperature of the water has increased considerably and is now above normal. But El Nino, for a couple of reasons, does not appear to be playing any role in this particular change of conditions. The first one being that while we're seeing the temperatures on the sea surface reflect El Nino conditions, it does not seem yet to have, the atmosphere has not caught on, which is to say that the weather effects of El Nino, how it affects the atmosphere and how the atmosphere, reacts in different places. We're not seeing that happen yet. So the influence of El Nino is not really a consideration for the current rainfall that we're getting. And El Nino really, in any case, doesn't tend to have as much of an influence on precipitation and conditions during the summer as it does later during the fall and during the winter. So there's a couple of reasons there why we don't think that the El Nino is playing any role in the change that we've seen over the last week or week and a half. But certainly we're thinking that El Nino's influence is going to start growing and continue to grow, for over the next several months.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, El Nino, when it does grow and strengthen and potentially become one of the very strong El Ninos we've seen in history later this year, when it does strengthen, could it play a role in maybe helping us get out of this drought later in the year, or would it not have much of an impact?
El Nino does tend to favor. Now, nothing is a perfect correlation. That is to say, just because you have El Nino doesn't automatically mean something happens in some other part of the world. However, when you have El Nino conditions, that does favor above normal precipitation across North Carolina and much of the southern United States, actually, during the fall and the winter months. So while we're not expecting it to have any significant, systematic impact on conditions during the summer and perhaps into the early fall, later on down the road, as we get into the autumn and into the winter, the odds for increased rainfall, or maybe even snowfall, are going to go up. And so we're certainly thinking that conditions may be much more favorable during the coming winter and autumn months than it was during these past few that we've seen. But exactly what happens on any given day, or how much the rainfall reacts to the El Nino conditions, can vary based on other circumstances. And so, nothing's a sure bet, but the El Nino does favor increased fall and winter precipitation across the state.
And this is Rich Tanker with meteorologist with NOAA, also a big author for the Drought Monitor as well. Coming up, Rich, we're going to take a short break. And after the break, just want to talk about where we stand when it comes down to this drought. Are we going to be able to maybe get out of it in the coming months, and what the climatological pattern could look like coming over the next few months? We'll talk about that coming up here on the other side of the break on Pinpoint. Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. This is a look at the drought monitor from Thursday, May 21st. Obviously, a lot of extreme drought and even some exceptional drought. Level 5 out of 5 drought popping up in the foothills and mountains. New drought monitor will come out for Thursday, May 28th. We expect improvement, and especially with all the rain that we've seen here recently, but the drought isn't necessarily going to go away. We're going to continue our conversation here with Rich Taker, a meteorologist with NOAA, the Climate Prediction Center. And Rich, I know we can't release the drought monitor yet and talk specifically about it, but is there any improvement that we're going to be expecting here in the Charlotte area or up towards our mountains and foothills as we get towards Thursday's update?
Well, I think it's, excuse me, it's safe to say that, you'll see improvement across a good bit of the state, not necessarily all of it, because, the entire state hasn't been inundated with the heavy precipitation that we've seen in the last week to 10 days or so. However, two things I can pretty much guarantee you: there will at least be, some considerable amount of improvement across the state. And the second one is that I don't think the drought's going to actually go away anywhere based on this precipitation that we've had. So we're heading in the right direction, and I think we'll see improvements, but we're still going to be in a drought, and we're going to need to keep up the pattern of increased precipitation in order to, finally dig our way out of that, because we've been entrenched in it for quite a while now.
And Rich, working with the Climate Prediction Center, Talk about just the next 3 months. You guys released the climate outlooks over the next 3 months. What does our precipitation outlook look like here in the Carolinas as we get over the next few months?
Excuse me, our 3 month outlook is actually pretty indeterminate, which is to say we really don't have any strong indicators that things are going to be unusually wet or unusually dry. You'd kind of default and say, well, precipitation then maybe near normal, but what we're actually saying is that it could be almost, I don't want to say almost anything, but we just the forecast indicators that we look at aren't giving us a clear picture. Looking at the El Nino when we go down the road into fall and winter, we do have some increased chances for above normal precipitation. And also in the very short term, it does look like for the next 1 to maybe 2 weeks, the odds do favor above normal precipitation. Consider it continuing across the state. Not, it's not an overwhelming odds that that's going to happen, but the chances are better than not that it will. But we're still not looking at anything overwhelming right now. As far as the drought is concerned, our drought outlook forecast is calling for improvement by the end of August in a small part of North Carolina down in the far south part of the state. And that's because summer tends to be a wetter time of the year down there. They don't have a dramatic wetter dry season, but summer is wetter than most other times of the year. In other parts of the state, that's not really the case. And right now we are forecasting drought persistence, but you have to understand what that means. That means that by the end of August, unfortunately, we think things will look about like they look right now. Now, we may oscillate back and forth, in the meantime. It may get better, then it gets dry, and it may get worse. But it's hard to get dramatic improvement during the summer just because the ecology, the plants, and the people all use a lot more water during that time of the year than they do during the winter time. In which times you can kind of, in a way, bank the water that falls, improve the groundwater, improve the water supplies. Certainly that can happen during the summer too, but with greater demands on the water and greater evaporation because of the high temperatures, it is more difficult to get lasting relief happening actually during the summer. So while our outlook says that the end of August, don't have anything strongly indicating, big improvements in the drought. That doesn't mean that we're not going to see it kind of wax and wane some. And certainly it's going to be waning a little bit because of the precipitation that we've recently had, and perhaps because of above normal precipitation continuing in the shorter term. But it looks like your chances for improvement, and I mean, lasting significant improvement where you kind of get things down to a moderate situation or completely out of drought, probably is going to wait in most of the state until we see those rains that would be favored by El Nino kick in later in the year.
So safe to say we were going to be in this for a long haul.
We've been in it for a long haul. Yeah. And it looks like we've got a few more months at least of dealing with this. Whether or not it's going to be, the extreme values that we're seeing in some parts of the state is unclear, but I think it's very unlikely that we're going to end the drought by the end of the summer for the reasons I was outlining with, using more water evaporates. But we're hopeful for later in the year if the El Nino typical circulations kick in that we'll start to see consistently above normal precipitation then.
All right, Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Rich, thank you so much for coming on the show with us today, giving us your scientific insight on what the drought could look like. A lot of folks have been asking us plenty of questions about the drought. We're obviously also under water restrictions. That's another question. People are wondering when we could get out of those, especially as you mentioned, more water going to be used as we get hotter in the summer months. So, Rich, we appreciate you coming on the show with us today here on Pinpoint Weather University, and thanks for your insight.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, that was Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Coming up in just a bit, we'll recap the episode. I'll just talk about what our drought could look like over the coming months, as Rich just mentioned, and we'll also talk about what the rain over the last weekend looks like over the region. Coming up. just a bit. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. He obviously has a big impact on the drought monitor as well. Gave us some really good information on the drought monitor, how it's created, with all the different data that is used. And I just want to kind of recap what Rich was speaking about when it came down to the drought monitor and some of the data that's used for it. He talked about the rainfall deficits. This is an obvious thing that I think all of us know. How far behind on rainfall are we? That's obviously a huge thing that's going to be used when it comes down to determining the drought monitor and just how significant the drought is over the area. Soil moisture was another thing that Rich mentioned. How dry or how saturated the ground is. That's the soil moisture. It's not just looking at the topsoil, but how much that moisture is seeping down into the underneath the topsoil as well and down through the soil. That's an important thing. Also, hydrology, of course, stream flows, reservoir levels, snowpack, as he said, is not a big thing here in the Carolinas, but it can be used across other parts of the U.S., especially up in the Rockies during the winter season, man. Snowpack is very important. It's a huge water resource for them to get snow in the Rockies and over towards that region out west. And for us, we don't necessarily rely on snowpack too much. You know, obviously, we already have our rivers and our lakes and streams that help us out. But stream flow, reservoir levels, a big thing. And then also temp and evaporation demand. You heard Rich hinting on it a little bit in our last segment, talking about hotter and drier weather. You know, if you get out of the drought, or at least bring some drought relief to the area, and then you get a couple weeks of hot and dry weather, the hotter you are in the atmosphere, the more moisture Mother Nature wants to hold. It can hold more moisture, so it pulls that moisture out of our soils. It pulls it out of our streams, creeks, and rivers, and that also can cause the drought to get worse. So that's why evaporation demand and also temperature plays a huge role here. I want to throw a few more things at you here. I skimmed through them pretty quickly during our interview, but again, as of May 27th, Wednesday, May 27th, we've now seen 4.9 inches of rainfall for the month of May here in Charlotte. It is now the first month since August of last year that we have not had a rainfall deficit. We're actually about 1.5 inches above normal for the month, and I expect that will likely be where we end things unless we get a little bit more rain heading towards the weekend after Memorial Day weekend. Drought relief, though, man, you look at it, this year alone, we've only seen 11 inches of rain. It's the 11th driest stretch we've had through May 26th. This month accounted for about 44% or so of the rainfall that we've seen all year. As I'm doing the math for you really quickly on my handy dandy calculator here on the app, I'm doing the math. Yeah, you got to just put your numbers together. I'm taking that 4.90, divide it by 11.07. Got to times it by 100 to get your percentage. 44.2%. That's how much rainfall May has accounted for this entire year. And just think, it's only brought us up to 11 inches for the year. So we mentioned how the rainfall deficit is massive over the past year, 10 to 15 inches around Charlotte, but there's some areas that are 25 inches or higher, pretty much over 2 feet of rain behind when it comes down to rainfall deficits. But when you look at the last month, not as bad, which is nice, but unfortunately, we've got a huge rainfall deficit to cut into, and it's just going to take some time to do it. But luckily, we have gotten some rain. We're getting a little bit of help. We just need a little bit more. Look, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll be talking more and more about the drought here over the next several weeks, especially as hotter weather returns. Could change things for us and make that drought get worse again, even after the Memorial Day rains. We'll talk more about that as we go through the coming weeks. One thing to mention as well, folks, the water restrictions. I was speaking with Duke Energy. At least they cover Charlotte, Rock Hill, and some areas like that with the Drought Management Advisory Group. Not expecting those water restrictions to go away anytime soon. Remember, we're about 1.5 inches above average for this month, but we need more above average months and more consistency in the rain to continue to diminish the drought and eventually get out of our water restrictions. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson, folks. With those water restrictions, make sure you're following those, taking care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. We'll see you next time on Pinpoint Weather University. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Ground Control here on Queen City News Plus. I am one of your co-hosts here, meteorologist Andrew Brightman, and of course, I've got my main man here off to my right, Mr. Matt Campbell, executive producer and also major space aficionado. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So today we are going to be taking a little bit of a detour here. We've been talking so much about Artemis 2 going back to the moon, but also there's a lot else going on here with NASA and outer space. We had such a huge launch a few years ago. We have another big launch coming up. We're talking about space telescopes here, and we are really fortunate to be joined today by Dr. Begonia Vila. She's an astrophysicist. She was one of the instrument systems engineers on James Webb Space Telescope. She was the one of the lead engineers for the Fine Guidance Sensor. We are going to be talking about all of that and more here over the next 25 to 30 minutes. Dr. Vila, how are you doing today?
Very good. Thank you for having me.
It's absolutely wonderful to have you. So, as we first get into this, Dr. Vila, I looked up, you're originally from Spain, and then eventually it made your way to Canada, and eventually here to NASA, working on James Webb and all of our space telescopes. Just tell me a little bit about your journey. Really, what got you first interested in astrophysics and actually becoming an engineer on a space telescope? I'm just kind of curious about your science journey to that point.
Yeah, I think I was always fascinated by the night sky. I was lucky to live outside a big city where the skies were dark. So, seeing the different stars, the moon. Of course, when I was young, I didn't know there was such a career that could study that. But then I did become an astrophysicist. And I took my PhD and worked in the university in the United Kingdom, and then moved to Canada. And in Canada, the big change for me was to leave the university and start working on space companies that still launch space telescopes to space. And there I became what we call a systems engineer. So I haven't done any engineering per se, but a systems is somebody that has the big picture of whatever you are going to build. And you're going to talk to all the disciplines, optics, mechanical, electrical, astrophysics, to make sure what you are building is going to meet what you need. And then lucky to start working on the James Webb Space Telescope. As you know, it's an international collaboration from the European Space Agency, the Canadian Space Agency, and NASA, and many other private industries. And two of the instruments come from Canada, which were the ones that I was the lead for. One of them is one of the science instruments, NIRIS, and the other one is a key instrument, which is, as you mentioned, the Fine Guidance Sensor for the observatory. And I still support Webb, which is so exciting for me I'm sure we'll talk about all the amazing discoveries it's doing, but I'm also lucky to support the next flagship mission that NASA is launching, which is the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope.
One thing that I kind of, when I was reading your bio, finding out a little bit about you, was that you went to the University of Manchester, and then you also worked at the Jodrell Bank Observatory. So you can tell us, what's your favorite British food?
Well, does it have to be fish and chips?
Probably.
But yeah, I mean, it's such a good point, because I was coming from studying in the Canary Islands, right? And over there, there are some solar telescopes, right? If we want to observe our star, but most of them are optical telescopes, right? And I was used to looking at galaxies and how they looked on the optical wavelengths. And then going to Jodrell Bank for my PhD, was my introduction to something maybe we'll talk about, which was receiving information from the universe in another wavelength, in radio. And those images, I still remember, they look so foreign to me at the beginning, right? How they look, to then obviously now working with telescopes that look in the infrared. And another cool thing, maybe just to mention, obviously optical telescopes have these mirrors that are perfectly aligned. We have to be so careful not to get them dirty whilst we are building them and keep them as pristine as possible. The radio telescope is made of metal. And when I was doing there, we climb on the telescope occasionally, right? So it was another different concept for me.
You're looking at a literal spectrum, wide spectrum of things. What's something that you found most interesting about that?
Yeah, I think it's super fascinating. We are used to our eyes, right? In our eyes, we know we can see all the colors. And that gives us information about anything we see here, right, on the Earth and also in space when we use filters. But this understanding that these objects on the universe emit, high energy X-rays that we cannot see from the ground, they also emit in the infrared and the microwave that, again, we cannot see from the ground. So definitely I remember as part of my PhD, we were studying at the time galaxies, right? They rotate around the center, the arms of the galaxies. At the time, a super important astronomer, Vera Rubin, was already indicating that those galaxies rotate faster than what they should be doing based on the amount of mass that we see, the amount of stars that we see there. So that was the introduction of this unknown that we still have, this dark matter that affects what we see, but we cannot see it. But on the center of those galaxies, there was something really bright. And the discussion at the time was, could it be that many stars are being formed there? Or could it be something like a black hole, which at the time was known, but very exotic, right? And now, I mean, we know there is a black hole in the center of our galaxy. We think maybe all galaxies have black holes. So for me, it's fascinating. This is what we think are exotic ideas, but that as we learn more, they become the norm. And then we keep learning.
Dr. Vila, what exactly is the fine guidance sensor? How did that work? What role does that play with the James Webb Telescope? How crucial is this instrument in making everything that we see and all the new discoveries that we're making so crucial?
Yes. So when you send a telescope into space that far away, James Webb is 1,000,000 miles away, right? 4 times the distance of the moon. You want that observatory to point to different parts of the sky, and it will slew with the star trackers to a certain location. But really, you need to keep that telescope really stable when you are observing and make sure you're pointing correctly. So the fine guidance sensor, when you get at the end of that slew to that part of the sky, is going to find a particular star and provide information of where that star is, so the observatory can be pointed exactly how the science instruments want it to be. And then it's going to provide the position of that star many times, 16 times every second, to a kind of closed loop information, right? There is an attitude control system that is going to notice if that star is moving a little bit and is going to be making these corrections, so that observatory remains steady and stable whilst the science data is being taken. I say it is similar to what we do when we are trying to take a picture here on the ground, right, with our camera. If we are moving that camera, any picture or spectra we take will be blurred So we do that. So the fine guidance sensor is always key to make sure science can be taken.
Now, you were talking about how the James Webb Telescope is 1 million miles from Earth.
Yes.
The one telescope that everybody remembers from the 90s was the Hubble. So why, and that's in Earth orbit, so why does the James Webb have to be so far from Earth?
Yeah, Hubble is looking at the world mainly on the visible, a little bit on the ultraviolet and the infrared. But James Webb was designed to kind of look back in time, right? Look at the first galaxies and stars that form in the universe, see how they change and evolve to become the galaxy where we are, and a star like our sun, and eventually a planet like the Earth. So the light from those objects has been traveling for billions and billions of years. And what that means is the light is going to stretch, right? And if the wavelength stretches, that means it moves to the infrared. So Webb needed to observe on that infrared. Infrared is heat, so everything emits heat. So it needed to be sent far away, and it also has this big sun shield, kind of a beach umbrella, and that keeps the instruments and the mirrors really cold at 40 Kelvin, very close to absolute zero, to be able to cool it down and then detect the heat of those very faint objects. And that's something we needed to do from there. And then we are in a special point, right? We want to be somewhere where the gravity kind of nulls out between the sun and the Earth. So if you place something there, it's going to be pretty stable. So we don't have to use a lot of fuel to keep it there, right? Fuel is consumable. If we run out of fuel, the mission is done. So there are these special points where we launch these space telescopes, in this case, the Lagrange 2, and then keeping that infrared, keeping it as cool as possible for the science that it needs to do.
Yeah, and you were just talking about the Lagrange points. I felt like I was back in college. We had to learn about that stuff when I was in some of my calculus classes. But you were talking about also making sure everything is just so on point here in terms of if there's something wrong with the telescope, you can't. There was an issue with the Hubble back in the 90s. They had sent the space shuttle to fix it. With James Webb, there was everything has to be perfect. If something is wrong, basically the mission is kaput. How nervous were you and some of the other engineers when it was launched and it was going out to the Lagrange, the L2 point here, and waiting for those first images to come back to make sure they weren't blurry? Everything was sort of on point. Was there any type of biting nails, a little bit of anxiety waiting for those first images to come back?
Indeed. I mean, this is still the largest and most complex telescope we have launched to date into space. And as you all probably know, it has those mirrors. We wanted a bigger mirror to collect more light and see fainter things, but it's made of 18 smaller mirrors. It has that big sun shield that when it's open is as big as a tennis court. And all of that had to be folded to fit inside the rocket. And we had to open it once we were in space. And then James Webb had something that we don't like to send into space, which are what we call single point failures, items that if they fail, it could be the loss of the mission. But unfortunately, to be able to do these deployments, we needed to incorporate one of those. We had a really big testing campaign on the ground to make sure everything was working. But even so, when we launched from French Guiana, we have that first week, 2 weeks where everything is being opened up as we travel to our final destination. And it was every day something else had to happen. So we had the elation that, today everything went well, let's come back tomorrow, and the next thing has to happen, right? The sun shield has to open, the antenna, the solar array, the mirrors, we have to align it. So I think we were all cautiously optimistic, but also very nervous. And once we had the sun shield open, which we could see because we had the telemetry, the information from the instruments, we can see they start cooling down. So we know through all the telemetry, we knew, we cannot see it, but we know it's working. And we had the mirrors open up, then we knew we had a mission, right? And then it was just amazing when we were taking the first images for the calibrations, and we already knew what a wonderful telescope, this was going to be more even so than what we expected, and that has been the case, right? He is doing amazing discoveries every day.
And the images, the images that that NASA's put out have been absolutely stunning. They're portrait quality, if compared to some of the fuzzy stuff we used to get. But I mean, these images, the nebulae that we're able to see, the distant galaxies, it's just amazing to see this way.
Indeed, it is exactly. And we could sense all of this even during this commissioning period, right? But now it's just amazing. And Webb is doing everything that was designed to do. We said he will rewrite the textbooks, and he's doing so, right? He has found the furthest galaxy, the furthest star, and he keeps breaking that record, right? Getting closer and closer. He has looked at the life of stars, right? To see places where they are born. And of course, we know around those stars, planets will be born. Then the ending, those planetary nebula and the ending of those stars, multiple examples. He can also look at our solar system, and he has shown us, the rings for all our outer 4 planets, which we hadn't seen some of them for Uranus, for example, since Voyager went across, right? And to see those amazing images. And he's bringing new things. I think one of the ones that comes to mind for sure are those little red dots, right? These faraway objects that are really bright, are very red. We still don't know exactly what they are, if they're supermassive black holes, but we don't understand how they could be formed that early, and they don't show in other wavelengths like X-rays, so they seem to be different from other black holes, or if they're a very old star that's supermassive again. So it's telling us lots of things about that early universe and about different types of galaxies, right? We are finding many examples of unusual things, which is what was needed, right, to booster these models that we had of galaxy formation, star formation, and evolution, right? To learn, what is actually there. So it's very exciting. I think every day is something different.
Absolutely. And a question I got for you right now: what's kind of right now in this point in James Webb Telescope's mission? What's the main thing? Because obviously you're talking about the infrared, looking farther back in time. Is there anything, any particular project that James Webb is being utilized for right now in terms of utilizing that ability to look farther back with those infrared instruments here? What's kind of the big focus for the James Webb Telescope right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's observing all the time, right? Every year there is the call for proposals. The one for cycle 5, the 5th year, is just done, and they are scheduled, right? And the astronomers cover everything, this early universe. For example, one survey that was done that there is a focus now is to do these deep images, right? These deep, similar to the Hubble Deep Field, right? Which was a part of the sky where we thought there was nothing there, and Hubble looked at it for 12 or 13 days, and he found thousands of galaxies. So Webb has been able to do these fields just with much shorter integration times and looking much further back in time. But now there is a desire to start doing deeper observations with Webb, which show further and further objects. Webb also provided this data about what we call the Hubble tension, right? We know the universe is expanding, and in fact, it's expanding faster every time. We have early measurements that give a speed for that expansion that do not match the speed that we see near us. So that's something that Webb has been able to confirm data from Hubble with a lot more precision, saying there is something there that we don't know yet. And that's where this new, the Nancy Grace Roman, will be key to help us understand what the problem might be. And then, of course, it's looking for planets around other stars, but Webb is also able to see if those planets have an atmosphere. And of course, these are the little steps we are taking to eventually, hopefully, find a planet that looks like ours, right, in the sense that it has an atmosphere with components similar to what you will see on the Earth if you were up there with liquid water and maybe a good temperature. And one of the ones that I have been watching is this system TRAPPIST-1, right? TRAPPIST-1, discovered with a ground telescope, is a redder star than our sun, but has 7 planets, and 3 or 4 of those planets are in what we call that habitable zone where maybe liquid water could be there. And Webb has been observing each of them. The data for the first 3 has been released, and they don't seem to have an atmosphere, and they're very hot. But the astronomers working on the others, they're still analyzing the data. So I think, that will be very cool when we hear what we find.
We have a new telescope here that's going to be launched relatively in the near future. That is, of course, the Nancy Grace Space Telescope. Dr. Vila, can you tell us more about this new telescope here, when it's going to be launched, and kind of what sort of different sort of operational roles are going to play compared to JWST?
Yes, so this is the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. Is the first one named after a woman, which is pretty cool. She was the first chief astronomer at NASA in the time when Hubble was being built, and they call her sometimes the mother of Hubble, as she was key on that telescope and many other scientific things at NASA. And we are so excited to welcome the Roman telescope to work with Hubble and Webb. So Roman is going to go 1 million miles away, so it's going to go where Webb is. But what it's able to do is take a panoramic view of the universe. It can take an image that is about more than 100 times wider than the ones we can take with Hubble and Webb. And that's going to be key. So it's going to be a survey telescope that's going to map the universe in the infrared. It cannot see as far as Webb, but it can give us this wider view, right? We are seeing all these amazing things with Hubble and Webb, but they are like tiny pieces of the sky. It's like looking at the sky, we say, with a straw, and those amazing images is what we are getting. And now we'll be able to get this wider image and looking for information about what that dark energy that we mentioned before, what could it be, and also the dark matter, right? We are seeing the effect of both on the universe. We know dark matter and dark energy make 95% of what's out there that we don't know, and we are trying to learn what it is. It's also, with that wide view, going to expand the number of exoplanets, planets around other stars we are going to see. At the moment, we know about 6,000. We keep finding more. When Roman is on orbit, after a few years of operation, we'll have 100,000. And that's what we need to find something special, which, again, this search for something that could look like the Earth. So it goes with this instrument, the wide field instrument, which has 18 cameras that are the big ones that give us this wide image. And then it's carrying another instrument, which is a coronagraph. And a coronagraph is something, a fancy word, or you probably already know it, that covers the light of a star to be able to see if we see planets around it. And it's something very difficult to do because the stars are very bright, and the planets we are looking for, like the Earth, are smaller planets that are closer to the star. So this coronagraph has a new technology using deformable mirrors to remove the light of the star. So we are hoping to be able to find something like a Saturn and a Jupiter directly imaging. We are not quite there able to find an Earth-like this way, but it's definitely moving in that direction. So it will be pretty exciting once it's out there.
And what you were talking about before we started recording, you were talking about being in French Guiana for the launch of James Webb on a ESA rocket. And this time we're looking at a kind of a launch window that begins this fall, aren't we? For Roman.
Yes, indeed. And this time we are launching from Cape Canaveral. We are launching on a Falcon Heavy, and it's launching, we used to say early September. I mean, this mission is ahead of schedule and just a smidgen under budget, which is amazing. It's the first of these,
It's got to make people happy.
Yeah.
I know. This is what we call flagship missions, right? These missions that are selected every 10 years that need to develop new technologies to achieve something that the astronomers want to have defined as the next thing they want to find out. So we are very excited, and I think we are almost ready to announce that we are working to a launch date of the 30th of August. So definitely early September from Cape Canaveral, and we should all be excited to see it at that time. And then looking for those first white images. We have about 3 months of commissioning to get everything ready after we launch. And after that, it will be amazing. And anything interesting we see, we can focus down in more detail with Webb and with Hubble. So we are very excited with this new telescope getting up there.
And I'm going to go back to James Webb for one thing. It launched on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
It launched on Christmas Day. So this is going to be our Labor Day telescope.
Labor Day, yes. I was so excited that I was lucky to be part of the support team for Webb, the French Guiana. And also I was lucky to do the broadcast for the launch in Spanish that NASA put out. So it was so special for me to be doing it. My mom does not speak English, so to be able to have been working on Webb for now 20 years. So it was super exciting, and I'll be there for the launch of Roman. So super excited as well to see this launch on close to Labor Day. Exactly.
Well, my mother-in-law's from Colombia, so yeah, I'll make sure
There you
she tunes in for your live broadcast. But that is all we have time for today. This has been an amazing conversation. Dr. Vila, one of the instrument systems engineers at NASA for James Webb Space Telescope, as well as the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. That's going to do it all for our episode, but we got a little bonus here for you, Dr. Vila. We've got a special segment every week. My main man, my co-host, Matt Campbell, he always has a interesting little trivia thing. It's called Matt's Fact. Matt, what do you got for us today?
Well, the doctor already talked about Nancy Grace Roman, who was the mother of Hubble, as she was known. The other person we've been talking about, the James Webb Telescope, he was the second NASA administrator, and he was the one who was leading the space agency at the time when John F. Kennedy said, we're going to go to the moon by the end of this decade. And so he was the guy that put everything together for that program to go through and eventually get us to the moon on July 20th, 1969. So that's who James Webb is. And now you know who Nancy Grace Roman is for this other amazing telescope.
Love that edition of Matt's Fact this week. Again, that's going to do it all for us here for Ground Control on Queen C News Plus. For Dr. Begonia Vila, and of course my co-host, executive producer Matt Campbell, I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We'll see you right back here on Queen C News Plus for another episode of Ground Control. Take care.
On a Wednesday, it's 3 o'clock. This is Queen City News Plus Live. If you're watching on the CW Charlotte, the Queen City News Plus app, Facebook, or YouTube, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Derek Dellinger alongside Brian Blakely, anchor, the anchor extraordinaire, usually of our 6 and 10 o'clock shows. We also
Flattery will get you everywhere, buddy. I love you.
I appreciate it, sir.
He is extraordinary, ladies and gentlemen.
Meteorologist extraordinaire. There we go. Andrew Brightman. We also have Matt Deeren here, basically at the controls for us, as well as producer Austin McCollum in the room, as well as we talk about a lot of stuff happening today, a lot very busy past 24 hours, and we do want to start off mainly with what's been going on with the situation in Iran as developments continue to happen there, and as several stories are actually coming out of there, Brian. One of them is President Trump basically saying Iran has already agreed to giving up nuclear weapon ambitions. However, talks are still continuing. While the talks are continuing, there's still these strikes that are happening, and there's a lot of other stuff that's going on with this too.
Yeah, you pretty much put it all in one big mushroom cloud. Hopefully that's not what it's going to end up. But I mean, no, you can't really make light of this type of thing because this is very serious about what's going on. Is that hopefully the war in Iran is going to end because the peace talks have been going back and forth, and Iran said they would not get sanctions in relief for exchange for giving up their highly enriched uranium. Iran has repeatedly said that that's a deal breaker, that's not going to happen. But as more and more goes on, as this deal hopefully is going to happen, hopefully something like that will be going on. But the relief that they're talking about, too, that's also being reported, another little sidebar out is this, is will the U.S. give up some sort of sanctions relief, but some sort of investment deal that they're talking about to the tune of about $300 billion. Trump says that's not happening. Iran says that's happening. But it comes as there's still been kind of these tit-for-tat type of attacks that have been going on, specifically also in Lebanon, where Israel has been attacking Lebanon and Hezbollah. And President Trump has not been happy about that.
Yes. While we are on the subject of some of what you are seeing on your screen right there, we do know that Iran did launch strikes against Kuwait. They did hit an airport there, and one person was killed. We also know of some of the additional stuff involving Israel as well. In fact, President Trump did confirm that call with Netanyahu, where he used the term crazy when referring to Mr. Netanyahu. Also says Israel has been complicating the talks, but insists the talks that they have been doing are still on. Now, there are also additional reports here as far as how much the war in Iran and some of the lingering effects of it, which are still kind of going on, the Strait of Hormuz situation is still not resolved. As to how much this could be affecting the global economy. And if this conflict does go into next year, this could be having a tremendous effect on the global economy. And that's a worry that is well, first off, highlighting the fact that gas prices are going back up, but also seeing some of the fluctuations we're seeing on the stock market too.
Yeah, and those are the big concerns because, it's starting to affect, it's not starting to affect, it has been affecting Americans. The consumer sentiment, not good right now when it comes to the war in Iran. 2/3 to 3/4 of the American people, according to the latest polls, are not happy with the way it's going, and they want to see it ended, and they don't know if there's a way out of it. As far as the gas prices, we're paying $1 more or $1.50 more in some cases in some spots than the Americans were just 3 or 4 months ago.
Yes, and gas prices, frankly, I mean, they just started to come down
just
below $4, which in some places are still right at $4.
North Carolina down about 4 cents overnight to $3.88. Before the war, 3 months ago, it was $1 cheaper. National average sitting about $4.26, so it has come down a little. Now.
Yes. Other news to tell you about, let's head out to the West Coast, California. There was a standoff that happened overnight there. A man took 10 people hostage. This standoff has since ended. The man is dead, was shot and killed. His name is Anthony Scott Searles Harris, and a parent, at least according to police, had a history of violence, was a registered sex offender. No word on why this standoff was happening, but it happened at a bank yesterday. It lasted some 15 hours, got done around 4:30 this morning when the man was shot and killed.
Yeah, this all started earlier. The man barricaded himself and several people inside a Chase Bank in downtown Bakersfield. And then it involved some FBI personnel. And then all of a sudden the shooting started. The hostages were finally released in this situation after just a very long standoff. In Bakersfield, California, you don't see this type of thing happening in this town here. I've been to Bakersfield, and it is a quiet farming town in Central California. Actually a pretty good sized city. It's got about 150 to 200,000 people there, but still, nonetheless, I mean, you got somebody inside a bank there, an officer involved shooting with FBI there for that long of a time. That's a very dangerous situation. Of course, we see movies about what kind of really goes on. There's hostage negotiators that are happening.
And the negotiators were able to get some of the hostages out, too.
And that's the big thing where is even after all those hours of negotiations, they were able to get many of those people free.
Yes, 10 people overall were taken hostage as well, and we should mention, I mean, Again, this is a situation we're still working to learn more about. In fact, I think police still have answers of their own. Some of them may not be answered considering the suspect in this case shot and killed, but something that we are keeping an eye on. Here locally, though, there is another case that's happening here, a crime case. This one involving a 17-year-old you see right there. His name is Keyshawn Graffenreid, and he is the suspect in a case where he is accused of shooting his and killing his girlfriend's father. Now, this all happened early Monday morning in Concord on Bedlington Drive Northwest. 47-year-old Lester Jones, he's the victim in this case. 16-year-old daughter was also injured in this. And some of the details on this, I mean, it's I'm still trying to kind of grasp exactly what happened here, but police are saying something very specific about what happened about the boyfriend reportedly beating the girlfriend here in this case with the gun and then it going off.
Yeah, and just a really tragic situation about what happened. The 47-year-old father, Lester Jones, died in the shooting. He tried to step in to from an argument. They'd been dating. They had some sort of argument. The Graffenreid and the young girl, and then the father tried to step in, and then all of a sudden protect his daughter when Graffenreid hit her allegedly by. According to police, with a 9mm handgun, and then that's when Jones was shot and killed. Investigators say, now to Graffenreid, he was caught on a nearby street, faces obviously numerous charges here in this, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. So this is live TV. I'm getting a phone call right here. But you have a very, very tragic situation that's happening in Concord, and certainly many. We had.
It was an argument that escalated. That's basically what they're saying right now.
And one of the great sound bites that we had that just really shows you the emotion about what happened yesterday
from neighbors
that we had from our story. The neighbors there talking about not only one life was. I mean, 2 and 3 and 4 and several families' lives that were ruined by such a tragic situation, and just in seconds that this all happened.
Yes, and we are working to get more details on this. In fact, the 17-year-old in this case, again, Keyshawn Graffenreid, again, the suspect, he is facing some murder charges, and we should be getting some more information on that, at least from the court documents, within the coming days in the next little bit. Another big story happening nationally is something we've been hearing quite a bit about online as well. Scott Pelley fired from 60 Minutes last night. He's a veteran CBS News anchor. He was host of the evening news actually for quite some time, and he was fired reportedly with cause after a rather confrontational meeting with the new management over at CBS 60 Minutes.
Yeah, and Scott Pelley is firing back.
Yes,
he said that, quote, she was brought in to kill it, and she's been doing exactly that, meaning Barry Weiss, who has been overseeing CBS. Yes. And this comes after, and he says, here, this is a quote, too, from him. As he's going out in a blaze of glory, as he was fired, he says, "For my part, the new management has instructed me to inject falsehoods and bias into politically sensitive story, and I've been told to include assertions that are unverified." And this is the latest in a high string, a profile of firings that 60 Minutes, which is a very, very popular show, very profitable show. It's the #1 show on the network, and it is the gold standard when you're talking about journalistic integrity. Yes. And values and journalistic credibility, and now it seems like it's been under attack.
Yes, some of the senior leadership at 60 Minutes and some of the senior correspondents also at 60 Minutes have either been let go or have resigned. We do know that Sharon Alfonsi, Cecilia Vega, they were fired, as well as the show's executive producer, Tanya Simon. There was a new executive producer brought in, and that's when this confrontational meeting happened, where Pelley reportedly questioned the credentials of the new executive producer, as well as kind of the state of what the news division within CBS News actually was. Now, Pelley is not one to hold back on this. In fact, he's saying, and Barry Weiss, for her part, she's basically saying, hey, this is something of Pelley's own doing. Pelley's basically saying, hey, I was asking questions about why these people were fired, and you opted not to answer that. To the defense, though, as someone who is a manager and has had previous management experience here, there is a situation where you cannot necessarily say what, like you are kind of legally bound. Personnel issues, there's some things you cannot necessarily reveal to other staff. Mm-hmm. So I mean, in the defense of them, there's that. But also on that same point, though, there are a lot of questions right now in the public about why these people were fired.
Yeah, and Barry Weiss came out and says that he had betrayed the trust of the organization as far as Scott Pelley and the way he acted. Scott Pelley came out with a statement just a short time ago, within the last hour, and blasted CBS and 60 Minutes and Barry Weiss, and gave it a firsthand account of just about everything that he says happened in that meeting. What's going to happen going forward? We'll see with 60 Minutes, because it seems to be unraveling. But we do know that Scott Pilley is from published reports out there that he has been offered to appear on television to talk a little bit more about it already by like MS Now and several other places and outlets that want to hear his story about what's going on at 60 Minutes and CBS.
Yes. Other news to tell you about as well. This one is also kind of big on the news as well. California races. Of note, the races that happened in California last night with the primary. They're still counting, to be honest with you.
Well, that's California, and that's the way they do it, because they have all of the mail-in ballots, which there are a lot of people in California, a lot of people across the country like to do mail-in ballots. But with the way they do it in California is they start counting from the last when the ballots come in on the last day for the election, which would have been yesterday. So you can still send your ballots in. So that's why it's going to happen that way. As far as governor goes, that's going to be the biggest issue. Now, what's going on with my mic here? There we go. It's still okay. I'm right in front of it. All right, good. Well, thank you there for helping me out of my mic there. But the governor was the big one, and there's three candidates have emerged as the top contenders among the 60 that were on the ballot. Former Fox News host Steve Hilton, former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra, and billionaire environmental activist Tom Steyer. Early returns show Hilton and Becerra. Those are the ones that are leading right now, with Steyer bringing up the rear on that.
Yes. As far as the L.A. mayor's race, you've got Karen Bass. She's a Democrat. She's seeking a second term. And it looks like, at least for right now, that she might be heading to a runoff potentially with reality star Spencer Pratt, who has been making headlines for his mayor's race run. He is running as a Republican. Pratt basically is accusing Bass right now of letting the fires get out of control with the wildfire situation. That
And he was
last
affected
year.
with his wife, Heidi Montag.
Yes.
His house was burned down
Yes.
in the Palisades area.
And there's also been allegations that Bass has not been doing enough to address the homeless situation that is in Los Angeles. Of course, we know this has been a problem quite literally for decades.
Yeah, and so, the Bass situation, she looks like she is going to move on along with Spencer, and that's going to be coming up in November for the elections. There, it's been quite. They spent a lot of money in California to try to figure out who's going to be coming out on top as far as who's going to be doing the primary for governor, and also here for LA mayor too. And a lot of people can remember back when his days as being in reality television with his wife, but he has come out with a very serious campaign. He's come out with a very, very sincere campaign about what he wants to do to help the people of Los Angeles.
We do want to get a check in your weather here locally, just to see how things are going today. In fact, things have been looking a lot better compared to the way they've been the past few days or so. But it's still, I can't help but notice here, Andrew, it's still relatively cool out. It's 75 degrees right now.
It is amazing out there right now.
Doesn't feel very humid.
It doesn't feel very humid.
Not at all.
This is the best day of the week, guys, across the Carolinas. You want to take advantage of some of this weather we're going to have here. Just picture perfect conditions. Dry through this weekend. A little bit of a drier pattern here, and then we do start to heat up as well. As we end your weekend forecast, some of those weather headlines, perfect afternoon, and just watching the heat on the way this weekend. Charlotte Live came in 76 degrees. Derek and Brian were both alluding to it. Why I feel so comfortable? Check out that dew point. It is 43. It is so dry. It is comfortable. It is wonderful. Another way to describe it, perfect out there across the Carolinas currently. Get out, enjoy it, savor it. It doesn't usually feel like this time of year. Beach Mountain up across the higher elevations. We got sunshine, a few fair weather clouds. That is about it. Pinpoint satellite. There's a couple of fair weather clouds here up near Statesville. Otherwise, though, again, there's nothing really to talk about across the region. Radar's quiet. Zooming out, we got high pressure off to our north. Always a telltale sign. You want those more comfortable conditions. Always want high pressure to the north. Weekend forecast, 90 on Saturday, 91 on Sunday. I start to feel like summer again across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion. We get things rolling here this afternoon, heading into the evening hours. Beautiful out there across the Carolinas overnight. Tonight, heading into your Thursday, more sunshine, more great weather out there across the region. 7 o'clock in the morning. Keep moving forward into the afternoon hours. Temperatures up into the mid-upper 80s, even close to the 90-degree mark or so. And as we head into your Friday here, likely going to see more of the same across the Carolinas. Temperatures, though, getting a little bit warmer here, but certainly no real rain chances to be concerned with as we go throughout the rest of this week and likely through the weekend as well, as we are going to be staying on the toasty and dry side here across the Carolinas, and that continues into your Saturday morning with temperatures quickly moving up into the lower 80s
As for the rest of today, clear skies, another cool night out there as we did down to 56 in Charlotte, 50 in Jefferson, 51 in Boone. Mountain forecast here, looking good until the end of the weekend. We do see some scattered shower and storm chances in your midpoint 7-day forecast. Similar story here, watching those rain chances as we get towards Monday of next week.
All right, looking good outside. It's no rain that we have right now in the forecast, and I love all those little yellow dots on there. It says sunshine, sunshine, sunshine.
When are we playing golf, Brian?
Well,
Well,
it's
it's
a good idea. I've been
50%
cleared to
chance
play
of rain,
golf
too.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, less than 50% chance of rain, too, which is also quite important.
Yeah, love that.
So you might have been watching some of this NIL stuff that's kind of been going on with college sports, and it's been a little complicated because every rule is basically different from state to state. The potential of kind of federalizing all that's kind of one of the things on the radar, but it's also mixed in with a bunch of other stuff that could be affecting college sports. They say, at least according to lawmakers, to save it, even though the SEC...
SEC and Big Ten, they don't want it.
Yeah, they don't want it.
Because they're making money hand over fist.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that coming up. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Wednesday. We got 319 here as take a look outside right now. It's just a beautiful day as we look at I-85 going into Gaston County, going across the river. Love being outside if you get a chance to do so. Derek, I want to talk about a lot of schools have been graduating. Obviously, here it's that time of year, but there has been one valedictorian in North Carolina high school. She's not getting her diploma for her graduation speech. She was stopped in mid-speech.
Yes. She was stopped mid-speech. It's being withheld so far. More on that in just a second. This is actually out of Clayton High School in Johnston County, out near Raleigh. Take a listen to what some of this message was.
Whether it's the
whether it's the millions suffering in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world, these are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues. They are happening right now as I speak. My point is, we're not given a voice to stay silent and to just
Okay, that is Lean Hijaz. She was the valedictorian, and she says, well, the Clayton County High School principal, Melissa Moore Hubbard, is caught on camera, as you saw her, stopping her in her speech there. She says that was not part of the planned speech that they had said was okay to use, that they had approved. And so she was speaking out of bounds there, and that's why they pulled her off stage, and now they're not letting her get her diploma.
Yes, basically there was a bunch of approved remarks, and this was obviously, as you can might imagine,
Ad-libbed.
it was ad-libbed. It was unapproved. The principal, as you can see, was seen grabbing Hijaz from the podium. The district says that the remarks, again, were unapproved, and that whatever the principal did was not about free speech, but about protecting the integrity of the event because it was a graduation ceremony. Now, the diploma is being withheld, at least according to what Hijaz is saying. The district says it's being looked into, but we should add, like, if someone, shall we say, if they make a scene at an event like this, it is not unusual for a diploma to be withheld. It can be given to them at a later time in a private situation. It can be mailed to them. However, they can also withhold it until further notice as well. It's kind of the school district's prerogative. The Johnston County Public Schools, they're basically saying as such right now because it's like it is their prerogative to do so, but they're reviewing everything that's kind of happening. But also on that same point, though, this is not that unusual for a school district to withhold something like that if something like that happens.
Yeah, and it's certainly making the rounds because she is an immigrant of nature, of her native heritage, and so she was making a political statement, is what many people are saying, and that was what also is at question here, is not only going outside the bounds of what was the approved remarks, is that she was making a political statement, and they were not happy with that.
Yes. There's also another story to tell you about. This one we were telling you about before the break. This sports bill that is getting some supports from former Alabama coach Nick Saban. It's part of a bipartisan effort to address some of the basically how college players can earn money while they are playing sports. And this will regulate payments to athletes as well as limit them to one free transfer during their careers, also restrict coaches from moving within the season as well.
Calling that the Lane Kiffin rule after what we saw from Ole Miss going to LSU, right?
Yeah, yes. But there's also the fact, too, that this is also addressing some lingering NIL issues, which has kind of been a big thing over the past couple of years, and name, image, and likeness. Things that these athletes can do to make themselves additional money while all this is going on, which is kind of something that hasn't necessarily been allowed in the past, A, but also B, it also varies from state to state. And this bill, which is being looked at in the Senate right now, I think it passed the Senate Commerce Committee, this is something that would address all of that and kind of make everything kind of federalized.
Yeah.
But there is the opposition to it from some specific and some very large organizations.
Well, if you know anything about college football and watch college football, you know the landscape that has certainly changed in college athletics with NIL, with the portal. And one of the reasons why Nick Saban left Alabama was exactly this. He could not stand to sit there and watch the portal and people leaving that he brought in and having to pay his players the way they had to and how the whole system was operated. So he wants change. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, Senator Maria Cantwell out of Washington, they have done a bipartisan bill to try to wrangle in some of these things here. But the rich get richer, and that's the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yes.
The SEC and the Big Ten, as you've seen, have been expanding, and swallowing up everybody else, leaving a lot of the other people in the dust. As far as the mid-majors and all the other lesser schools, are kind of, ACC conference. They're fighting this for their survival. The SEC and the Big Ten do not want to give up a piece of their pie.
And they say
they don't want to have any kind of regulations because they're the ones running the show right now.
Yes, and they say, and I quote here, leaves critical issues unresolved. They didn't necessarily go into the specifics of those critical issues that they say they're in opposition to, but they say this only, at least in their terms, it only scratches the surface on what exactly is going to be allowed here and the limit.
Everyone agrees something needs to be done to curb college football and the way things are going. Whether it actually happens, we'll see.
Yes. There is another sports story to tell you about, and this one is actually that's going to be coming up rather soon. The LaMelo Ball lawsuit trial. It's going to be going on trial June 15th. This actually revolves around a 2023 incident. I think we told you about this at the time, revolving a man named Angel Joseph. He was out near the entrance seeking autographs outside the Spectrum Center, and apparently LaMelo Ball came out in his Rolls Royce SUV, was at a red light. Bunch of people started surrounding the car. The light went green. And then that's when he took off. And apparently in the process, at least according to the lawsuit, Mr. Joseph was the one that got injured.
Yeah, the child was severely injured in this incident, according to that
Was a child
lawsuit.
at the time, too,
Yeah,
yeah.
and the plaintiff
Yeah.
claims that he suffered financial and emotional distress.
Mhm.
They're seeking $3.75 million in damage. Ball denies the allegations here.
Yes.
His legal team is asking the judge to split the upcoming trial into phases. And so we'll see what that, but the first trial is scheduled to begin June 15th, so that's
June
right
15th.
around the corner.
Yes, and we should be getting more details on that as it's coming in. And obviously, the developments in court there are bound to be rather interesting. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as it comes. Coming up, there is this really sweet story. There we go, out of Tennessee about this elderly worker at a theater who she might be able to have a very good retirement now, thanks to the help of a very, very smart woman. Put it to you that way. Stories coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live. Finally, today, the worker named Mary in Maryville, Tennessee, she is going to be able to enjoy her retirement quite a bit thanks to a 21-year-old who saw her working at a theater and put on a fundraiser for got $145,000.
Yeah, started walking by after being in a movie and pushing a cleaning cart and says, you know what, I'm going to help her out. I'm going to post this on TikTok and started a GoFundMe fundraiser there to help the woman. And this has been happening. We've seen a lot of paying it forward across the country.
First 100,000 they were able to get in for just 24 hours, too. That will do it for us for today. See you tomorrow.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. Today we're going to talk about AI, its role in real estate, the pros of it, but also maybe some of the cons. And to help me do that is a woman with quite possibly the coolest name ever, Joan B. Good. And she is the president of the Canopy Realtor Association. Joan, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey.
Thank you so much, Morgan, for having me today. I'm so excited, especially that I maybe will learn a little bit about my golf swing. And that's a conversation for another time.
We were talking about that before the show started. I played college golf, past tense, of course. Might be a little rusty, but that's the game of golf, right?
That's exactly right. You only remember your best shot.
Yes, and that's why you keep coming back for more.
That's exactly right.
Joan, so Canopy Realtor Association, what is that for people who are not real estate agents? What is that?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So, and it is a little confusing. So, Canopy Realtor Association is the parent company of our Association for Realtors and our multiple listing service, or better known as MLS. And you don't have to be a realtor to be in the MLS. Yes, you have to be a real estate agent, but you don't have to be a realtor.
What's the difference, real estate agent versus realtor?
A member of the National Association of Realtors is a realtor.
Okay.
But any licensed real estate agent can join our MLS.
Okay.
Right? And that's where all the listings reside, under the multiple listing service. That's where a consumer would go for information in regards to housing.
Okay. So you are we've got like the top dog in the studio today. This is great. So we're talking about AI in real estate. 10 years ago, did you ever think that this would be a conversation?
Never. And now you can't talk about any industry without saying AI.
Are real estate agents going to get replaced?
Absolutely not. And that's the question everyone's asking.
Yeah.
No, it's only going to enhance our industry. And quite truthfully, Morgan, it's already embedded in most of the tools that we use. And we've been using it for a while. If you think about AI as an enhancement, as an improvement, we've used it for a long time in our photos, in our portraits of ourselves. We use it constantly. But it will never replace, and this is a great example you're showing now, but it will never replace relationships, which for consumers drive revenue. Because people buy from people that they want to work with.
Right.
And you need that human interface. So right here, this is a great example. She's showing you vacant homes that could be staged, right? And that is an improvement. If it is a occupied home that is vacant and we stage it, we do have to state in our MLS, there are guidelines and rules that state, okay, this is awesome, but that's not how it looks. This is enhanced via AI.
There's got to be that transparency so that someone knows this isn't, a true depiction of this room, right?
Exactly.
This furniture, when you show up, it's not going to be there if it's enhanced with AI. Now, with the AI staging and the regular staging, do you think AI is going to replace stagers who actually bring in furniture and put it into the home and stage the home? What do you think is the difference there between those two different approaches?
Sure. That's a great question. And that's kind of what's on the back of everyone's mind. So staging companies do a phenomenal job. You see them a lot in new construction, very, very often, where you're having herds and herds of people coming through because new construction, their model home is like a show house, right? No one's living there.
Right.
The doors aren't even on all the interior doors. Typically, people are just walking through. But when someone's physically living in a home or they have vacated it, but they still own it, their insurance, all of that, virtual staging is a great option. You can imagine, and some of these you can even say, that's not my style. I'm more traditional. So you can change it to your type of furniture.
Right.
Whereas real staging, that's going to be the designer, the stager's idea of what looks good in the space.
Okay, so I've got a prime example of that, and let's pull this up. And this is, on Zillow, so anyone can do this. But this home Here is the original picture, and this is you can choose your style to Scandinavian, industrial, mid-century, and then look at what that room would look like with this furniture. Do you love it or do you hate it? What do you think?
So I love it because the first place that consumers shop and their first view is online. So we want to make, as agents, as practitioners in this industry, we want to make it as easy as possible to view online. People start looking 6 months online before they're ready to actually physically go into any properties. They're kicking the tires, sort of, right? They're thinking, we might move. That would be great. What does it look like in my price range, where I can afford, the area I want to be, close to work? Where are the schools, right? All of that information, and having the ability, like you're doing right now, to click different styles, they can sort of see themselves in the home.
I think that's the biggest hang up when you're looking at homes. It's okay, there's someone else's personal pictures maybe still on the wall. How do you visualize your life in what's currently someone else's space? And
exactly
it's a
right.
challenge.
It's a challenge, and you really have to see yourself in there before you can mentally start to move. Right? You have to visualize, well, this is how I like my kitchen set up. I
Right.
can see myself cooking dinner for my family. I can see us hanging out playing Mahjong.
Yeah, which has become a very popular game
Exactly.
lately.
Had to throw that in there.
So I have seen, I want to pull up this house, and these are all like homes in our area. I've also seen this recently, not just staging in the living room, but giving people an idea of what the home could look like with just completely changing the exterior. What are your thoughts on something like that?
So you have to be very careful. That is extreme staging. You cannot add construction that isn't there because that is deceptive to the consumer. If you, for example, added a door that really isn't there, it's just a wall, and a consumer comes in and says, where is this door?
Where's the door?
Right? That's deceptive. And that's basically false advertisement.
Right.
Enhancing.
Well, the agent is the one who can get in trouble there, the one who
Absolutely.
lists it, because then you're violating, one of the rules of the industry.
That's exactly right. And you're violating specific MLS rules because new rules are created around AI because of this, because it's new and everyone's talking about it and everyone's playing with it. It's a great new tool, but it's only as good as the information that you provided. So if you say, make this house better, no limits, could go crazy.
I mean, there will be people in the front lawn playing bags, and AI has its own imagination of what looks good.
Absolutely.
We've talked about where AI can be used and how it can benefit. You mentioned one of the ways that it can, hurt. I don't know if it would hurt a sale necessarily, but kind of deceive the buyer with things that aren't really there. What do you feel like are some of the kind of things that people should just be aware of and be conscious of with the evolution of AI and making sure that maybe particularly on the real estate agent side that they're not getting in trouble? What are some of the cons that you've seen with AI in this industry?
That's a great question. So we've talked a lot about staging, but the other side of the coin is the seller side. So if you just use AI generated market analysis, that's going to be on paper only. What an agent knows that an AI agent, and of course they're called agents, but what a realtor, which is a real estate agent, what they know that an AI agent doesn't is high tension power lines in the backyard. You're in a floodplain. This street is at the very bottom of the hill, so they always have a basement that floods. If you just look at it on paper, it's going to be square footage and bedrooms and baths. And there's so much more involved and so much human touch in pricing a property. So where the disservice lies is on that seller, because they may believe their price is exponentially, possibly, higher than any buyer walking through would think that it should be priced. And also realize that real estate agents are taking buyers around. So not only are they listing homes, they're also taking buyers around. So they hear the psychology and they know what they're thinking and what buyers are looking for. And that's invaluable information for a seller.
Which sometimes that changes too, it evolves. When you first start looking for a home, you might have, your must-have list some of those might actually just be a wish list item and not something that you need to have, and that you kind of adjust over time when you look at more homes.
That's true. I sometimes call it the can't sleep at night. So, right? If I don't get this, I won't be able to sleep at night.
Right.
Or if I get this and I really didn't want it. So you have to know that.
Yeah. So do you see instances or hear of instances where agents solely rely on AI to create their list? And you mentioned power lines as one of them, and miss those things?
We have seen it. So a lot of times, unfortunately, consumers and agents on both sides of the coin forget where the market really is. So they're relying on information that, oh my goodness, this is an unprecedented real estate market after COVID. Well, COVID was 6 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to think about COVID because it was like 20% appreciation. It was, I mean, for someone who bought before COVID and then, refinance, maybe they still live in their home at a 2.5%, 3% interest rate, or they saw that appreciation and they sold and they made great money. It's nice to think about it, but you're right. It's kind of a long time ago now.
It's a long time ago and it's in the past. And what's so funny is the mindset. So sometimes sellers will think we're in 2021 and buyers' mindset might be 2008 when the market crashed. There's that extreme. So you have to rely on the realtor to really bring it in and say, this is where we are today. Because you're right, it's fluid. It changes month to month. What's happening in the world really impacts what happens in real estate locally.
So thinking about where AI is headed, we're in this moment where people are experimenting with it. Where do you see AI's place in real estate?
So it's incredibly beneficial for tasks. If you are wanting to create a comparative market analysis, that initial number of this is what's happening, micro market down to neighborhood, down to streets. So you start with that. But what's key utilizing AI is the prompts. So AI is just that, machine learning, and it learns by what you ask it. So I see realtors utilizing it in their day-to-day tasks, things that would take us so long to create. If you have the proper prompts which is so important, you can get graphs and numbers to go hand in hand with the knowledge that you have very, very quickly.
Okay. Could you give me an example of that if you were to kind of create a prompt?
100%.
Yeah.
So this is just recently. So I'm working on a listing appointment, and I said, here's the data from MLS. Can you put this in a graph to show where the pricing lies? So initially, the prompt came with all the data. So that's crazy and too much.
Right.
Didn't make
Overwhelming.
sense. It's
Yeah.
overwhelming. So, which is great. So you just learn how to prompt. So then you go from there and you say, no, just these specific streets. This is newer construction, right? This is better. I know this street sells for a higher price than this street. So when you're giving these prompts, then the data comes back to you. And then you ask the question, okay, can you make this like you were talking to a fifth grader? I use that all the time. So you don't
That's
wanna
what we do on the news too. We really break it down. We want you to understand it. Yeah.
We want you to understand it and simplify it. So I asked for a graph, and the graph was crazy and very confusing. I said, no, a simplified graph with small markers in $10,000, right? Just so you can see where the movement is and what's been happening. And then I asked for historical data because history will tell us what's going to happen in the future, right? So I put all that in. This would have taken me hours and probably 45 minutes. I had enough data then to work on what I needed to work on. And that's real time. And it saves agents from having to sit in front of a computer, because if we're not in front of clients, right, we're not
That's
selling
on
homes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's so interesting that, it's like the workflow has changed. But, there's also on the flip side, the other side of it, they understand that workflow has become easier, right?
Exactly.
And so, do you feel like clients also expect quicker answers and quicker info because it's possible?
Oh, this
There's
is
more pressure.
absolutely, because instant gratification is where we are today.
Yeah, that's
For
true.
everything. If the news you read at 8 this morning is already old, right?
Yeah.
And so this helps us. And you asked about replacing agents. I feel like it will enhance, not replace, but the assistant role is very, very different, because a lot of the tasks that you might ask an admin or an assistant to do, AI can create very, very quickly. And there are tools for realtors to use that help that.
I don't know if you've heard of this story, but there was a man in Florida who recently sold, it was like this viral story. He sold his home only using AI because he wanted to save on the commission. And so he entered the prompts, here's my house. How much should I sell it for? The contract, he had AI help him to kind of write up the contract. And he did end up selling it, I think, within a month. I mean, he sold it pretty quickly. It was under contract within a few days. And it was all about the positives of he did it. What would be your counter argument to a situation like that, being that you're in the real estate industry and you want people to trust and rely on you to help them through that process?
So that's a great story. And it should have started with Once Upon a Time, like a lot of Disney movies.
Okay, why so?
Well, the reason I say that is there's so many pitfalls, and you really have to understand this is people's typically largest expense, the most expensive thing they will buy. This is where they put their heads at night.
Yeah.
It's where they raise their families, right? So there are a lot of disclosures, there are a lot of encroachments. And in the state of North Carolina, we are not attorneys. We can't have AI just write up this contract.
Right. Yep.
Many things to consider. There's title work to consider. I mentioned encroachments. There might be a sewer pipe under that guy's house, right? And AI wouldn't have disclosed that, then he's responsible for that. We as realtors, we make certain we've looked at the deed, we've looked at the taxes. There isn't any cloud on title. And we have experienced attorneys helping us with that as well. So that is a great Once Upon a Time story, but there's so many pitfalls that I think the consumer could fall into, as well as the seller, because they could be liable for anything that was not disclosed.
Right. And they didn't go through the 90 plus hours of courses to kind of understand all of that and even what to look for in order to disclose. And I think you're right. It's you can get maybe a good price estimate of what you should list your home for, and you can get the data from AI and have a good understanding of what, value your home it has. Uh, but it's like selling your home off market, but using a little bit more information through AI to do it. Um, you still run the risk of some box not being checked.
That's exactly right. And what your realtor will do is advocate for you and protect you.
Mhm.
Because let's say through AI, you get multiple offers and you think the highest one is the best one, right? You just look at the dollars. That isn't always the case. You definitely want to look at the financing. That's what realtors do. You want to see if there are any concessions. There's a lot going on within a contract, much more than just that top price.
For people who don't understand concessions, what do you mean by that?
Absolutely. Thank you. So to clarify that, concessions might be seller paid closing cost. What if there's something in repairs? Right? It could be many things. They may want all of your personal property. They may want your washer and dryer, your
Well,
refrigerator.
if you don't read through the contract and
Exactly.
see that they wanted you to leave the refrigerator and you're like, well, I was gonna take it with me, then you're at kind of a
Then you're buying a refrigerator for someone else.
yeah,
Right?
especially if you've already signed the contract.
That's
So yeah,
exactly right.
there's a lot of stuff that can be put in those contracts that if you don't read it thoroughly, you're about to learn a hard lesson.
That's exactly right.
So we have a little bit more time on this show. Is there anything else you wanted to address about AI? Or can we get into kind of like state of the market in the Charlotte area?
Sure, we can do both. So, just quickly, AI, it's a great tool. We all need to learn. I think we'll see it more and more in our industry, and we need to get ahead of that. I think consumers and realtors need to know what's out there because consumers and realtors that don't utilize it will be left behind.
Yeah, I agree. And it's getting to the point that AI is integrating with platforms as
Yes.
well, and you can search for a home using ChatGPT now. So it's just going to keep evolving, and just like anything else, social media, you just have to evolve with it because you can't fight the tide on that.
That's right.
State of the market in the Charlotte area, the greater Charlotte area.
Absolutely.
What are you seeing? We've had kind of a bit of a chaotic month, it seems. But what are you seeing? Just the buyer and the seller sentiment.
So the good news is Q4 2025, I think everybody was settling in. Consumer confidence was really, really low. no one was really ready to jump. And you brought it up earlier, and it's so true. Everyone's sitting on a lot of equity. Everyone's sitting on low interest rates. So they were really not moving last year unless they had to, right? Something
Job change or
job
right.
change, or had children went to college, something changed in their life. We are seeing an uptick in Q1 in our area. Now, what's changing is we had that strong seller's market forever in unprecedented COVID years, bringing that up again. And now we're becoming a more balanced market, which is great for buyers and sellers. So homes are on the market a little longer, 45 to 52 days, depending on where you are in the city. And that's good because consumers need to have choices. They don't need the pressure of in 15 minutes, you've got to decide where you're going to live, right?
Where a listing appointment turns into, or a showing appointment turns into an open house because there are so many people coming in and out.
That's exactly right. And you just fight your way in for your little piece of time. It's good. It feels healthy. Prices are, we're seeing an increase year over year, not huge like the COVID years, but 1% to 3%. And that's just generalizing. It depends on where you are in the community. New construction is also up, which is fantastic.
Right.
So overall, very, very positive.
Where do you think it goes from here? Do you think it's going to completely shift into a buyer's market eventually, or do you think we're going to stay in this just kind of balanced area of real estate?
So real estate is cyclical, and all the time it's constantly fluid and moving. We have been in a strong seller's market for so very long, 10 plus years. And what we call a balanced market in real estate is 6 months inventory supply. And I can tell you, to a seller, that does not feel balanced, right? It feels like a buyer's.
You want to sell your home right away. You can't blame someone.
That's right. 6 months sounds like a very long time. So I do think there's a shift in the market, but we are so fortunate that we are constantly rated as one of the top cities to move to by many, many different publications. And because of that, we are still affordable city. Our climate is mild. Many, many businesses are moving here. Jobs are moving here. 147 people a day are moving to Charlotte. So we still have a robust real estate industry. And I think that will remain. Nothing's changing in Charlotte for the bad. It's just getting better.
Yeah.
It's a great place to be.
It is a great place to live, and I think we have so much to offer here, and that's why everyone wants to be in the Carolinas.
That's right.
It's great.
It is beautiful.
Minus the pollen. That's the one thing. The one thing.
That's right. That's why she has yellow in the blue room.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm just dressing the part for the time of season. Right. Joan, thank you so much for your expertise and educating everyone on the topics, but not only that, but also kind of the state of the industry and the market in Charlotte. Really appreciate it. If someone wants to find you or follow you on social media, of course,
right.
How can they do that?
Joan Good, at Joan Good, and on Facebook as well. I am not really, that's probably the two best places, also on LinkedIn, obviously. Yes.
Well, Joan, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Now, Queen City News. First the pardon, now the Pentagon, and how defense officials are now defending their decision to hire a Fort Mill man convicted over his role in January 6 Capitol riots. And top Mecklenburg County officials are now preparing to testify in Raleigh over a young Charlotte girl's death. The changes they're now making to ensure it does not happen again.
After such an off and on rainy stretch here these past few weeks, it's back to dry conditions. It's a beautiful day out there today. Low humidity, comfortable temperatures up into the 70s. How long will it last as we inch closer to the weekend? I've got your pinpoint weather forecast.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Mecklenburg County leaders will face tough questions tomorrow over the death of this little girl right here. Is under social services suspension, and this is over what happened with her supervision. Well, investigators now say the girl was brutally abused and lived in unsanitary conditions for months. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell will be at that hearing tomorrow, and we heard from local leaders today about the county's shortcomings with child welfare cases.
On Thursday, Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, CMPD Chief Estella Patterson, and Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden will testify before the North Carolina House Oversight Committee in Raleigh as state lawmakers press for answers about what went wrong in the Dominique Moody case.
Some of the conditions that were allowed to persist within the structure of DSS made it possible for this to occur, for this tragedy to happen.
Authorities say the 6-year-old girl suffered months of abuse and neglect at the hands of her caretakers at a home in East Charlotte before she died in December of 2025. On Tuesday night, Bryant and his staff presented to Mecklenburg County commissioners the findings of a state investigation into the county's Department of Social Services following Moody's death.
96% of our intake decisions were made appropriately. You can also see that 91% of intakes that were screened in were assigned to the appropriate track for investigation.
The state also found that county social workers did well in assessing the safety of children, but notably struggled in other areas.
So the reviews found that in 52% of the cases, the intake workers did not ask sufficient questions to fully explore all of the allegations.
Mecklenburg County Commissioner Laura Meyer heard that presentation and believes those failures are the result of the county not having enough critical staff, telling us that social workers are still overworked and underpaid.
Our manager has taken the recommendation from YFS for 20 positions and he's put it in the budget. Even 20 is not enough. We need more. And it wouldn't surprise me if next budget cycle there's another request for another 20. We need human beings.
During Tuesday's meeting, commissioners approved additional funding for the child welfare program, creating 22 new positions for child, family, and adult services. Meanwhile, Moody's caretakers, including a woman that was her aunt, are now facing first-degree murder charges. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Well, National Transportation Safety Board investigators are now releasing their findings to date on a deadly I-45 crash. So 6 people died in last July's multi-vehicle wreck, including 5 family members with 3 young children and a teen driver. So in the release, investigators say the 16-year-old driver of the SUV was going 78 in the 70-mile-per-hour zone when he made a sudden turn to his right. So they say that's when his vehicle collided with the front of a minivan with the family of 6 inside. So they spun out, crashing into the back of a large truck parked on the highway shoulder. An autopsy found that THC was in the teen's system, who was the driver. Queen City News is now still working through the information in the NTSB docket, and of course we're going to update you with any new findings. But officials say the probable cause of the crash will be announced at the end of the investigation. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police are now investigating a deadly shooting at a West Charlotte park. Officers got an assault call from the Westerly Hill neighborhood park around 11:30 this morning. We covered this as breaking news during the noon show, and they also announced then and also confirmed now that they found a victim dead. So police have not released the victim's name nor whether they have any suspects. A former Lake Norman High School wrestling coach is now trying to reclaim the job that he loves. So this comes after an Iredell County jury found him not guilty on child assault charges. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains his next move.
Stephen Boyle was hired in June 2024 to help lead the Lake Norman wrestling program, one of the most decorated in our area since the school opened in 2002.
He's really loved, he's really appreciated. He's just one of those guys who goes above and beyond.
Michael Levine is Boyle's attorney and has been helping him with his case. Boyle was accused of assault and child abuse last November, then found not guilty by a jury on Tuesday.
Really took the wind out of the season for us, and really I think it was harmful for a lot of kids.
Boyle was suspended as a coach and English teacher during the investigation, and Levine says the district did not renew Boyle's contract 2 weeks ago.
It frequently happens. People are terminated from their positions merely based on the fact that they've been accused
accused of a crime.
Charlotte criminal defense attorney Brad Smith says Boyle's record should be cleared in about 6 months, but that doesn't mean the road ahead is easy. With so much information still out there online, getting his job back can still be tough.
The presumption of innocence is something that's constantly kind of eroding away in our system.
Levine says Boyle will go to the school board next week to ask for his job back. No one from the district was available to comment on whether he could be considered. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, Pentagon officials now defending their hiring of a York County man who then took part in the January 6th Capitol riot. So Elias Izeri now was convicted and also later pardoned. This person you see there circled. He's now serving in a counterterrorism role. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber takes a look at his convictions and also the Defense Department's response.
Well, detailed court filings accuse Irizarry of taking part in the January 6 riots, including encouraging and directing those storming the Capitol. The Pentagon is standing by their hire. The Washington Post was first to report that this man, Elias Irizarry, was recently hired to work in a Pentagon office that oversees sensitive special operations and irregular warfare matters, essentially a role focusing on counterterrorism. But just 5 years ago, he drove with 2 friends from South Carolina to D.C. to take part in a massive riot that looked to interrupt the certification of the 2020 election. Press and surveillance photos from that day show Irizarry armed with a metal pole directing fellow rioters toward the Capitol before climbing through a broken window. After wandering through the rotunda and posing with statues for nearly half an hour, Irizarry exited the Capitol. He stayed on Capitol grounds until dusk. The Washington Post reports that during his sentencing, Irizarry showed remorse, saying January 6 represented something truly horrible. Irizarry, who at the time was a freshman at the Citadel, pleaded guilty to entering and remaining in a restricted building and spent 14 days in jail. He was included in President Trump's mass pardoning of January 6 defendants in January 2025.
They were protesting a crooked election. I mean, people understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly.
In a statement on X, acting Pentagon Press Secretary Joel Valdez wrote, Irizarry is a qualified, patriotic young professional, and we are proud to have him as a political appointee at the Department of War. Reporting in York County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
All right. Well, York County leaders say the first step in removing a Fort Mill eyesore is now complete. So they say that the group that owns the Heritage Tower property has now completed assessments for the demolition of the half-built apartment building. This is big news. So the next step is work between the owner and the county on removal. The property has been tied up in legal battles for decades, and construction started back in 1986 and was caught up with televangelist Jim Baker's eventual prison sentence for financial fraud. So the building was then bought by Morning Star Fellowship Church in 2004 with the goal there of developing it into a Christian community. So those plans have been tied up with the county and the courts since. All right, let's talk sports right now. The Stanley Cup Finals now off to an exciting start. Yes, after Game 1, when the Carolina Hurricanes came up just short, though, of the Vegas Golden Knights. Our Gabe McDonald here joining us here to talk about this kind of very up and down game in Raleigh. I also might add, these tickets are extremely expensive.
Yeah, it's first time in 20 years that the Hurricanes are in the Stanley Cup Finals. So, you know, the resale market on those is definitely pretty hefty. So you're going to have to chunk up a lot of change if you want to get into the Lenovo Center or, of course, go out to the games in Vegas. But if you watch the first 12 minutes of Tuesday night's game, you would think the Canes would run away with it. Nikolai Ehlers had a pair of goals in the opening frame to get the Lenovo Center crowd rocking and set the tone for the game. But with a talented team like Vegas on the other side, they showed you can never count them out. Now, Ehlers' first goal of the night, which was 25 seconds into the game, is the third fastest goal in a Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final in history. Vegas would then add one late in the first period before ultimately outscoring the Canes 4-2 over the final 2 periods. Defensive lapses near the crease by the Canes played a major role in their defeat, with the guys out of place during certain possessions on that end as the Golden Knights made their comeback before scoring the game-winning goal with just over 3 minutes to go last night. For Carolina head coach Rod Brind'Amour, it's a case of deja vu going back to the Eastern Conference Finals, where the Canes didn't get off to the best start, but then they eventually rallied to get to this point.
It's kind of similar to the last series. I think we got started. There was a lot of areas we didn't like in our game, and you're just not going to win when you're going to play to your abilities. And again, you got to give the other team a lot of credit. They're making you not play that way. I mean, it's not it's not just happening. We're trying, but we have to be sharper in a lot of areas.
I think that's the positive. There's definitely room to get better.
And Carolina does have a grand opportunity to bounce back on Thursday night with another game in the friendly confines of the Lenovo Center before heading west to Sin City. One of the main keys, taking advantage of the power play opportunities. Canes were fourth in that department in the regular season, but they are now just 7 of 58 with a man advantage in the playoffs after going 0 for 2 last night. Tara?
All right, from Raleigh and east out toward the coast there and heading west up into the mountains. Beautiful weather all around here on this Wednesday. It was a chilly start this morning. I'll check those lows coming up tomorrow morning and how long this dry weather will be sticking around after all these waves of rain we've had here lately. That's next.
Thank you, Tara. And a former South Carolina police detective is facing charges of his own. Why investigators say that he pulled a gun on a man over something fishy. And a man who spoke out against SilFab says that it led to the loss of his job. How the whistleblower is now taking legal action against the company that is known in Fort Mill. It's a very controversial story. We'll cover it next. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:11. And look at that, 75 degrees outside. Kind of a perfect day today. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. The man behind a whistleblower lawsuit against SilFab Solar claims that he lost his job after speaking up about safety concerns at the controversial Fort Mill business. His allegations predate a pair of chemical leaks at the plant that happened in March. A Queen City News reporter David Schumann spoke with the worker about the allegations.
You could clearly see there was major safety issues.
Jason Rhodes was a quality control technician for SilFab Solar last year, hired before the Fort Mill assembly and manufacturing facility even had working electricity.
No fire extinguishers, no fire suppression at all, doors being zip tied shut, duct tape shut.
Rhodes also says he and his coworkers were in the building without an occupancy permit. He says what was different about SilFab from other jobs he's had was management's indifference when he voiced his concerns.
It's something to just be pushed aside.
Did you feel ignored?
Oh, absolutely.
Rhodes says eventually he felt the right thing to do was contact the York County Fire Marshal. He says that led to an inspection, then a temporary facility shutdown. Rhodes says 2 weeks later, he was let go.
We were trying to do what was right for the company, for the community, and then they kind of turned their back on us.
Now, Rhodes is in the discovery phase of a lawsuit against Silfab in which he claims his firing was retaliation for reporting safety hazards and regulatory violations. The complaint states Silfab was, quote, operating in a manner which endangers employees and the public at large. A Silfab spokesperson denied Rhodes' allegations, saying, "We remain committed to our approximately 700 employees and contributing to the safety and well-being of the Fort Mill community."
It's the upper management and so forth that we've had our issues with. The individuals that are working on the floor there. Like I said, you've got some great people that from the local community, and they all have tried to do the same thing. Yeah. Some of us just have louder voices.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
So to fill you in too, Silfab Solar is also facing lawsuits from several contractors who claim that they haven't been paid for products and services. The company is also appealing a local board's ruling that solar panel manufacturing is not permitted in an area zoned for light industrial. North Carolina House lawmakers now debating a bill focused on the data center industry. So this right now comes as many communities are issuing data center moratoriums over concerns about their impacts on the environment, water use, and also their electric bills. So the Ratepayer Protection Act targets large data centers with power demands exceeding 100 megawatts. It requires companies to conduct environmental reviews and noise studies and also restricts certain water-intensive cooling systems. State House lawmakers are now going through a slew of amendments right now before taking a final vote. So this bill already passed in the Senate. A highly anticipated Duke Energy hearing that was previously rescheduled, now set to happen. It's going to be tonight. The meeting was originally scheduled for last month, but then it was moved to today because of security concerns. So Duke Energy is now requesting an 18% rate hike. Company bosses say it's necessary to stay in good financial standing. So this will be up to the State Utilities Commission to approve or deny the rate request. That decision should happen this fall. Let's take a live look here over at the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. Sunny skies are taking over as we now inch closer to the weekend. It's a beautiful day to get out on the lake. As Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is now tracking a warming trend. I mean, just looking outside, this is just kind of like the perfect day this week.
It is beautiful, yes. And we have more of it coming as we head into the weekend too. So we're getting into a dry stretch and eventually a hotter stretch after what was a chilly start this morning though.
When you say hot, we're talking like in the 90s, right?
We are talking about even some lower 90s, yeah. Okay. Especially as we get into the weekend. We're not quite that hot just yet. You can see only 77 degrees outside of our studios, and that was after, as I said, that kind of chilly start for a lot of you. We had some 30-degree temperatures up in the mountains early this morning, and here at 418, just looking at wall-to-wall sunshine as forecast here as we look live here. Plenty of Carolina blue over Independence Boulevard, and just everyone grabbing the sunglasses. Obviously, no need for the umbrellas anytime real soon once again. And those lows here this morning, and take a look at how chilly they got. Close to the record, actually, in the Queen City. We hit a low of 53. The record low on this day happens to be 51, so we stayed just above that, but we did get down to 50 in Concord. See those mid and upper 40s north and east of Charlotte, Statesville, and down through Albemarle, got down to 45. 39 was that low temperature up in the mountains at Boone. We were right around 50 over parts of South Carolina, but a nice warm up here this afternoon, comfortably warm with the low humidity. I mean, no humidity really when you see those dew point numbers sitting in the 40s. Got the relative humidity 32% and just cooler at times. Northeast breeze about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Do have some low 80s on the board here. Albemarle up to 80 degrees, low 80s Wadesboro and out toward Chesterfield County. 76 though in Shelby. We're close to 80 up there in Morganton, and high 60s to low 70s up in the high country, where obviously it is dry. As we look around on radar, there is nothing to report. Yes, we've had some nice much needed rain here, but it's nice to see a return of just some more tranquil conditions too, and great weather for doing anything outside. Lots of events happening this weekend. So high pressure now nosing in from the north here and keeping things nice and dry. Sprawling high pressure across really a good chunk of the eastern half of the country here, deep south and heading up toward the northeast. Just beautiful sunshine out there. So keeping it clear tonight before the sun goes down. Temperatures cooling back down into the upper 60s by 9 p.m. It will be another cool start tomorrow morning, waking up to some 50s, but we'll get even a little bit warmer the next couple of days. Yes, downright hot as we get into the weekend as the dry stretch continues. news. Humidity still not too bad until toward the end of the weekend, and then early next week the moisture will gradually increase again ahead of our next couple of shower and storm chances. Not really until much later Sunday and heading into the early part of next week. So tomorrow, Thursday, just another beauty, up to 86 degrees. So warmer than today. We fast forward into the weekend when Taste of Charlotte kicks off on Friday, lasts all the weekend long there. There is a minor rain chance, and that's mainly for the mountains here. Maybe a small opportunity of a spot shower there later on Sunday. So not too worried about that, but definitely staying hydrated out there. Going to be a little hot and sweaty, upper 80s to lower 90s throughout the weekend. But yeah, no big weather issues. Not going to have to watch out for that chance of storms like we have past years out there in Uptown for Taste of Charlotte. So early next week, and notice I'm starting with Sunday, watching the approach of this next front by 6 p.m. on Sunday. Again, couple of isolated showers can't be ruled out up in the mountain communities. Monday morning with that front dropping in from the north and northwest, we could have a couple of isolated showers, but the best chance of a shower thunderstorm comes in the typical afternoon evening time frame. Kickoff next week, and we'll hold on to that small chance, relatively small chance of a shower thunderstorm into Tuesday as well, with that front trying to push off to the south. And we checked the tropics, and things are looking nice and quiet out here of the Atlantic Ocean basin, not expecting any development over at least the next week. So the 7-day forecast shows lots of sunny pictures there, dry weather throughout the weekend. Again, humidity rises a little bit starting Sunday and through early next week with the return of some of those showers and storms on Monday.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. Atrium Health doctors hitting the streets of Charlotte, how they're now working to meet the medical needs of the homeless community in the Queen City. We'll talk about it all next. Stay with us. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:21, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Charlotte fire officials now giving new life to an old firehouse. So today they celebrated the reopening of the Firehouse 11 on West 28th Street. So the building was originally opened in 1958 and stood as a fixture in the Charlotte community for decades. The original station was demolished to make a way for a modern replacement designed to support today's firefighters and emergency response demands.
The firefighters assigned here will continue to respond to emergencies to protect lives and property and serve this community with the same commitment that has defined Firehouse 11 since 1958.
So the new Firehouse 11 is a 2-story, 4-bay facility. Not bad. Pretty nice. All right, Atrium Health now launching a new project to meet the medical needs of Charlotte's homeless. Right now, leaders say that their new Everywhere Street Medicine project will ensure the delivery of medical care to people in need. Workers will then address the challenges homeless people face through scheduled recurring outreach in hotspot locations. Doctors will also visit known encampments to deliver care to patients who need it. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools now highlighting a high school senior who was awarded millions in scholarships. So Cadence Crumper will soon graduate from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Virtual High School. And district officials say the teen's academic excellence and elite arts achievement earned national recognition. Well, she was awarded more than $4 million in scholarship offers and awards. And Cadence was accepted to Johns Hopkins University and the Peabody Institute. Not guilty. Now what? So what's next for a former high school wrestling coach in Iredell County after a jury found him not guilty of child assault charges? And from the Crown to Captain America, how Charlotte FC defender Tim Ream is getting ready to put on his red, white, and blue for Team USA in the World Cup. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:26. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Mecklenburg County leaders will face tough questions tomorrow over the death of this little girl right here. Under social services supervision, and investigators say that the girl was just brutally abused and then lived in unsanitary conditions for months. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell will be at that hearing tomorrow. And tonight we heard from local leaders about the county's shortcomings with child welfare cases.
Thursday, Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, CMPD Chief Estella Patterson, and Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden will testify before the North Carolina House Oversight Committee in Raleigh as state lawmakers press for answers about what went wrong in the Dominique Moody case.
Some of the conditions that were allowed to persist within the structure of DSS made it possible for this to occur, for this tragedy to happen.
Authorities say the 6-year-old girl suffered months of abuse and neglect at the hands of her caretakers at a home in East Charlotte before she died in December of 2025. On Tuesday night, Bryant and his staff presented to Mecklenburg County Commissioners the findings of a state investigation into the county's Department of Social Services following Moody's death.
96% of our intake decisions were made appropriately. You can also see that 91% of intakes that were screened in were assigned to the appropriate track for investigation.
The state also found that county social workers did well in assessing the safety of children, but notably struggled in other areas.
So the reviews found that in 52% of the cases, the intake workers did not ask sufficient questions to fully explore all of the allegations.
Mecklenburg County Commissioner Laura Meyer heard that presentation and believes those failures are the result of the county not having enough critical staff, telling us that social workers are still overworked and underpaid.
Our manager has taken the recommendation from YFS for 20 positions and he's put it in the budget. Even 20 is not enough. We need more. And it wouldn't surprise me if next budget cycle there's another request for another 20. We need human beings.
During Tuesday's meeting, commissioners approved additional funding for the Child Welfare Program, creating 22 new positions for child, family, and adult services. Meanwhile, Moody's caretakers, including a woman that was her aunt, are now facing first-degree murder charges. In Charlotte, Matt Still, Queen City News.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are now releasing their findings to date on the deadly I-45 crash. So 6 people died in last July's multi-vehicle wreck, including 5 family members with 3 young children and a teen driver. So in the release, investigators say the 16-year-old driver of an SUV was going 78 in the 70-mile-per-hour zone when he made a sudden turn to his right. They say that's when the vehicle collided with the front of the minivan with the family of 6 inside. They spun out, crashing into the back of a large truck parked on the highway shoulder. An autopsy found THC in the teen's system who was driving. Well, Queen City News is now still working through the information in the NTSB docket, and we'll update you with any new findings. Officials say the probable cause of the crash will be announced at the end of the investigation. A former Lake Norman High School wrestling coach now trying to be able to reclaim the job that he loves. It comes after an Iredell County jury found him not guilty on child assault charges. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains his next move.
Stephen Boyle was hired in June 2024 to help lead the Lake Norman wrestling program, one of the most decorated in our area since the school opened in 2002.
He's really loved, he's really appreciated. He's just one of those guys who goes above and beyond.
Michael Levine is Boyle's attorney and has been helping him with his case. Boyle was accused of assault and child abuse last November, then found not guilty by a jury on Tuesday.
Really took the wind out of the season for us, and really I think it was harmful for a lot of kids.
Boyle was suspended as a coach and English teacher during the investigation, and Levine says the district did not renew Boyle's contract 2 weeks ago.
It frequently happens. People are terminated from their positions merely based on the fact that they've been accused of a crime.
Charlotte criminal defense attorney Brad Smith says Boyle's record should be cleared in about 6 months, but that doesn't mean the road ahead is easy. With so much information still out there online, getting his job back can still be tough.
The presumption of innocence is something that's constantly kind of eroding away in our system.
Levine says Boyle will go to the school board next week to ask for his job back. No one from the district was available to comment on whether he could be considered. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, Pentagon officials now defending their hiring of a York County man who took part in the January 6th Capitol riots, and he was convicted and later pardoned. So now he is now serving in a counterterrorism role. So Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber takes a look at his convictions and the Defense Department's response.
Well, detailed court filings accuse Irizarry of taking part in the January 6 riots, including encouraging and directing those storming the Capitol. The Pentagon is standing by their hire. The Washington Post was first to report that this man, Elias Irizarry, was recently hired to work in a Pentagon office that oversees sensitive special operations and irregular warfare matters, essentially a role focusing on counterterrorism. But just 5 years ago, he drove with 2 friends from South Carolina to D.C. to take part in a massive riot that looked to interrupt the certification of the 2020 election. Press and surveillance photos from that day show Irizarry armed with a metal pole directing fellow rioters toward the Capitol before climbing through a broken window. After wandering through the rotunda and posing with statues for nearly half an hour, Irizarry exited the Capitol. He stayed on Capitol grounds until dusk. The Washington Post reports that during his sentencing, Irizarry showed remorse, saying January 6th represented something truly horrible. Irizarry, who at the time was a freshman at the Citadel, pleaded guilty to entering and remaining in a restricted building and spent 14 days in jail. He was included in President Trump's mass pardoning of January 6 defendants in January 2025.
They were protesting a crooked election. People understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly.
In a statement on X, acting Pentagon Press Secretary Joel Valdez wrote, Irizarry is a qualified, patriotic young professional, and we are proud to have him as a political appointee at the Department of War. Reporting in York County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
And also, York County leaders say the first step in removing a Fort Mill eyesore is now complete. So they say the group that owns the Heritage Tower property has completed assessments for the demolition of the half-built apartment building. The next step, of course, is to have the work done between the owner and the county on removal. So the property has been tied up in legal battles for decades. Construction started back in 1986 and then was caught up with televangelist Jim Bakker's eventual prison sentence for financial fraud. The building was then bought by the Morning Star Fellowship Church in 2004 with the goal of developing into a Christian community. So those plans have now been tied up with the county and the courts since. As the World Cup now draws closer, the heart of Charlotte FC has been named captain of the U.S. men's national team. So defender Tim Ream is now helping steer the Stars and Stripes through the tournament. Our Kevin Ryan sat down with the local star to find out how he's preparing for the world's biggest stage.
For Tim Ream, one of the longest tenured members of the U.S. men's national team, this World Cup cycle feels different because, in many ways, his soccer life has come full circle.
You get drafted straight out of college, and you have your dreams and your aspirations of playing in a World Cup. I mean, I remember actually being at the stadium and announcing who was hosting the World Cup, and now we're here less than a year away from hosting.
Unlike many of his teammates, Ream has already lived a World Cup, and he's the only player on this roster old enough to remember the last time the U.S. hosted one.
So that tells you how old I am and how long I've been around. But no, I think that the biggest thing is just to embrace what it is, right? And embrace the pressure and enjoy the day to day and every moment that you're involved in it, because it comes quick and it goes quick.
At 38, every call-up carries a little more weight. Ream says staying in the picture this long isn't luck, it's adaptation.
And as you get older, you're always a little bit, surprised when you still keep getting called. But I've maintained for a long time that if you take care of yourself and you do the right things and you can adapt to what the coaches are asking, you give yourself the best possible chance to continue to be called in.
And with the newer coaching staff and a deep player pool, his leadership has taken on an even bigger role, helping shape what he calls a renewed culture within the team.
We brought a group of guys together who had never played together, created an atmosphere, a culture, and a togetherness that has been, lacking.
For Ream, the internal competition is exactly what pushes the group forward and pushes him to keep earning his place.
You're not just competing against other teams, you're competing against guys who are within your own team, within your own squad, and that gets the best out of everybody.
Nearly a decade and a half after his debut, Tim Ream is still here, still adapting, still competing, and still embracing every moment as the World Cup approaches. For the Summer of Soccer, I'm Kevin Ryans.
All right, thanks, Kevin. So here at home, the Taste of Charlotte Festival kicks off at the end of the work week and then runs through the weekend. And the Uptown Food Festival features, all different kinds of yummy foods and products from local vendors. And also members of our Queen City News team will be out there at the event throughout the day on Friday. Tara.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be out there during the 4 o'clock news and the 6 o'clock news coming up on Friday. So yeah, we'll have a little samples. I'm going to get some samples and show you what you can find out there if you're headed out this weekend. The question is, will the weather be just as nice as it is outside today? We'll check it out next.
All right, bringing order to college sports and why the two biggest conferences in college sports say they don't support legislation to regulate their struggling industry. We'll talk about it all next. Stay close. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:40, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Now, former South Carolina detective is accused of pulling a gun at another officer for heating up fish in the workplace. So the alleged incident happened Saturday. Investigators say that Myrtle Beach they say that Michael Diabasi confronted a patrolman who was warming up fish in the microwave. He's accused of drawing and pointing his department-issued handgun while arguing that the patrolman's meal was stinking up their office.
If it went straight from 0 to 100 and pistol over the fish, that's a little outrageous.
Although I don't condone heating up fish in the microwave, because I can see why everyone would be upset, but I don't think it warrants pulling a firearm.
You think? All right, so the state law enforcement officials now were asked to investigate, and the suspect was booked into an area detention center. Well, strikes between the U.S. and Iran continue to be able to add more strain to an already fragile peace negotiation situation. Officials say the U.S. Central Command targeted an empty oil tanker sailing toward an Iranian port to fill up, which was in violation of the American blockade. So that sparked a quick reaction, of course, from Iranian officials who then launched their own ballistic missiles and drones. So despite that, President Trump says negotiations are still ongoing, and Iranian leaders now have agreed to not pursue a nuclear weapon. But Iran now has given no public indication that it's willing to do that.
It's easy to lose count of the number of missile and drone strikes that Iran has taken against commercial and civil shipping and infrastructure. They're certainly not serious about a ceasefire. I think it's only a matter of time before kinetic strikes begin again.
So the House is expected to take another vote on the War Powers Resolution that would limit President Trump's ability to continue the operations in Iran. Well, Congress is also taking another swing at reining in the rapidly changing world of college sports. So Nick Saban, one of the biggest names in the game, right, was on Capitol Hill today to make his case for new legislation. Rashad Hudson has all the details on the Fair College Sports Act.
The College Sports Reform Bill has bipartisan support here in Congress, but can one of the biggest names in college football, Nick Saban, help push it across the goal line?
Don't want to see student athletes get trapped in a bad situation.
Nick Saban won 7 national championships. Now he's trying to score a win in Congress. The coach says NIL deals, the transfer portal, and big money have changed college sports so much, it's time for Washington to get in the game.
We have guys transferring 3 times to 3 different schools in 3 years, and we act like that's not a problem.
Saban testified before the Senate Commerce Committee in support of the Protect College Sports Act. The bipartisan legislation, negotiated by Senators Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell, would create national standards for college athletics.
Universities, athletes, and fans are pleading with us to do something about this issue.
The proposal would give the NCAA and the College Sports Commission new authority to enforce revenue-sharing rules, allow a one-time transfer for athletes, and restricts coaches from leaving for new jobs before their seasons end.
College sports came to Congress because changing the law is the only way to fix the legal chaos that we're seeing right now.
But the legislation faces an uncertain future. The House has its own version of college sports reform, setting up a potential showdown between the two chambers.
College sports should not be a constant and unrestricted free agency.
2 of the largest conferences have yet to throw their weight behind the bill. The SEC and the Big Ten say the legislation still leaves critical issues unresolved. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Thank you, Rashad. All right, let's bring it home right now. Looking live here over Uptown from our Arlington camera. A gorgeous day to get outside today with 70-degree highs and not a raindrop in sight. I mean, look at this. This is what we call a Carolina blue sky right here. Yeah. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joining me now. So, Tara, this weekend it's going to be lovely, right?
It is. I mean, if you are loving this sunshine, and I know it's comfortable out there right now. Yeah. It's not too hot yet, but yeah, it's going to get a little hotter.
Okay.
As we head
like
into the
90s,
weekend. Like 90s hotter, yeah.
Well, that's great, though, for the Taste of Charlotte. I mean, that's great weather for to come out and try it. Great food. You and I have both been there for years. I mean, it's just one of those things that you don't want it to rain on that day, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know, because so many years we do have to watch for that and watch for the approach of maybe some thunderstorms, but not going to have to do that here this year. So not until maybe early next week do we get in on some more rain chances again. So nice evening outside as we look live here over from our West Charlotte Tower camera. And yes, it's just tons of sun here today. It was a chilly start though this morning. We had some 30-degree temperatures up in the mountains. Nice recovery though this afternoon. We're up to 77 here at 447. As we look back here, you can see definitely a warmer day compared to yesterday. We had some of that rain moving through and that cooler flow. Temperatures are running anywhere from 5 to even close to 15 degrees on the warmer side, but still comfortable and below average. A little bit cooler still for this time of the year. We only made it up to officially 78 degrees, so the normal is now up into the mid 80s, and the low this morning only 2 degrees shy from tying that record. 51 from back in the mid 1960s. 10 degrees cooler than normal, and we'll have similar feeling conditions come tomorrow morning as well. I'll show you those forecast lows coming up, but this makes all the difference, doesn't it? I mean, we have those lower dew points and down into the 40s, just real comfortable, pleasant conditions, whatever word you want to use for it. But yeah, temperatures a little bit warmer to the east of Charlotte, Albemarle, and out through Wadesboro, Rockingham, Cheraw there sitting at about 81 degrees, 79 Concord, Monroe, Gastonia as well, Morganton too, 77 checking on Hickory and out through the Taylorsville area, and we're on either side of 70, so definitely a nice recovery after that chilly start up in the mountain communities where it continues to be dry. Not a drop of rain showing up as we scan around on radar for a change. We have got high pressure nosing down from the north, and look at all that orange color on the map. The water vapor satellite imagery, it shows us the moisture in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, and we are lacking of that moisture here. So nice and dry air, dry conditions everywhere across the region. Good part of the eastern part of the country here. So mostly clear conditions again tonight. This is what you're going to be waking up to early in the morning. Those low and mid 50s, not quite as chilly for you all up in the high country. We'll end up in the upper 40s to around 50 degrees or so. And then tomorrow, another gorgeous day, even warmer than today. Forecasting those highs to get into the mid 80s, and the humidity all the while still not too bad. So we're going to stick with this dry stretch as we head into the weekend. That low chance that I have for Sunday, mainly for the mountain communities, we have have another front that's going to be approaching by that time and starting to get a little closer and raising the rain chance even more, and maybe some storms in the picture there by Monday afternoon and evening. And we could still see a few leftover showers hanging around into Tuesday as well. So the mountain forecast looking wonderful for doing hiking outside or wandering around some of the main streets of some of the cities and towns up there in the high country right through Saturday. Looking good. Mid upper 70s for those top temperatures Sunday, and early next week turning more unsettled again. So you have to watch for some showers and storms. Yes, even on Sunday, that's where the higher chance is later in the day, and for Monday morning and afternoon. All right, so after that cool start in the morning, you can see the warm up ahead for tomorrow on a Thursday. Yeah, creeping up closer to 90 degrees there. In Wadesboro, Rockingham, Chesterfield County will have low to mid 80s, and most neighborhoods mid and upper 70s up in the mountains. A 7-day forecast shows more just dry weather through the end of the week, and there's those 90s on the board by the end of the weekend. By that time, too, we'll start to feel a little more humid as the moisture increases ahead of that front and brings us the rain chance early next week.
All right, thank you, Tara. Protecting police canines to the new penalties in South Carolina for people convicted of hurting the special animals that serve the community. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, welcome back. South Carolina has a new law protecting the state's police dogs. So Governor Henry McMaster now held a signing ceremony today for the measure in the memory of 7 police canines killed in the line of duty. So this measure now increases the penalties for anyone who injures or kills a law enforcement canine or horse. So if convicted, they would now face a fine of $20,000 and up to 10 years in prison. Law enforcement officials now say from across the state they were in Columbia to support this bill in April, and several officers there were who had lost canines on the job.
Protectors, and they are heroes. When a criminal targets a police canine, they're not just attacking an animal, they are attacking a member of law enforcement.
Well, each police dog gets roughly 600 hours of training, so it costs around $18,000 in taxpayer money to be able to buy and train a new canine. Governor McMaster also signed a measure regulating the use of utility terrain vehicles, or UTVs, into law. So it means that the vehicles will be allowed to drive on public roads except interstate highways. So operators must also meet specific requirements, including seat belts and turn signals. Well, those vehicles right there, they're required to be registered and also insured like a car and to follow all the road rules. So the law takes effect in mid-November. All right, only on Queen City News Plus, our friends at Positively Charlotte have an eye for laughs, right? So this week on Comedy Corner, they have a guest, Chanel Amari, as she now comes to the Queen City to perform.
Really hope I can make people at home feel less alone, you know, like I did. Like the reason I fell in love with stand-up comedy is because I was going through such a hard time and with my mental health, I didn't know really how to deal with anger or emotions. And I think that helped me really, just adding laughter to my life, adding some type of humor helped me cope with everything. So I hope that people can take that away. It's like getting older is beautiful and it's positive and it's fun and it's what you make of it. And at any age, 27, 25, like don't take your age for granted.
You can be able to watch a full episode of Comedy Corner free of charge. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. Well, on Queen City News at 5, not guilty now for what? So former high school wrestling coach plans to be able to have after his acquittal on assault charges. We're going to talk about that story next. And a thriller to start the Stanley Cup final, but the Canes could not close it out. So where the team goes from here going into Game 2 tomorrow. You're watching Queen City News. It's going to do it for me. I'm Alicia Barnes. Morgan Francis is up next at 5. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Now on Queen City News, first a pardon, now the Pentagon. How defense officials are defending their decision to hire a Fort Mill man convicted over his role in the January 6th Capitol riots. And top Mecklenburg County officials are preparing to testify in Raleigh over a young girl's death in Charlotte. The changes they're making to ensure it doesn't happen again.
After so many days of off and on rain and storm chances here and some of that needed rain, we are not seeing any rain or stormy weather weather out there today. Just gorgeous weather on a Wednesday, low humidity, pleasantly warm temperatures. But how long will it last as we start to inch closer to the weekend? I've got your pinpoint weather forecast.
Good Wednesday evening. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Mecklenburg County leaders will face tough questions tomorrow over the death of a child under social services supervision. Investigators say the girl was brutally abused and lived in unsanitary conditions for months. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell will be at that hearing tomorrow. He heard from local leaders today about the county's shortcomings with child welfare cases.
Thursday, Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, CMPD Chief Estella Patterson, and Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden will testify before the North Carolina House Oversight Committee in Raleigh as state lawmakers press for answers about what went wrong in the Dominique Moody case.
Some of the conditions that were allowed to persist within the structure of DSS made it possible for this to occur, for this tragedy to happen.
Authorities say the 6-year-old girl suffered months of abuse and neglect at the hands of her caretakers at a home in East Charlotte before she died in December of 2025. On Tuesday night, Bryant and his staff presented to Mecklenburg County Commissioners the findings of a state investigation into the county's Department of Social Services following Moody's death.
96% of our intake decisions were made appropriately. You can also see that 91% of intakes that were screened in were assigned to the appropriate track for investigation.
The state also found that county social workers did well in assessing the safety of children, but notably struggled in other areas.
So the reviews found that in 52% of the cases, the intake workers did not ask sufficient questions to fully explore all of the allegations.
Mecklenburg County Commissioner Laura Meyer heard that presentation and believes those failures are the result of the county not having enough critical staff, telling us that social workers are still overworked and underpaid.
Our manager has taken the recommendation from YFS for 20 positions and he's put it in the budget. Even 20 is not enough. We need more. And it wouldn't surprise me if next budget cycle there's another request for another 20. We need human beings.
During Tuesday's meeting, commissioners approved additional funding for the child welfare program, creating 22 new positions for child, family, and adult services. Meanwhile, Moody's caretakers, including a woman that was her aunt, are now facing first-degree murder charges. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are releasing their findings to date on a deadly I-485 crash. 6 people died in last July's multi-vehicle wreck, including 5 family members with 3 young children and a teen driver. In the release, investigators say the 16-year-old driver of a SUV was going 78 in the 70-mile-per-hour zone when he made a sudden turn to his right. They say that's when his vehicle collided with the front of a minivan with a family of 6 inside. They spun out, crashing into the back of a large truck parked on the highway's shoulder. An autopsy found THC in the teen driver's system. Queen City News is still working through the information in the NTSB docket, and we will update you with any new findings. Officials say the probable cause of the crash will be announced at the end of the investigation. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are investigating a deadly shooting at a West Charlotte park. Officers got an assault call from the Westerly Hill Neighborhood Park around 11:30 this morning. They found the victim there dead. Police have not released the victim's name or if they have any suspects. A former Lake Norman High School wrestling coach is trying to reclaim the job he loves. It comes after an Iredell County jury found him not guilty on child assault charges. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains his next moves.
Stephen Boyle was hired in June 2024 to help lead the Lake Norman wrestling program, one of the most decorated in our area since the school opened in 2002.
He's really loved, he's really appreciated. He's just one of those guys who goes above and beyond.
Michael Levine is Boyle's attorney and has been helping him with his case. Boyle was accused of assault and child abuse last November, then found not guilty by a jury on Tuesday.
It really took the wind out of the season for us, and really I think it was harmful for a lot of kids.
Boyle was suspended as a coach and English teacher during the investigation, and Levine says the district did not renew Boyle's contract 2 weeks ago.
It frequently happens. People are terminated from their positions merely based on the fact that they've been accused of a crime.
Charlotte criminal defense attorney Brad Smith says Boyle's record should be cleared in about 6 months, but that doesn't mean the road ahead is easy. With so much information still out there online, getting his job back can still be tough.
The presumption of innocence is something that's constantly kind of eroding away in our system.
Levine says Boyle will go to the school board next week to ask for his job back. No one from the district was available to comment on whether he could be considered. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Pentagon officials are defending their hiring of a York County man who took part in the January 6th Capitol riots. Elias Irizarry, who was convicted and later pardoned, he is now serving in a counterterrorism role. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber takes a look at his convictions and the Defense Department's response.
Well, detailed court filings accuse Irizarry of taking part in the January 6th riots, including encouraging and directing those storming the Capitol. The Pentagon is standing by their hire. The Washington Post was first to report that this man, Elias Irizarry, was recently hired to work in a Pentagon office that oversees sensitive special operations and irregular warfare matters, essentially a role focusing on counterterrorism. But just 5 years ago, he drove with 2 friends from South Carolina to D.C. to take part in a massive riot that looked to interrupt the certification of the 2020 election. Press and surveillance photos from that day show Irizarry armed with a metal pole directing fellow rioters toward the Capitol before climbing through a broken window. After wandering through the rotunda and posing with statues for nearly half an hour, Irizarry exited the Capitol. He stayed on Capitol grounds until dusk. The Washington Post reports that during his sentencing, Irizarry showed remorse, saying January 6 represented something truly horrible. Irizarry, who at the time was a freshman at the Citadel, pleaded guilty to entering and remaining in a restricted building and spent 14 days in jail. He was included in President Trump's mass pardoning of January 6 defendants in January 2025.
They were protesting a crooked election. People understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly.
In a statement on X, acting Pentagon Press Secretary Joel Valdez wrote, Irizarry is a qualified, patriotic young professional, and we are proud to have him as a political appointee at the Department of War. Reporting in York County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
York County leaders say the first step in removing a Fort Mill eyesore is now complete. They say the group that owns the Heritage Tower property has completed assessments for the demolition of the half-built apartment building. The next step is work between the owner and the county on removal. Property's been tied up in legal battles for decades. Construction started back in 1986 and was caught up with televangelist Jim Bakker's eventual prison sentence for financial fraud. The building was bought by the Morning Star Fellowship Church in 2004 with the goal of developing it into a Christian community. Those plans have been tied up with the county and the courts since. Gastonia's budget for the next fiscal year has City Council approval. Members unanimously adopted the $379 million plan last night. Property tax and electric rates are not increasing, but the water and sewer rate will go up more than 7%. Officials say the extra money will go into maintenance and improvements. Trash collection fees are also rising $2 a month. Fares on the Go Gastonia system are increasing by 50 cents, and a $1 fee will be added on for trips longer than 5 miles. All city employees will see a 3.5% pay increase. Stanley Cup Finals are off to an exciting start after Game 1 when the Carolina Hurricanes, they came up just short to the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Our Gabe McDonald is here with us now. Gabe, I thought in the beginning when they scored 20-some seconds in and then went up 2-0, I didn't think they had it in the bag.
But you thought they would run away with it. Of
Right?
course. I mean, when you score 25 seconds into a game, you would think, okay, we're setting the tone. We didn't have as much rest as they did the last time before. But like you said, if you watch the first 12 minutes of that game, you would think the Canes would have pretty much run away with it. Ehlers had a pair of goals in the opening frame to get the Lenovo Center crowd rocking and really set the tone for the entire game. But with a talented team like Vegas on the other side that has a championship in recent years, they showed you can never count them out on the ice. Now, Ehlers' first goal of the night, 25 seconds into the game, that is the third fastest goal in a Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final in history. Vegas would then add one late in the first period before ultimately outscoring the Canes 4-2 over the final 2 periods. Defensive lapses near the crease by the Canes really played a major role in their defeat. The guys out of place during certain possessions as the Golden Knights made their comeback before scoring the game-winning goal with just over 3 minutes to go last night. And for Carolina head coach Rob Brind'Amour, it's really a case of deja vu going back to the Eastern Conference Finals, where the Canes didn't get off to the best start, but ultimately they were able to get to this point.
It's kind of similar to the last series. I think we got started. There was a lot of areas we didn't like in our game, and you're just not going to win when you don't play to your abilities. And again, you got to give the other team a lot of credit. They're making you not play that way. I mean, it's not it's not just happening. We're trying, but we have to be sharper in a lot of areas. I think that's the positive. There's definitely room to get better.
And, of course, Carolina certainly has a grand opportunity to bounce back on Thursday night with another game at the friendly confines of the Lenovo Center before heading west to Sin City. One of the main keys, though, taking advantage of the power play opportunities. Canes were actually fourth in that department in the regular season, but they are now just 7 of 58 with a man advantage in the playoffs after going 0 for 2 last night. We'll have a lot more on the Canes coming up tonight on CSL. Tara?
All right, Gabe. Well, from out there in Raleigh, east out toward the coast, and then west heading up into the mountains, we have got sprawling high pressure in charge today and making for beautiful weather all around on this Wednesday. But how long is the dry weather going to last? Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
A former South Carolina police detective is facing charges of his own while investigators say he pulled a gun on a man over something fishy. And a man who spoke out against Silfab says he lost his job because of it. How the whistleblower is taking legal action against the controversial Fort Mill company. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. The man behind a whistleblower lawsuit against Silfab Solar claims he lost his job after speaking up about safety concerns at the controversial Fort Mill business. Those claims predate a pair of chemical leaks at the plant in March. Queen City News reporter David Schumann talked with the worker about his allegations.
You could clearly see there was major safety issues.
Jason Rhodes was a quality control technician for Silfab Solar last year, hired before the Fort Mill assembly and manufacturing facility even had working electricity.
No fire extinguishers, no fire suppression at all, doors being zip-tied shut, duct taped shut.
Rhodes also says he and his coworkers were in the building without an occupancy permit. He says what was different about Silfab from other jobs he's had was management's indifference when he voiced his concerns.
It's something to just be pushed aside.
Did you feel ignored?
Oh, absolutely.
Rhodes says eventually he felt the right thing to do was contact the York County Fire Marshal. He says that led to an inspection, then a temporary facility shutdown. Rhodes says 2 weeks later, he was let go.
We were trying to do what was right for the company, for the community, and then they kind of turned their back on us.
Now, Rhodes is in the discovery phase of a lawsuit against Silfab in which he claims his firing was retaliation for reporting safety hazards and regulatory violations. The complaint states Silfab was, quote, operating in a manner which endangers employees and the public at large. A Silfab spokesperson denied Rhodes' allegations, saying, "We remain committed to our approximately 700 employees and contributing to the safety and well-being of the Fort Mill community."
It's the upper management and so forth that we've had our issues with. The individuals that are working on the floor there. Like I said, you've got some great people that from the local community, and they all have tried to do the same thing. Yeah. Some of us just have louder voices.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
Silfab Solar is also facing lawsuits from several contractors who claim they haven't been paid for products and services. The company is also appealing a local board's ruling that solar panel manufacturing is not permitted in an area zoned for light industrial. A highly anticipated Duke Energy hearing that was previously rescheduled is set to happen tonight. The Durham meeting was originally scheduled for last month, but it was moved to today due to security concerns. Duke Energy is requesting an 18% rate hike. Company execs say it's necessary to stay in good financial standing. It'll be up to the state's Utilities Commission to approve or deny the rate request. That decision should happen this fall. Another house has collapsed along the Outer Banks. It marks the 20th oceanfront home to fall into the ocean in Buxton since last September. A total of more than 30 homes have collapsed since 2020. Officials have closed off beach access in the area due to concerns that tourists could get injured by rusty nails, jagged metal, and broken glass. The beach area will remain closed until the debris is cleared out. You're taking a live look at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. Sunny skies are taking over as we inch closer to the weekend. Just beautiful out there right now, 77 degrees. Can't ask for much more than that. Yeah. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is tracking a warming trend. Temps could reach, what, maybe in the 90s?
Around 90 degrees, yeah, could have some low 90s. So yes, you could call it a warming trend on the way. I know. We had some chilly starts here these past couple of mornings too. Cool mornings and warming afternoons.
It's going to be warm and humid.
Well, the humidity not really rising till the end of the weekend. Okay. So we still get a little bit of a break from that for another few days. So that's nice. I mean, it's still early here in this part of June, and we get to enjoy that for a little while longer before it's just hot and humid most days, as we know, and all throughout the summer. But here at 5:17 on a Wednesday, gorgeous outside, 70s and sunny 77, like Morgan said there. And yes, wall-to-wall sunshine and blue skies. We look live here, too, over Independence Boulevard and heading into the East Charlotte area. Looking back, I mean, temperatures this morning, yeah, what a warm up compared to how chilly it was. We had some 30-degree readings showing up in the mountains. 39 was the lowest temperature up there in the high country at Boone. 40 was the low for you all in Jefferson. And you can see the mid-upper 40s there near the I-40 corridor and down into Stanley County. Albemarle had a low of 45, one of the cooler spots across the Piedmont. 53 was that lowest temperature in the Queen City, which was 2 degrees away from tying the record of 51 on this day for a low temp. But yes, approaching 80 degrees here today. day. This afternoon, we've got that still cooler flow in place with the wind out of the north at 7, a little bit of a breeze at times, and dew points are just so comfortable and pleasant and not humid at all outside when you see those numbers sitting in the 40s. Got 80 in Albemarle, so yes, some lower 80s now showing up there. Concord, Wadesboro, Sherrall, all at about 81, 77 in Gastonia, down through Rock Hill, Fort Mill, Chester, South Carolina, and a nice recovery compared to how chilly it was this morning there up in the mountains on either side of 70 degrees, where it continues to be dry as we look around on radar. So not a drop of rain in sight. If you have anything planned for outside this evening, as high pressure continues to nose in from the north and not only keeping us dry here across the Carolinas, but over a good part of the eastern, at least 2/3 of the country here, we have beautiful sunshine out there today. So this evening, keeping it clear, temperatures by 8, 9, 10 o'clock starting to back off through the 70s, the lower 70s at least, and then upper to mid 60s the closer we get to midnight. It will be another cool start in the morning, but the dry stretch continues for another few days and even heading into the weekend as those temperatures heat up. Again, the humidity not really starting to rise a little more until end of the weekend on Sunday, and that's ahead of our next system, cold front, and a couple of rain and storm chances going into early next week. So tomorrow, just another beauty of a day and warmer than today, up to 86 degrees with a light north-northeast wind. Taste of Charlotte is kicking off on Friday, so uptown, if you want to head out there to sample some yummy eats and beverages out there, staying hydrated because it's going to be a little more hot and sweaty with those highs creeping up into the upper 80s to lower 90s right on through Sunday. And the weather looks to stay dry, so no worries about tracking any storms this particular year. All right, so early next week and even by the end of the day on Sunday with the approach of this front, notice by 6:30, 6:45 or so Sunday evening, could start to see a couple of showers for you all in the mountains. The front drops in a little more here, so Monday morning, couple of isolated showers possible before likely the showers and a few storms become a little more widespread in the typical afternoon and evening time frame. Front starts to drop to the south, so that's going to take the majority of the showers with it going into Tuesday, but we could still have a few leftover isolated showers out there at least through Tuesday morning. And quick check of the tropics now that we're in this third day of Atlantic hurricane season. Fortunately, things continue to be quiet on the tropics front, not expecting any developing activity over at least the next 7 days. So this is what you're going to be waking up to tomorrow morning, and again, another cool start. Not as chilly as it was this morning for you all in the mountains, but we'll still end up around 50, mid upper 50s, few spots still in the lower 50s across the Piedmont and the foothills. But 86 tomorrow afternoon, approaching 90 on Friday, and there's those low 90s by the end of the weekend.
All right, Tara, thank you. As we count down to America 250, we are also learning more about our past. History tells us it takes a village to raise a nation. The Kings Mountain Historical Museum introduces us to people who are largely overlooked. Women on the Edge of War continues until May 30th and sheds light on the heroines of the American Revolution. They played key roles as spies, messengers, and scouts.
Their impact played heavy parts in these battles and skirmishes during this time of the American Revolutionary War, as well as here in the Carolina Piedmont.
We'll find out more about these determined women. Watch our Spirit of America 250 series on Queen City News at 10. Atrium Health doctors hitting the streets of Charlotte, how they're working to meet the medical needs of the homeless community in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We're following breaking news out of York County. South Carolina investigators say the man shot by Rock Hill police officers serving a warrant is dead. The incident happened yesterday at a Fort Mill apartment complex. Officers confronted 74-year-old Eve Vinay, who was armed with an object later determined to be a tire iron. Authorities told Queen City News yesterday he shot at deputies who were working to get clarification on that. The officers shot Vinay, who died at the hospital. The warrant was tied to an investigation by the county's Internet Crimes Against Children unit. State agents are investigating the shooting. Charlotte fire officials are giving new life to an old firehouse. Today they celebrated the reopening of Firehouse 11 on West 28th Street. The building was originally opened in 1958 and stood as a fixture in the Charlotte community for decades. The original station was demolished to make way for a modern replacement designed to support today's firefighters and emergency response demands. The new Firehouse 11 is a two-story, four-bay facility. Atrium Health is launching a new project to meet the medical needs of Charlotte's homeless community. Leaders say their new Everywhere Street Medicine project will ensure the delivery of medical care to people in need. Workers will address the challenges homeless people face through scheduled recurring outreach in hotspot locations. Doctors will also visit known encampments to deliver care to patients who need it. Not guilty, now what? What's next for a former high school wrestling coach in Iredell County after a jury found him not guilty of child assault charges? And from the crown to Captain America, how Charlotte FC defender Tim Ream is getting ready to put his red, white, and blue on for Team USA in the World Cup. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Mecklenburg County leaders will face tough questions tomorrow over the death of a child under social services supervision. Investigators say the girl was brutally abused and lived in unsanitary conditions for months. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell will be at that hearing tomorrow. He heard from local leaders today about the county's shortcomings with child welfare cases.
Thursday, Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, CMPD Chief Estella Patterson, and Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden will testify before the North Carolina House Oversight Committee in Raleigh as state lawmakers press for answers about what went wrong in the Dominique Moody case.
Some of the conditions that were allowed to persist within the structure of DSS made it possible for this to occur, for this tragedy to happen.
Authorities say the 6-year-old girl suffered months of abuse and neglect at the hands of her caretakers at a home in East Charlotte before she died in December of 2025. On Tuesday night, Bryant and his staff presented to Mecklenburg County Commissioners the findings of a state investigation into the county's Department of Social Services following Moody's death.
96% of our intake decisions were made appropriately. You can also see that 91% of intakes that were screened in were assigned to the appropriate track for investigation.
The state also found that county social workers did well in assessing the safety of children, but notably struggled in other areas.
So the reviews found that in 52% of the cases, the intake workers did not ask sufficient questions to fully explore all of the allegations.
Mecklenburg County Commissioner Laura Meyer heard that presentation and believes those failures are the result of the county not having enough critical staff, telling us that social workers are still overworked and underpaid.
Our manager has taken the recommendation from YFS for 20 positions and he's put it in the budget. Even 20 is not enough. We need more. And it wouldn't surprise me if next budget cycle there's another request for another 20. We need human beings.
During Tuesday's meeting, commissioners approved additional funding for the Child Welfare Program, creating 22 new positions for child, family, and adult services. Meanwhile, Moody's caretakers, including a woman that was her aunt, are now facing first-degree murder charges. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are releasing their findings to date on a deadly I-485 crash. 6 people died in last July's multi-vehicle wreck, including 5 family members with 3 young children and a teen driver. In the release, investigators say the 16-year-old driver of an SUV was going 78 in the 70-mile-per-hour zone when he made a sudden turn to his right. They say that's when his vehicle collided with the front of a minivan with a family of 6 inside. They spun out, crashing into the back of a large truck parked on the highway's shoulder. An autopsy found THC in the teen driver's system. Queen City News is still working through the information in the NTSB docket, and we will update you with any new findings. Officials say the probable cause of the crash will be announced at the end of the investigation. A former Lake Norman High School wrestling coach is trying to reclaim the job he loves. It comes after an Iredell County jury found him not guilty on child assault charges. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains his next moves.
Stephen Boyle was hired in June 2024 to help lead the Lake Norman wrestling program, one of the most decorated in our area since the school opened in 2002.
He's really loved, he's really appreciated. He's just one of those guys who goes above and beyond.
Michael Levine is Boyle's attorney and has been helping him with his case. Boyle was accused of assault and child abuse last November, then found not guilty by a jury on Tuesday.
Really took the wind out of the season for us, and really I think it was harmful for a lot of kids.
Boyle was suspended as a coach and English teacher during the investigation, and Levine says the district did not renew Boyle's contract 2 weeks ago.
It frequently happens. People are terminated from their positions merely based on the fact that they've been accused of a crime.
Charlotte criminal defense attorney Brad Smith says Boyle's record should be cleared in about 6 months, but that doesn't mean the road ahead is easy. With so much information still out there online, getting his job back can still be tough.
The presumption of innocence is something that's constantly kind of eroding away in our system.
Levine says Boyle will go to the school board next week to ask for his job back. No one from the district was available to comment on whether he could be considered. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
North Carolina lawmakers are looking to overhaul the state's involuntary commitment system in response to the deadly stabbing on Charlotte's Blue Line. A bill filed by Mecklenburg County Representative Tricia Cotham would change mental health evaluations to determine if someone should be hospitalized or go through the criminal justice system. Lawmakers say the involuntary commitment system has turned into a revolving door for people with mental illnesses without getting the help they need. The legislation is a result of months of work by a House task force studying the intersection of mental health and public safety.
It's taken us 20 years to get the broken mental health system that we have. We're not going to solve it in 6 months. This is a step forward that will be really focused on people who are criminally involved.
We know why there are shortages. We know why we don't have enough IVC evaluators, because we haven't hired them. We don't pay them. A lot of this requires funding, and a lot of this requires immediate attention.
While lawmakers agree that the system needs reform, some Democrats argue the legislation relies too heavily on studies. They're raising concerns about privacy violations. The bill now heads to the Senate to be discussed. Pentagon officials are defending their hiring of a York County man who took part in the January 6 Capitol riots. Elias Irizarry, who was convicted and later pardoned. He is now serving in a counterterrorism role. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber takes a look at his convictions and the Defense Department's response.
Well, detailed court filings accuse Irizarry of taking part in the January 6 riots, including encouraging and directing those storming the Capitol. The Pentagon is standing by their hire. The Washington Post was first to report that this man, Elias Irizarry, was recently hired to work in a Pentagon office that oversees sensitive special operations and irregular warfare matters, essentially a role focusing on counterterrorism. But just 5 years ago, he drove with two friends from South Carolina to D.C. to take part in a massive riot that looked to interrupt the certification of the 2020 election. Press and surveillance photos from that day show Irizarry armed with a metal pole directing fellow rioters toward the Capitol before climbing through a broken window. After wandering through the rotunda and posing with statues for nearly half an hour, Irizarry exited the Capitol. He stayed on Capitol grounds until dusk. The Washington Post reports that during his sentencing, Irizarry showed remorse, saying January 6 represented something truly horrible. Irizarry, who at the time was a freshman at the Citadel, pleaded guilty to entering and remaining in a restricted building and spent 14 days in jail. He was included in President Trump's mass pardoning of January 6 defendants in January 2025.
They were protesting a crooked election, and people understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly.
In a statement on X, acting Pentagon Press Secretary Joel Valdez wrote, Irizarry is a qualified, patriotic young professional, and we are proud to have him as a political appointee at the Department of War. Reporting in York County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
As the World Cup draws closer, the Heart of Charlotte FC has been named captain of the U.S. men's national team. Defender Tim Ream is now helping steer the Stars and Stripes through the tournament. Our Kevin Ryan sat down with the local star to find out how he's preparing for the world's biggest stage.
For Tim Ream, one of the longest tenured members of the U.S. men's national team, this World Cup cycle feels different because, in many ways, his soccer life has come full circle.
You get drafted straight out of college, and you have your dreams and your aspirations of playing in a World Cup. I mean, I remember actually being at the stadium and announcing who was hosting the World Cup, and now we're here less than a year away from hosting.
Unlike many of his teammates, Ream has already lived a World Cup, and he's the only player on this roster old enough to remember the last time the U.S. hosted one.
So that tells you how old I am and how long I've been around. But no, I think that the biggest thing is just to embrace what it is, right? And embrace the pressure and enjoy the day to day and every moment that you're involved in it, because it comes quick and it goes quick.
At 38, every call-up carries a little more weight. Ream says staying in the picture this long isn't luck, it's adaptation.
And as you get older, you're always a little bit, surprised when you still keep getting called. But I've maintained for a long time that if you take care of yourself and you do the right things and you can adapt to what the coaches are asking, you give yourself the best possible chance to continue to be called in.
And with the newer coaching staff and a deep player pool, his leadership has taken on an even bigger role, helping shape what he calls a renewed culture within the team.
We brought a group of guys together who had never played together, created an atmosphere, a culture, and a togetherness that has been, lacking.
For Ream, the internal competition is exactly what pushes the group forward and pushes him to keep earning his place.
You're not just competing against other teams, you're competing against guys who are within your own team, within your own squad, and that gets the best out of everybody.
Nearly a decade and a half after his debut, Tim Ream is still here, still adapting, still competing, and still embracing every moment as the World Cup approaches. For the Summer of Soccer, I'm Kevin Ryans.
All right, that's right, kicking off next week. And what about the weather as we head into the rest of this week? Will it be just as lovely as it is outside today? We'll check when we get those next rain chances returning. That's next on my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
Bringing order to college sports, why the two biggest conferences in college sports say they don't support legislation to regulate their struggling industry. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. A now former South Carolina detective is accused of pulling a gun on another officer for heating up fish in the workplace. It's a serious offense. The alleged incident happened Saturday. Investigators in Myrtle Beach say Michael DiBiase confronted a patrolman who was warming up fish in the microwave. He's accused of drawing and pointing his department-issued handgun while arguing that the patrolman's meal was stinking up their office.
If it went straight from 0 to 100 and pistol over the fish, that's a little outrageous.
Although I don't condone heating up fish in the microwave, because I can see why everyone would be upset, but I don't think it warrants pulling a firearm.
I think we're all in agreement of heating up fish in the microwave at work. State law enforcement officials were asked to investigate. The suspect was booked into an area detention center. Strikes between the U.S. and Iran continue to add more strain to an already fragile peace negotiation. Officials say U.S. Central Command targeted an empty oil tanker sailing toward an Iranian port to fill up, which is in violation of the American blockade. That sparked a quick reaction from Iranian officials who launched their own ballistic missiles and drones. Despite that, President Trump says negotiations are still ongoing, and Iranian leaders have agreed to not pursue a nuclear weapon. But Iran has given no public indication it is willing to do that.
It's easy to lose count of the number of missile and drone strikes that Iran has taken against commercial and civil shipping and infrastructure. They're certainly not serious about a ceasefire. I think it's only a matter of time before kinetic strikes begin again.
The House is expected to take another vote on the War Powers Resolution that would limit President Trump's ability to continue the operations in Iran. Congress is taking another swing at reining in the rapidly changing world of college sports. Nick Saban, one of the biggest names in the game, was on Capitol Hill today to make his case for new legislation. Rashad Hudson has details on the Fair College Sports Act.
The College Sports Reform Bill has bipartisan support here in Congress, but can one of the biggest names in college football, Nick Saban, help push it across the goal line?
Don't want to see student athletes get trapped in a bad situation.
Nick Saban won 7 national championships. Now he's trying to score a win in Congress. The coach says NIL deals, the transfer portal, and big money have changed college sports so much, it's time for Washington to get in the game.
We have guys transferring 3 times to 3 different schools in 3 years, and we act like that's not a problem.
Saban testified before the Senate Commerce Committee in support of the Protect College Sports Act. The bipartisan legislation, negotiated by Senators Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell, would create national standards for college athletics.
Universities, athletes, and fans are pleading with us to do something about this issue.
The proposal would give the NCAA and the College Sports Commission new authority to enforce revenue-sharing rules, allow a one-time transfer for athletes, and restricts coaches from leaving for new jobs before their seasons end.
College sports came to Congress because changing the law is the only way to fix the legal chaos that we're seeing right now.
But the legislation faces an uncertain future. The House has its own version of college sports reform, setting up a potential showdown between the two chambers.
College sports should not be a constant and unrestricted free agency.
2 of the largest conferences have yet to throw their weight behind the bill. The SEC and the Big Ten say the legislation still leaves critical issues unresolved. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Really interesting story. Had us talking in the newsroom here. You're looking live at Uptown from our Arlington camera. It's just been a beautiful day with 70-degree highs, not a raindrop in sight. We deserve it. We've been dealing with the rain for long enough now, although we could always use more, of course.
We
Chief
could.
Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. It's sure going to heat up. It's looking a little bit more like summer in the Carolinas.
Definitely feeling more like it, especially by the weekend. And the humidity, though, still not too bad. Definitely today. I mean, it's so nice and comfortable outside. Wish we could just bottle it up here for a while, but
enjoy it while it lasts, right?
Yeah, because we know it's going to be back here in full force before we know it. And by the end of the weekend, it will start to feel a little more muggy outside, and that's going to come with the return of overall moisture and eventually some rain chances going into early next week. But nice and sunny and dry, not a drop of rain, not even really a cloud in sight here as we look live from our West Charlotte tower camera, and the trees just kind of blowing around gently in the foreground. We do have a bit of a breeze coming out of that cooler direction today out of the north and northeast, and giving us that supply of cooler air that we really felt this morning. We had some 30-degree lows up in the mountains, and some of you waking up to 40-degree temperatures out there, but nice recovery this afternoon. Definitely warmer than yesterday as well by some 5 to even not far from 15 degrees in some cases. We had the waves of showers rolling through and helping to keep a lid on those temperatures yesterday. And even today, we're still running below normal for this part of June. Only 78 degrees top reading in the Queen City, so 84 is the norm. And like I said, low this morning, 10 degrees below average, only 2 degrees away from tying that record of 51 in the Queen City from back in the mid-1960s. And this makes all the difference when you see these dew point numbers only in the 40s, just pleasant, comfortable conditions outside. Those numbers, though, will be on the rise by the end of the weekend. But temperatures, yes, they're going to be on the rise as well. But for now, we've got high 70s to lower 80s. We're now right at 80 degrees. You can see there Morganton up toward Lenoir, low 80s from Concord, Kannapolis out through Stanley County, Wadesboro, Chesterfield County, 79 up in Lancaster, and heading north up that stretch of I-77 into the Statesville area. So dry conditions, of course, on radar. No showers or storms to speak of anywhere across the region. We've got that high pressure nosing in from the north. Water vapor satellite imagery shows us that moisture in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere and the lack thereof here across our region. When you see that lava looking color all across here, good part of eastern, say 2/3 of the country, and that's an indication of that drier air that continues to be in place. So that in combination with this cooler flow, mostly clear sky overhead, light wind that allows for more of a cool down again with those temperatures tonight. So we'll be waking up to 55 again tomorrow morning. Not as chilly for you all in the mountains. Those lows only ending up around 50, but we could have some, of course, chillier spots in the upper 40s. Low mid 50s in the foothills and more of the same, about 50 degrees, a little bit of a cooler start in Albemarle once again. Tomorrow afternoon, much like today, wall-to-wall sunshine, but we do get warmer, those highs reaching the mid-80s tomorrow afternoon. So we're in this dry stretch that's going to stick around through the weekend. I have that low chance showing up on Sunday. That's mainly for the mountains as we start to see that front approaching, and that's going to give us that higher rain chance to kick off next week. Some scattered showers and storms around, a little bit of spotty rain will still be possible with the front starting to move away into at least early Tuesday morning. So the mountain forecast, we have a dry stretch if you want to do some hiking or anything outdoors, just walking around some of the downtowns there, the cities and towns up in the high country right on through Saturday. Comfortable temperatures, comfortably cool starts in the morning. We'll be approaching 80 later in the afternoon, and that stretches through Sunday and Monday as well. Those top temperatures in the upper 70s, but watching out for some scattered showers and storms in the afternoon on Sunday, and more of the same coming up for Monday. So yes, a warmer day tomorrow, inching up closer to 90. Albemarle up to 88 tomorrow afternoon, 85 in Gastonia. Chester, those mid and upper 70s up in the mountains, and here come the 90s there for the weekend. So it's going to be hot out there, but again, mostly dry for anything happening outside. Just watching for more showers and storms to kick off next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Tara. Protecting police canines, the new penalties in South Carolina for people convicted of hurting the special animals that serve the community. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. South Carolina has a new law protecting the state's police dogs. Governor Henry McMaster held a signing ceremony today for the measure in the memory of 7 police canines killed in the line of duty. The measure increases the penalty for anyone who injures or kills a law enforcement canine or horse. If convicted, they would face a fine of $20,000 and up to 10 years in prison.